Welcome to Manhwa Recaps, spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. Huge shout out and special thanks to the channel members. The manhwa starts off by introducing us to the world of the dead, Necropia. It is devoid of a single trace of life, yet a grand castle stands upright in these barren lands. The sole castle of Necropia contains things that cannot be fathomed: endless golden pillars, beautiful ornaments, and murals. The marble hall sprawls out beneath the intricately crafted, glorious sculptures, and the symbol of absolute power, the master of it all, the absolute ruler of Necropia, Death King Karnak. He, who transcended all, and controlled death itself, finally realized after a century that humans were not made to control things such as death. In his human days, Karnak had been the bastard child of a fallen noble family. He lost his mother young, and faced pressure from the other nobles, and grew only to trust himself, strengthening his body to gain respect. Then he came across a forbidden codex pertaining to necromancy, and steered off the path of a human. Soon after, Karnak drove every human in the kingdom to death. The fourth martial king, and the 3 grand mages, resisted him, but it was all futile as he converted them into his own subjects. The guardians of the world also tried to stop him. Fantasy World Avengers, but when he turned the final remaining guardian of the world, Dragon Emperor Grateria, into his subject, he converted his own flesh into the ultimate descendant, Astra Shaf, and the strongest Death King to ever exist was born. We hear him saying he thought it was all his, and he'd finally be able to enjoy it, but it has been 70 years since then, and he wonders what he can do with a body that's only made of bones, and that he doesn't want this pointless act to continue. He says that he misses the warm breeze outside, and the warmth of other humans. Even digging straight into his own flesh, like gouging out his eyes, would be better than this empty life that he is fulfilling now. But there is still hope because he has a plan for something even larger. The footsteps of some knights can be heard as a man greets Karnak. He is the head commander of the Legions of Death, named Barros. Karnak tells him that preparations are ready, and Barros asks if it's finally time. Karnak laughs, saying yes, and he has a good feeling about this one. Barros starts getting super excited about it, and Karnak explains that he has been searching for a way to recover the pleasures of flesh using Barros's help. He's tried vampirism as well as possession, but pleasures work by fulfilling what one lacks. For the ascended like them, no method could fulfill their needs. However, because they were the ultimate ascended, they could find a way to recover their pleasure. They cannot enjoy human pleasures because they are not human. He must turn back time to the days when he was. Oh boy, we love regression. He says he will probably go back to the time when he first gained the mana of darkness. Barros asks what will happen if they fail. Barros asks if they fail, does this mean their existence will disappear? Karnak asks why it matters, asking if he still has regrets. Barros says he does not, and laughs, and says it's all or nothing. Time to let this shit rip as they both touch onto their stone tablet. Karnak starts to think about the life he lived when he was a human. He begins to slowly open his eyes to a blonde-haired man telling him to please wake up. The man asks if he's awake now, and Karnak says that's a familiar face, asking Barros if that's him. Barros says yes, and it's been a while since he's seen his face, and says that his scrawny, pompous face looks just like he did in the past. Karnak says he still has no sense of respect. He gets up off the ground, saying that if they arrived at the right time, then this should be when he got the darkness mana. He looks down at a table, confirming it, saying this was the start of everything. He walked the path of necromancy with knowledge from this codex. He decides to give it a try. He snaps his fingers as a purple aura stretches out towards the book, enveloping it in flames. He tells Barros this is all the power he has now. Barros asks if it's really okay to burn this, and Karnak says yes, as he remembers it all anyway. While it's a forbidden codex, it's not really that important. It's just the basics. It's better to get rid of it than to leave a possibility of someone else finding it. Barros says he sees that he's planned everything out, while Karnak looks proud. Barros says he looks more handsome than usual. Karnak stares at him, and they have an awkward silence for a second until his stomach rumbles. Karnak says he has not heard this sound in forever. Barros asks if this means they can finally enjoy food, and they exit their little cave, super excited to find something to eat. It jumps to a tavern as we hear Barros yelling at the top of his lungs, saying how gas this food is. Some of the other patrons of the inn look at him a bit concerned while he sits there crying about eating bread. Okay, it's Karnak as well. Low-key did not expect that, as he is bawling his eyes out, saying that he might have a heart attack. But they can't die over this early in their new lives. Barros says gambling their lives was so worth it, and it tastes so good. Karnak is also crying, and he says that he knows how he feels, but needs to watch how much he eats, as money doesn't fall from the sky. At a nearby table, the waiter puts down a whole roasted chicken. They instinctually both turn, and can't believe how beautiful it looks. Karnak contemplates killing everyone at the table to take their food, but Barrows stops him, saying that they'd be beaten up with their current physiques. Karnak realizes he's probably right. Barrows says that being poor is a sin. He goes to open their bag of money, and is completely surprised, telling Karnak that there is a problem. Karnak asks what's wrong, and Barrows says that their time travel had an effect on things. Karnak says that it's definitely strange, and Barrows agrees, saying there's no way they would have this much money. Karnak begins to wonder where things went wrong. At the time, his family, the Jestard family, had a poor financial status, and his grandfather, Baron Greylid, started many businesses with the territory as collateral, and failed, and only left debts for his father, Baron Krayput. Unfortunately, his father did not have the ability to handle the ever-growing debts, and his original wife's 2 sons were helpless brats, and could not aid the family. He, the bastard child, who was born into the collapsing family, received all of this family's scorn and persecution, barely managing to endure each day. At least that's what the family state should be. So he's genuinely curious as to where the hell all this money came from, and that this isn't something to be happy about, saying maybe their time regression spell went wrong. Barrows says he's not sure, asking what a swordsman is meant to know. Karnak starts scratching his head, saying maybe they didn't come back to the past, but says it's odd as there are many similarities with his memories. Barrows then says this means they can eat chicken, and their entire mood starts to change. Karnak says there's no point in not. Barrows says they should at least order one, and Karnak says hell no, we are ordering one for each of us, and they ask for 2 whole chickens. Later in the afternoon, we see Barrows has turned into a pig, and he is very round now, while talking about going into a food coma. Karnak says the sheets are calling his name. Barrows says the fact that he had to see that again is kind of annoying, the family must be the same as ever. Karnak says they'll be fine as long as they suck up to him, but the problem is how strange the situation is. Barrows agrees, saying it's not just 1 or 2 things that are weird. The horse too is strange, asking if he saw how the stable manager was glazing him, and it makes no sense that a fallen family would have horses of such a good breed. The citizens they bumped into earlier as well, they usually would bark at them, yet they were super surprised as they treated them super kindly. Karnak says it's definitely an uneasy feeling, and lets out a sigh. Barrows says they'll figure out once they get home as they were almost there. Karnak looks at his family's estate, saying it makes him nostalgic because he hasn't seen it in a while. Barrows is still just annoyed. We learn that Barrows was also an orphan, so he didn't live a comfortable life. His parents were absolute scumbags who abandoned him in the middle of the night when he was a child, and Karnak discovered him starving alone on the streets, and after he brought him to the family, his father allowed it. Even if he's an illegitimate child, the family had to save face, so they allowed Barrows to be his servant. Barrows then snaps him out of his thoughts, telling him to look over there, saying it's definitely the Jestard residence. Karnak says obviously, but they see it's super fancy, and Barrows says maybe they came to the wrong place, but Karnak says no, it's definitely the same as his memories. There's a tall brick wall, a 2-story building with a terrace, and an extensive garden that surrounds it. It's all the same other than the fact that it's super well maintained, and looks very clean. Karnak wonders where they got the money for this. One of the guards calls out to Karnak calling him young master, and Karnak is surprised that even the gatekeeper is welcoming him. One of the other guards reminds him that's not how we should address him, and then they bow, calling him their lord. Karnak and Barrows are completely taken aback, wondering what the hell happened. Sometime later, we hear a man saying it's already been half a year since he became the head of the family as he's pouring them tea, and he asks if they've achieved their goal. He is the head butler, named Jeppel Plead. Karnak is confused by what he means by goal, and Jeppel says surely that's why he went on a journey. Karnak says yes, and Jeppel's happy, saying that the late lord and lady would have been glad. Karnak is surprised that his father and stepmother are both dead. We also learn that his 2 younger brothers have also perished. Jeppel says that he feels better now, knowing that the family is in good hands. Karnak now realizes why he's become the lord, and wonders why his entire family died. The goal of his journey is obvious. It must have been to master necromancy while nobody was looking. Barrows says it's odd he doesn't think Karnak would reveal his goal so openly. Karnak says that must be why he said some bullshit about going on a journey, but asks why he would need necromancy in a situation like this. Jeppel asks them what they are worrying about in a super bright tone. Barrows explains that Karnak is exhausted from the journey, so maybe they can talk tomorrow. This bro deserves an Oscar. Jepel apologizes, saying he's failed to consider that, and tells him to please rest in his room, and leaves. They high-five in celebration that Jepel is now gone. Barros says they got out of it for now, but they'll have to deal with it later, and everything he said was brand new to them. Karnak says there's a good method for times like this, saying surely he knows what they need to prepare for now, and they should hurry and move while everybody is asleep. On cue, nighttime rolls around, and we see Jepel sleeping in his bed, and Barros says he is completely out of it, and he's prepared the herbs, giving them to Karnak. And Karnak says it's time to commence the mind inspection now. He begins to imbue his aura into the bowl, creating a black miasma that starts to seep into Jepel's nose, and he says to awaken my servant. Jepel instantly opens his eyes, saying yes, master. And Karnak tells him to explain the whole process of Jestard's finances, and how he became the head of the household. Jepel says 4 years ago, while the second young master was training, he coincidentally came across a large-scale copper mine. Karnak says that he thought mines were just an excuse that nobles used to hide dirty money, and Barros says he guesses this was one of those rare cases where they actually did. Karnak asks how his entire family died, and Jepel says the problem was the location of the copper mine. It was located in the neutrality zone between the Jestard family and the Deventer family. The two families claimed that the mine was theirs, and this conflict led to a war between the two. The Deventers had always been consistent with their military plans, and were too powerful, as there was nobody who could defeat Sir Randolph, and he slayed Crayput easily in battle, and even killed the oldest son of the family, Tessel. The household's best knight and the second young master lost his 2 legs because of Sir Randolph, and due to this, he took his own life. The Baroness was shocked by all of this, and passed away not long after. In the end, young Master Karnak was chosen to be the successor despite being a minor, and the two families then promised a ceasefire until he was of age and became the official head of the household. However, everybody was concerned about the copper mine and the promise of compensation for the war. That is when the young Master Karnak came up with a solution to save the family. He requested a trial duel against the Viscount Deventer, in the name of Alium, the goddess of moon and justice. Karnak is so surprised by this, and Barros says that's rash as hell. The trial duel is a duel carried out under the mandates of the Alium order. It is possible to substitute a warrior in your stead. It is carried out under the presence of the Alium priest and the Deventer, and the victor is only declared through the death of one side. Barros says that Karnak dug his own grave, and Karnak sighs, saying it wasn't even him. No wonder everybody likes him. Barros says it's a losing fight. That's why he must have chosen this path instead of continuing the war, and Deventer could not have refused since it was an offer that would ruin their image if they did. If he won the duel and secured the copper mine, it would have helped them avoid starvation. Barros says with his current skill level, he is definitely going to die. Karnak says that's why he's going to do his best to prepare, asking Jepel when the duel is, and Jepel says it's only a month away. His neck starts to hurt, and he says that's way too damn close. It jumps to a table full of food, and Barros asks what this is. Karnak says he prepared it for him, as he's always worked hard, so he deserves it. He starts to eat, asking if it's fine for him to be resting when the duel date is so near, and Karnak says that he should attend in his stead. Barros realizes he was only given this food as a bribery, and says that he doesn't think he can do it. Karnak begs him, saying he's killed 3 of the 4 martial kings, and Barros explains that it was only due to his necromancy, and you don't gain martial prowess from just experience alone. He explains how it's meaningless to learn advanced swordsmanship if you don't have arms, and he would be able to do it if he had half a year, but there's no way he could do it in a month. Karnak takes the food away, saying to stop eating then. Barros asks why he doesn't find someone in the Night Order. Karnak says he wouldn't be here if there was someone talented enough in the order. Barros says he only has one choice left, that he has to use his necromancy, and now he understands why he learned it. Karnak says there is a problem though, that necromancy is banned. He asks Barros if he remembers when they were on the run in the past, and they managed to eliminate the household stealthily by using necromancy, but the priest of the Alium order singled him out as the culprit, as they were certain he was a necromancer. After being stopped by some knights, Karnak begins to call down some wandering souls to erase the fates of the living using the light of the abyss. As we see him summon some wraiths, everybody instantly realizes they were right, and he is the necromancer, as he is using black magic. They start to fly towards the priest, who try to use their guardian plaques, which are of the Alium order. But their blessings are futile, as we see them get cut in half by the wraiths. Karnak swings his hand, sending the wraiths towards the knights this time, instantly knocking them down too. Karnak tells Barros they gotta go before the rest catch up, and he wonders how they knew he was the one using necromancy. Barros reads it, saying it's only civilians, mages, and knights who would not know, and he thinks people like the priest are an exception. Karnak is surprised by that. Barros laughs, looking back on that, saying it was a really rough time, but he understands what the plan is now. Barros says they should get some money and run. Karnak says that would be a shame. All of the family members he hated died, and the people like him here. Barros asks if he plans to keep up the act of a good old patriarch, saying he can do that and he'll just prepare for his funeral. Karnak says it's not an act, and tells him to sit back down, saying it might be dangerous, but he does have an idea. It jumps to the northern fort of Deventer, as he sees men training, and they are all super gassed out except for one, who is Randolph. Somebody asks him how the preparations for the duel are going. We learn that his name is Bright, and Randolph asks why he would need to make preparations to get somebody so unskilled. Bright says that's true, but he shouldn't let his guard down. And Randolph says it's just ridiculous that he has to waste his time like this, because of a spoiled young master who doesn't know anything about the world. Bright says he doesn't think Randolph would lose, but the new lord must have some kind of plan, for sure. We see a merchant selling stuff outside on their yard, and Bright says it's so distracting, telling everybody to get back into their positions. It turns out the merchant is actually none other than Barros, who says that he understands the plan. Barros says it was good that he decided to snoop around here. And Randolph might be powerful in combat, but in a one-on-one battle, his opponent actually has a chance of winning. He is the simple foolish type who uses typical heavy sword techniques. And he has not even learned Aura yet. It's easy to predict the movements of people like him. And it's a good thing he came here. And there's still at least another month until the duel. But he doesn't think it's enough time. A woman then calls out to him asking if he has any business with her brother Randolph. He gets really excited asking if that means she's his little sister. And she says that she is asking what business he has with him. He says that he was taken in by the vigor of the North's strongest knight. And shows her all of his handkerchiefs asking if she wants one. She picks one saying that one looks good. And Barros hopes that she didn't catch on to him. Back at the drill hall of the Jestard estate, Barros says he's returned asking Karnak if his stamina training is going well. Karnak has died and this is now the end of the Manhwa. Barros shakes him telling him to wake up. And Karnak tells him to stop before his meal comes back up. Barros asks if he ran 50 laps like he was told to. Karnak says yes, but he collapsed and he can't run anymore. Barros says his stamina is severely lacking. And Karnak asks if there's a reason for him to train like this in the first place. Barros says he can't do anything with his shrimp-like body right now and it's not meaningless, so keep it up. Karnak says he needs to rest first. Barros gets all serious saying the real training starts now. Karnak asks what he was doing just now then. Barros tells him that was only rehab as it's time to begin the real training. And Karnak sees him as a devil. 20 days left until the duel. The first thing they do is to eat a filling breakfast in the morning. After that they go to the drill hall and do 100 push-ups. And then they match that with 100 pole swings. And then 100 squats. And after that, a break. Bro is cooked. Then after they eat another heavy meal, more push-ups, more pole swings, then squats and repeat. We see there are now 15 days left until the match. And he is now upgraded to using sandbags as weight for his squats. Barros says it seems like he has finally built some stamina up. And Karnak says of course that he has trained so much although he is still lacking compared to Barros. And Barros says that's because he has done twice the training he has and it's time to start the swordsmanship part. Barros hands him a sword and then starts to think about it saying it's a mess. Saying that his arms are trembling and he needs to relax his shoulders and he starts to instruct him how to fix his stance. Karnak follows his instructions and calls him strict but Barros says that he is finally looking decent and if he maintains this stance he won't be defeated in one attack. Barros then tells him to prepare himself as he is going to attack him now. Karnak says that he is ready to counter. Barros swings at him but Karnak was too slow to do anything as he gets hit in the stomach. Barros asks what he is doing telling him to get back into his stance. He swings again but Karnak fails to block it again and again until he is finally knocked down onto the ground. All from Barros only using a pole. And he says this is the reason why knights can have a field day against civilians. They don't give their opponents the chance to counterattack and he needs to hold his stance and dodge the following attack. Karnak says even if he does that he can't dodge it. Barros says of course and to be honest the goal of this training is to show his fighting will to Randolph and Karnak asks if there is a need for him to do that in a duel. Barros explains that Randolph has a habit of showing off so he will try to show his skills in front of the spectators while toying with his opponents. However, it's different if his opponent loses their will to fight, and a drawn-out fight will damage his honor, so if he notices their will is lacking, he will instantly behead them, and that's why he needs to show him that he won't give up. And if he does so, he won't die off rip in the duel. Karnak looks very nervous, and now we are 5 days until we see him charging forward with a shield in his hand now, and he swings at Barros, who blocks it, telling him that he can do better than this, and then he swings at Karnak, who backpedals, telling him to scream louder and to make sure he is heard. A follow attack comes up and Karnak blocks it with a shield and gets sent flying across the arena anyways as he rolls into a wall, and Barros tells him not to even dream about taking a hit as he will just be killed and he must always roll on the ground. Karnak's gassed out, saying that he is going to look stupid. The next day Barros swings at him and Karnak does exactly that by rolling around on the ground. Same thing on the third day as we see him rolling, but even faster. Now with 2 days left until the fight, we see him roll away from the attack but manage to get his stance back. Karnak says he might end up dying before he even fights Randolph. Barros says with this he thinks he is just about ready and it's time to move on to the final part, as he now has a sword, as he is going to teach him the 4 martial king's sword techniques. Karnak is surprised that he even knows such a thing, and Barros sighs, saying he knows most techniques and the 4 martial kings were all his underlings after all. And he has learned every one of their techniques except for the martial king Rapizzle. Karnak asks why he didn't learn hers, and Barros says that he never turned her into a death knight. She resisted till the end, so he cut her in 2/3 and made her a palace gatekeeper. Karnak thinks about it, wondering if he did, saying that sounds very cruel. Barros says what he will learn today is the martial king Levon Delphiad sword technique. Karnak asks if it is possible to do that with the last 2 remaining days. And Barros says they only need 1 to begin with. D-Day has now rolled around as we see the arena on the border of the territories, and some of the citizens from Deventer are talking about how one-sided this is going to be, while the citizens from Karnak's side are all rooting for him since he's been training a lot. On cue, Karnak appears, saying it's time to get started. As the crowd starts to get louder, somebody slams a pole into the ground. Gandalf pulls up and slams a pole into the ground. Both houses have claimed ownership of the copper mines, and thus requested a trial, and this will decide who takes it. He calls forward Karnak of House Gestured to come and face the goddess, as well as Sir Randolph of Deventer to come forward. Before the fight, according to the rules, a handicap in equipment has been applied based on the fighter's abilities. The priest asks that they both plan to fight honorably, and they both swear upon it. The priest says now with the warrior's pledge, may the scales of justice seek out the truth, and it's time for the trial to begin, as we see them staring each other down. They finally take some space from each other, and Randolph says this isn't going to change anything as he charges directly in, attacking Karnak, who manages to block the attack, saying they'll only know once they see things through. He swings at Randolph, causing him to backpedal, saying he's glad he's not all talk. Randolph charges forward instantly, coming in with another attack that Karnak blocks with his shield, and the citizens are surprised that he's putting up a decent fight, saying that they knew something was different about him. Barros says it's going as expected. He starts off not so threatening, and he can easily tell that Randolph is still scouting his opponent out. Karnak says this is good, and he should stick to what he's trained for. Given that, now he will show his will to Randolph, as he lets out a war cry, telling him to come at him. Randolph smiles, saying his eyes are full of determination, and even though his skills are lacking, he has spirit. He decides to take it up a notch, as he begins to use some sword energy, which is separate from aura. Karnak realizes this, and says he can't block this with his shield anymore. Randolph's attack comes in, but Karnak manages to roll away using his maximum speed roll while screaming. He catches himself getting back into stance, still letting out his war cry, and Randolph wonders what the hell that was. The crowd starts to laugh, saying he rolled out of the way, calling him dexterous. Some of the priests watching say that's one way to do it, but that's not what they expected. Karnak then throws his shield away, saying that he doesn't even need this anymore, and says Randolph is as slow as a turtle, and a muscular pig like himself dared call himself a knight. Randolph starts to get angry, calling him cheeky, asking if he is mocking him, saying that he'll make sure he can't open his mouth ever again. Karnak smirks, telling him to try his worst, and takes a stance. Randolph is surprised as he recognizes it as the Delphiad sword technique, and so do some of the others, as it is the martial king Levon's sword technique. Some of the citizens say it seems like their lord has been using the martial king's techniques, and he might actually win. Randolph laughs, saying that he almost fell for the taunt, and he just needs to stay calm and focused, as the sword techniques of the martial kings can only be used by geniuses with real battle experience, and he's far from capable of using it. He doesn't know how he managed to learn it, but if he thought it would guarantee his victory, he is mistaken. He commends the effort, at least, and he points his blade at Karnak, saying he will enact justice in the name of Allium. Karnak realizes that his bluff isn't working, and that there won't be enough to take him down. Back to when he was learning, he asks Barros if one day is really enough, and Barros says he just needs to copy it. Saying he won't have to pick up a sword ever again once this is over, and he just need to show his skill enough so people think he's been training a lot, as the real plan lies elsewhere. Karnak begins to block some of the attacks, but each and every one is very heavy, and he says that Barros never warned him about this. Karnak manages to trade blow for blow with Randolph, saying that he still has to do what needs to be done. We see him crying manly tears, saying this is nothing, asking Randolph if he really thought this would defeat the bloodline of House Jestard. Randolph wonders what this idiot is saying he's getting completely bodied right now. Karnak continues saying that the sword of Jestard will never fall, and the citizens start to see him in a whole new light. They ask why they ever thought about him negatively in the first place, and Karnak asks Randolph if he is scared while the citizens sit there and start crying tears of respect. Barros smiles, saying he's not taking any direct hits, and all the time spent beating him up is paying off. He always did have a talent for shit talking, as that is all he's been doing to Randolph since the start of the fight. Randolph says he's way too irritated to keep this up. He tells Karnak it looks like he's on his last breath, asking why he's even yapping. He charges in much faster than he has before, saying that he's going to end it here. Barros says it's finally come, and tells Karnak to brace himself. Karnak realizes it must be the chance. Back to the training, he explains that even if he can mimic the moves without a proper strike, everybody will see through his attacks, and he'll show him exactly what to do. He explains that Randolph is going to go for his legs to end the fight, and he's going to do that to limit his movements. At the right moment, he needs to shift his stance towards a defensive one, and stab his sword into the ground. Randolph is caught off guard that he actually blocked it, and then Karnak immediately starts to swing his sword at a diagonal upwards, which actually collides with Randolph's blade. He then quickly changes his grip, striking yet again, actually hitting Randolph directly on the chest. As Barros explains, it's called the double uppercut overkill. Bro is banned from naming ever again. As Randolph's blood flies across the arena, we see Karnak extremely gassed out, and Randolph laughs, asking if that's all he has, as it was just a minor cut, saying that a kitten could scratch him better than that. Karnak wonders if this is the end, and everybody else starts to think that the match is already over and that miracles don't exist. Randolph says that he let his guard down, and he's sure he'll be made fun of by his fellow peers. Karnak says that he's risking his life right now, and yet he's still concerned about him. He begins to smile, saying this isn't so bad, and he won't have to feel sorry for him afterwards. Randolph wonders what that strange expression is, and then we see his cut beginning to have a purple flame appear out of it as it grows straight out of his chest towards the sky. The priest instantly recognizes the aura, and Randolph begins to cut it away. Karnak charges in, saying no matter what kind of dirty tricks he's using, he won't lose. Before Randolph can even react, his leg is kicking towards Karnak as the necromancer aura is wrapped around his leg. He kicks Karnak, destroying the terrain as he gets sent flying through the crowd. They start to wonder how a human can possess such strength, and ask if the black aura is being controlled by him. Barros pulls out the Oscar performance, saying that it's necromancy, and this must be the power from the devil. The priest then tells the knights that they have to go and defeat Randolph, and they leap at him, telling him to stop this instant, as in the name of Allium, they will bring judgment and justice against unclean beings. He asks what they're talking about as he swings, knocking them all away. The priest manages to catch himself outside of the arena, saying this is definitely necromancy, and they need to stop him. Randolph wonders what the hell is going on and what Karnak did to him to cause this. He spots Karnak grinning, saying he must be confused, but he shouldn't be causing a scene like this. The aura begins to tighten up around him, trapping him. One of the knights tells the priest it looks like he's being controlled by it, but the priest says it's only because he's unskilled at controlling it, and they have to kill him when the chance arises. They start to scream while charging at him, thinking this is that chance, and Randolph cries, saying no, and gets impaled by all of their weapons, causing him to spit up blood, and at the same time, the aura dissipates around him as he falls to the floor dead in the arena. The knights tell the priest that he's no longer breathing, asking what they should do. The priest says they need to send officials to the estate of Deventer and have them investigated thoroughly, and a verdict has been reached. The fighter of Deventer has called upon a dark power yet has dueled in this holy trial. The other fighter, the Baron of Jestard, has claimed victory. Back at the estate, the knights are saying they have found items, as there are blankets and cloaks with necromancy symbols on them, and it's all throughout the estate. His sister pleads with them, saying that these were all bought recently from a peddler. One of them asks what this suspicious bottle of medicine in Randolph's room is, and she says that it's just a hair growth formula that they got from a merchant. As Randolph has always been worried about going bald, "Me too, brother, me too." One of the men tells her that she will soon have a hearing. A few days later it jumps back to the estate. As Karnak asks Barros how it is to eat a feast fit for champions. Barros says it's amazing compared to what they ate while training. Karnak tells him of course, it's a feast to celebrate their victory. Barros asks if it's okay to eat like this. Karnak says he's sure there's also a feast going on in the town square. Barros asks him how he came up with such a spell. Karnak says he didn't have to do anything. It only worked as well as it did due to Randolph's personality. A whole month ago, we see Barros asking him how he plans to use necromancy. And Karnak tells him to listen. It's the same whether he dies while getting caught using necromancy or during the trial. It would be better if one were to use it. And surely he won't be using it himself but rather Randolph will be using it. Barros asks what he has in mind. Karnak says he'll have to put up an act, and with how far the officials are, he should be able to fool them. In a situation where they're fighting, it'll be hard to tell who's using the spell. It is an incredibly strong and high-level necromancy spell, so even the Order won't suspect that he was behind it. There is just one issue. If he wants to do this, he needs his opponent to spill some blood. But with his current skills, he doesn't know if his blade will come close. Barros tells him to wait, saying that if all he has to do is make him bleed, that he can do it. Of course, that's not what happened, and Karnak says that he had such a horrible time. Barros asks if he isn't glad that he put so much effort into that. Barros says there's something weird. Randolph would have easily been able to win without necromancy, but they were somehow able to escape any suspicion, asking about the investigation against the Deventer family. Karnak says that they were convinced that he used it. Barros asks why. It jumps to the Grand Temple of Allium, specifically the Jessalyn branch. The High Priest is asking the guy from the fight to report everything that has been confirmed. He says from experience in their investigations, they are certain that it wasn't an ordinary necromancer, and using the fragment of the Transcendent, the goddess warned them that the attributes match perfectly, as this is the darkness of the apocalypse. Karnak smiles and laughs, saying it looks like luck is on his side in this life. He and Barros start jumping, saying the world is in their favor. Barros then says with the Deventer family gone, there are plenty of powers that will try to take over the mine, and Karnak says that's why he needed to strengthen his necromancy in the first place. Barros asks what his plan is if the Order were to find out, and he says that's why he needed to find a way to use it without getting caught. We get a whole 3-month time skip as Karnak is training inside of a magic circle, saying that he has to focus as an aura is going into his hand. He starts to talk about how he's absorbing the negative energy from the moonlight and the darkness as well. He has to call upon the corrupt energy and filter it, collecting only the pure energy that is left behind. Finally, after he reprocesses it to create magic, we see the black aura turn into a reddish flame, and he says this is perfect, as it actually worked, and that this is called chaos magic. It jumps to the training area as Barros is fighting somebody, saying it has been 3 months since he started training as a soldier. In order to become an official knight, there is no helping it. But the problem is that the abilities of the soldiers are pathetic, as we see him fighting a senior soldier named Guillemot, who is extremely gassed out while Barros is not. He tells Barros to stop, saying that they should end things here for today. Barros says sure, then thanks him for giving him his time. Guillemot laughs, saying that makes him embarrassed, and he is the one who needs to be learning from him, and that he has grown at an incredible rate, and he will soon be the strongest knight of Jestard. Barros says that he still has a long way to go. Guillemot calls him modest, saying he will definitely be a good knight, and the soldiers are getting a drink together, asking if he would like to join. Barros says he has sadly been assigned to an important task. Guillemot says he should try to come tomorrow then. Barros agrees, telling him bye. We see him barging into the room, telling Karnak that it is snack time, only to narrowly avoid imminent death. Karnak tells him to knock first. Barros asks what that technique was, saying it didn't look like necromancy. Karnak says he is sharp, and it is difficult to consider it necromancy, and is more akin to mana, as he begins to show the red aura floating around. Barros says it is only possible to use mana if you switch your power. We finally get some lore and learn that there are 4 ways to transcend a human force in this world: a knight's battle aura, a mage's mana, a cleric's divinity, and necromancy, which deals with the force of darkness and death. The transcendent force accumulates only the energy that is suitable for the force in your body, and once enough has been accumulated, it will be transformed into power. Because a power is optimized to what suits the user's soul and body best, You cannot use another power once your soul has already been bestowed one. So Barros asks how he changed it. Karnak says that he didn't, and rather it is just the second stage. Karnak explains further how necromancy, which uses death energy and corrupt energy, is literally very dirty mana. That's why he works well with this, since he had a bad upbringing. But there are foods that are made using nasty methods, like cheese, that have also been processed, so they don't feel gross or dirty at all. In filtering away the original negative emotions, like hate and grudges, leaving only pure energy of darkness and death, he transformed it into mana, and that is how his chaos magic was completed. From its appearance, it looks very similar to normal mana. Karnak says at least that's the name he gave it. Barros says, don't care, didn't ask, but it does feel close to mana. And Karnak says it will be okay for him to pretend to be a mage from now on. Barros asks if he will be able to mimic the amount of strength he had back when he was the king of death with just this chaos mana. With a lot of power comes way too much responsibility, and he ain't for that Uncle Ben shit. All he needs now is enough power to protect his territory. It jumps to the western forest of his territory, as we see some wolves all dead as they have been brought out from the mines. And Guillemot is telling everybody to get ready to go back, and he'll make the report himself. A wolf surprise attacks him, and he's too slow to react. But luckily, Barros leaps forward, knocking the wolf away, saving Guillemot. Barros says he was a bit late, asking if he's okay. And Guillemot thanks him, saying he feels reassured having an official knight here. And Barros laughs, saying it hasn't been long since he became one, and it feels awkward and embarrassing, but recalls Guillemot mentioning how the monsters are strange. We learn that the wolves are called snarls, and they have gotten at least twice as strong, and that there is a rumor going around. Barros asks about it, and Guillemot says it's called the Goddess Oracle. The Oracle of Destruction that the 7 goddesses who protect the world and humanity sent down to the Order. Emptiness will open its mouth and vomit a fate that is not allowed. This will be a darkness that erases light, a darkness that reaps life. In time, hardships will arise, and wrong beasts will obtain wrong power, and the dead will awaken and walk the wrong land. The King of Death will come down and paint the world with blood and tears. He will become the end that speaks of destruction. After the goddess's oracle, monsters from a close continent went rampant, and necromancers became uncontrollable, causing accidents to occur all around the world. The continent's religious orders announced the oracle in order to prevent chaos and began to fight them under the blessing of a goddess to protect the world. Barros is telling Karnak there was no such oracle before he regressed, and wonders why the past keeps changing. Karnak says he's annoyed, but they don't have enough information. Barros says the rumors are totally talking about them, asking if it's related. Karnak says the time period does not line up. The oracle was from way before they regressed. Barros says this is the reason the Randolph incident moved on easily, and that surely they have to be the causes of this. Karnak says he doesn't know who the King of Death is here, but he wonders if destroying the world is that easy, saying it wasn't for them. Barros says there are lots of heroes, and surely all of humanity will figure it out themselves. Karnak decides to trust in the heroes to deal with the King of Death, and they should just stay here and enjoy their life in this territory. A whole week later, a man appears, introducing himself as part of the Latil Order, who serves the sun. Karnak says they're screwed. He says they found out that a necromancer active in Deerarth City ran away here to Jestard, and they believe he is hiding in a nearby forest, so he'd like to ask for a guide who knows the way well. Barros looks over at Karnak, hoping to God he can read his thoughts, and Karnak sits down his cup, saying there's no way he could reject affairs concerning a goddess. Barros hates him, and Karnak says he'll send somebody to him quickly and then tells the guy bye. Barros barks at him, saying he thought they weren't going to intervene with worldly matters. Karnak says it's a good opportunity to get a grasp on the situation. Barros asks what he plans to do. Karnak says they'll catch the necromancer first and get rid of him, as he'll show him what true power is, straight villain. That night we see the necromancer running away, wondering if he lost all of his pursuers, and he says he thought he'd finally get to stop living like a beggar, but they immediately started chasing him, and he'll make sure to get revenge after surviving. That instantly gets cut off by a whole lot of little mini suns that are like spotlights. He says he was wondering why he was able to run so freely, realizing he fell into a trap, and they tell him they will not forgive any further commotion, and he should surrender. He begins to release his aura, asking if they really thought he'd just give up, and he screams while channeling out a wraith. The men go to pull out their protection charms, but they're too late as they immediately get bodied by the wraith. Karnak watches from a nearby tree, saying this shit is driving him insane, but it is indeed a sight to see. His words and spell techniques are all wrong, and it really makes him annoyed. Barros looks bored as hell, saying he thinks they should get started soon, then points over, saying look at that, he ran as soon as he started speaking, and that they should chase after. Karnak says they have to get ahead of him before they subdue him. The necromancer manages to escape into a cave, saying he spent more power than he expected, and he should hide nearby. He then decides to start a fire, but instead spots Karnak and Barros. Barros says they were so worried since he was late. Karnak says this is their usual hideout. Barros waves, asking if this is his first time as they both laugh. They then sit up as the man asks who they are. Karnak says they are people out to get him. The necromancer realizes this isn't good and calls out his wraiths, which surround Karnak. He decides to run, using them to buy time, saying they brought this upon themselves. Barros says there's quite a few, and he can't cut them with his sword, asking what they should do. Karnak tells him to stay put as he wants to test his chaos mana. Outside of the cave, the necromancer is running, saying they'll be caught up for at least a little bit. He hears a loud explosion, turning, only to see a reddish explosion from the chaos mana, and the wraiths being sent flying. Karnak asks him where he's running to, casting a spell called Concentrate and Explode. As we see him finishing the wraiths off with many little fireballs, one for each wraith. The necromancer is surprised, saying the mage is stronger than he thought, and that he's definitely going to get caught at this rate. He says he'll show them the true power of death while calling forth an evil spirit. Barros says that young ones sure do have a lot of energy, and Karnak wonders why he's calling it an evil spirit when it's just called a wraith, calling him useless. The necromancer laughs, saying he can see the fear in their faces, and Karnak asks if he is fucking blind. The necromancer says it's too late for them to beg for their lives, and launches his wraith towards them. Karnak doesn't even try to dodge, and calls out to the wraith, opening his eyes, telling it to kneel as he releases his necromancer aura. The wraith immediately bows straight to the ground and shakes in fear. The necromancer is surprised that he too is a necromancer, pretty much the Spider-Man meme. Karnak asks if he's only figuring it out now, calling him clueless. He begins to release a green aura, saying he bets he doesn't recognize this either. Using a skill called misdirection, a giant green hand appears behind the necromancer, and Karnak says this is his specialty as he clenches his fist. It wraps around the man as he screams in pain. We see him on the floor, glowing blue just like Jeppel did when Karnak asked him those questions in his sleep, and Karnak tells the man to get up, and asks him how he gained his powers. The man says it was just a stroke of luck. He was drowning his sorrows in the streets as usual, when suddenly a darkness from an alley engulfed him. An unknown power began to course through his body, and he realized it was the authority of the apocalypse, as foretold by the prophecy. With such power available for the taking, he didn't even hesitate, and using this power, he quickly grew stronger, killed everybody he disliked, and snuck into a mansion. Karnak tells him that's enough yapping, and says that he's just some random nobody. Barros asks if he plans to mind control him, saying he has his own dagger. Karnak says sure, as they need to clean things up, so he gets the man to unalive himself. Karnak stares at his corpse, saying now it's time, and he begins to take his power. Barros says he thought he was supposed to avoid dirty energy like this, and Karnak says he needs to look into it further. A search party will soon arrive, so he should just take a little to avoid suspicion. As he starts to absorb it, he realizes something is strange. Barros asks him if he's okay. Karnak shakes his head, saying that something feels really off about this. A few days later, there is a barrier. Barros asks if it's so serious that he needs to put up a soundproof barrier, and Karnak says it's not ordinary. He took a closer look at the power he collected that day. Barros asks what he found, and Karnak says that he is the cause. Barros asks how that makes sense with the timeline. Karnak says he has no idea, but its power is definitely his. Barros asks how that could be, and Karnak reminds him to think about why they picked regression over possession, as the bodies they possessed couldn't handle the spiritual power they had, and they could not find bodies that could handle it, so they abandoned their powers, separating their souls to regress back into their original bodies for a higher success rate. But he guesses his power wasn't left in the future, and he left his living body and used energy to create the form Astra Shaf, like we talked about earlier. But he made something that wasn't quite a body, nor a spirit, and he thinks his necromancy powers were bound to his spirit instead of his body. His powers crossed into the past along with his soul, but his body, unable to handle it, released all of that power. Barros is surprised that his powers also came to the past, and Karnak says that it must make sense and that all of that expelled energy became the darkness of the end. Barros sighs, saying that if the power is brought back, it's enough to end the world, and that everything is hopeless now, and maybe he should try calling it back. Karnak asks how the hell that is meant to make sense. Barrows starts to get really frustrated, saying that they're screwed because of him. Karnak sighs, saying the result is clear, and they won't be able to trust the world like they wanted to, as they have to step in. Barrows asks what the plan is now, while sighing. Karnak says they need to look into the darkness of the end, and Barrows says he guesses they're back to living out of sacks. Karnak says he'll make sure he's well fed. It jumps to them riding horseback, and Barrows is super happy, saying getting out here doesn't feel so bad, and maybe it's because they're not being chased, as he's enjoying the horse ride. He says there's also no signs of bandits, which is good, and Karnak says they clearly look like they have some backing, so they won't be touched, and Barrows says they did leave under the pretense of going to train, but they're only heading to Deerarth City. Karnak says yes, as that's where the last necromancer they caught got his powers, so there must be clues, and Barrows says it still feels a bit unplanned, as the darkness of the end won't just walk itself to them, asking if he has some kind of ability to track it. Karnak says no, they have to do this the old-fashioned way, saying surely he remembers how they did it back in the day. Outside one of the adventurer guilds in Deerarth, Karnak says this is the best place to gather information. Barrows explains how, in the past, they were able to hide their identities as adventurers, and he didn't expect to be doing it again. Karnak says it will be no different this time, as there is no need for them to become real adventurers. As they head inside to the desk, they hand the man some money, and we learn that they are asking about information related to the darkness of the end. Barrows also asks why the Lord does not care when there are monsters in his territory, and Karnak says he wants to learn every detail. The man says there have been quite a few requests related to the darkness of the end, and thanks to that, they have a lot of information. He puts down a whole stack of pages, saying they can look through these first. We see the two smooth brains starting to read through it, but Barrows is defeated as there is way too much information, and he is low-key illiterate. And people are just blaming it on everything. The receptionist says it looks like there is not any useful information, suggesting that they filter them out. Karnak says no, he will take all of them. Barrows goes to ask if there is really a need, and then they actually start communicating using magic. Betty wished this happened when the priest came over, and Karnak says he will use this since there are a lot of people, but sometimes important information is hidden among these useless-looking documents. Barrows sighs, saying this is going to take way longer than he expected. A man starts to shout, asking why they don't believe him. As they both turn, we see a man saying there is an evil necromancer in town, and he quickly runs to the desk, saying he needs to file a report. The receptionist asks him if he has already talked to the temple, and the man says they won't believe him, and then they ask him to please explain the situation first. He says a while ago, a foreigner named Cleo appeared in town. As soon as he arrived, he took residence in an abandoned mansion, and he would flirt around with everybody he could. He doesn't know where he got all of his money at such a young age from, but he would hold town festivals all the time to make the people like him. He seduced all of the young women of the town with some strange skills of his. He points to a picture, saying even my fiancée Emily fell for him. Karnak and Barrows look bored. Some of the men they talked to earlier ask how the fact that he is young, handsome, and rich means he is using dark powers, saying that he just sounds like a playboy. They say the dude is just overthinking all of this, and that makes him embarrassed. The receptionist then apologizes, saying he can't accept this report, and suggests that maybe he pays the fees to personally hire an adventurer. The guy is surprised by how much it is, and then runs away, saying they are going to regret not listening to him. After he leaves, some of the dudes start talking, saying that dude should have kept his jealousy in check, and there are way too many people like him today, blaming everything on the darkness of the end. Karnak also says they got nothing good out of this. Barrows mentions there is a good restaurant nearby, so they should head there. That's what they do. The receptionist tells them as they are leaving that he will contact them if anything changes. As soon as they leave the guild, Barrows tells Karnak that Cleo does sound suspicious, wondering why he would be doing that in some hillbilly town inside of the city, and there is only one reason why he would pick innocent country girls. He is after the souls of virgins, and it must be some kind of dark magic, so they should hurry. They finally get to the town on the outskirts of the city. Karnak says that he will show him, as he uses his mana to start checking it out. He finds a barrier, saying that it is very precisely made. Even a high-ranked priest would have a hard time detecting this, and the guy must be very skilled, and that he should check if it is part of the darkness of the end. He could also be a normal necromancer as well. A man starts to call out to them as we see him run over, and he is wearing priest clothes. They are both surprised, wondering what the hell he is doing out here. He introduces himself as Alias. He is the rank 1 Inquisitor of the Earth Order that serves Hatoba. Barrows formally introduces Karnak as the Baron and himself as the Knight. Alias is surprised they are not adventurers, asking why they are here, and Karnak says he heard some strange rumors while passing by, so he just wanted to take a look. Alias laughs, then asks if they could do some favors for him, saying it is all for the goddess and he won't make them do anything weird. Karnak is blinded by how bright this golden retriever energy is, though he is still not on Baros's level. Alias says he is not certain yet, but there is a possibility that a necromancer is hiding in this town. Karnak and Baros are both surprised that the Order knows, asking why he came alone then. Alias sighs, saying that the Order won't do anything unless there is concrete evidence, and they don't believe there is a necromancer here since there is so much false information. Karnak says this is a suspicious situation though. Alias says it is a relative issue after all, as it is not hard to be considered rich and handsome in a countryside town like this compared to the city. That's why he was trying to take care of it on his own. Alias starts to look at Baros, saying that his sword and armor look well used, and his body is well trained as well, so someone like him cannot be weak, and he starts to tell them that they both look very skilled, so he is sure they will be of great help. Even though Alias is really bright, they want nothing to do with him. Karnak says it is annoying, but he guesses they can accompany him for a while since they need to check some things out. Baros asks what he will do if he figures out that Karnak is a necromancer. Karnak says they will just Men in Black him by getting rid of his memories. Baros calls him evil, saying they should avoid that as he is yet to see someone stay sane after going through that. Karnak then tells Alias that they will help him, and Alias gets super excited, saying he will take them to the church first as we see them heading through the town. They finally make their way to the church, and the town church head named Gratz and the nun Julia greet him. Gratz says that Mr. Cleo is of great help to the town, and he is definitely not related to necromancy, and that a priest stopped by before but left after just a few minutes, so they came for nothing. Alias says it is okay, as it is a good thing that there is nothing here because that means that nobody is in danger, and that would be a big relief. Gratz says that that is true, and they cannot offer him much, but they should make themselves comfortable, and he will guide them to their rooms. At Cleo's estate, we see a barrier, and his butler is saying that another person from the Order has come to investigate, and Cleo says to report it to him as soon as he notices something. After the boys get into the room, Karnak says that even they have very positive opinions of Cleo, and perhaps the entire town has been deceived. Alias says yes, and it will be pointless to interrogate people about him. Karnak is surprised that he wants to go to his mansion, asking if he is going to interrogate him. Alias laughs, saying that there is a more effective method than that, and that both he and Baros just need to go along with his plan. Back at Cleo's mansion, we see him walking down the hallway when one of his servants notices him, and she asks him what he's doing so late at night. He says he's on his way to greet an unwanted guest, and that she should go and rest. She says okay, and she'll see him tomorrow, and Cleo says that he didn't think charms would work this well, and he can't believe how weak the human mind is, as we see he is actually way older than he looks on the outside. As we see, he is faking his face. He says it took almost half a year to prepare everything to summon the demon, and it's about time for his efforts to bear fruit. Yet another hindrance appears. He says he's glad he placed the detection barrier, and he'll just talk to them for a bit and send them back. He opens the door, saying he found them, asking what they are doing here. As we see them straight robbing him, Baros says they didn't expect to get caught, asking if he's the rumored young master from this estate, and they heard that he's been giving out money to townspeople, asking maybe they could get some as well. Cleo sighs, saying he can't believe there are thieves here, and he was worried for no reason. Baros and Karnak ask why he's laughing, saying it looks like he needs to be taught a lesson. Cleo begins to use a green magic, saying that they are unworthy of becoming sacrifices. Alias comes in clutch, using a spell from Hatoba to block the attack. Baros says it's just as Karnak said, and he didn't think he would be revealed this easily. Alias says this is a method that has already been proven. Cleo realizes he was too complacent, and he has no choice but to get rid of them all here. He begins to summon the undead, telling them to take care of the intruders as we see a group running towards the boys. Alias says he'll buy the two of them time with his authority, and they say alright, though I doubt they need it as Baros runs straight in, taking care of each and every one of the undead on his side. Karnak also starts to cast a bunch of magic arrows with his chaos mana as they fly in, killing the undead on his side. Cleo says it's a little too early, but he has no choice, calling forth a beast from the underworld. From his green portal, we see a red aura instantly fly out, crashing into the ground as he summoned a demon knight. Cleo laughs, asking them if they think they can handle this, and on cue, Alias stabs his staff into the ground, calling forth the light of Hatoba to cleanse the evil, using a spell called Holy Dispel. A bright yellow light passes through them all, and Cleo asks if this is meant to be a countersummon. The demon knight starts to scream, saying he can't disappear like this as he gets sucked into the bright abyss, disappearing from the spot, and Alias says he already knew what spell he would try to use. Cleo says he acknowledges the three of them, and they aren't just some ragtag group, and it seems like he no longer needs to hide his true form. He begins to hulk out, growing tremendously as his clothes begin to rip, and he lets out a scream as his aura pushes throughout the room. We see that he has grown almost triple the size, and he lets out a scream. Alias says he didn't think this would happen, and he doesn't have time to cast another countersummon. He goes to tell Karnak and Barros to be careful, but they are already leaping past him as Barros comes in from the top rope with multiple slashes all over Cleo. Karnak follows up with magic arrows that pierce him straight in the chest, and he is instantly defeated within the span of a few seconds. Alias says that their strength is ordinary, but their teamwork and skills are incredible. Barros asks Alias if they should kill him or let him be, and Alias says he'll take care of him as he begins to cast some kind of spell on Cleo's cuts with his staff. As Karnak's original mana, the darkness of the end, begins to flow out of Cleo's wounds, Alias says that it's just as expected, and he wonders if he has to clean up this hallway as well. But Alias catches a "does this rag smell funny" no jutsu, and Karnak says it's time for them to get started as well, as we see him absorbing the energy from the end. Barros asks if there's anything interesting. Karnak says it looks like Cleo has always been a necromancer, and he just happened to take the chance to absorb some of the darkness of the end. Barros says it's tempting since it's great power, asking if there's anything else. Karnak says it seems like Cleo was also a cult member that reveres Tesrainik. Barros asks who Tesrainik is, and Karnak says he seems to be considered the god of death. Barros finds that surprising, saying that he thought Karnak was the god of death. Not anybody can claim a title like that. Karnak says he's actually not too sure either. According to the gospel of the cult, Tesrainik is the god of death and rebirth. He's considered to be an entity that will purify the world through death and create a new paradise. Barros says that with the cultists and with that god, there must be a reason for all of this, especially for them believing in a god that does not exist. And Karnak says he's probably right as that's all the useful information there is. Karnak says he also gained one more thing as well. With the power of a priest, he can easily refine chaos mana. Barros asks if this is the reason why he wanted to come with the priest to test this out. Karnak says yes, since chaos mana is purified necromancer energy, if he can use divinity, he thought he could easily purify more chaos mana. Barros says that's the reason he wanted help experimenting with divinity, and it was interesting to watch. Karnak gives the vial to Alias, saying with this his mana should have doubled, and he should be around a fourth circle magician. Barros says it looks like they'll need to be on the lookout for holy artifacts. Karnak says they could also just steal some from the church, and they should wake up Alias now. They do that, asking Alias if he's okay. It umps to later as Alias is surprised he didn't expect to fall for a trap like that. He can't believe he let his guard down. He was completely convinced by their acting. Karnak says it looks like everything ended well, and the townspeople seem confused. Alias says with the help of the church, he's sure they'll calm down, asking where they plan to go now. Karnak says he plans to rest in Dirarth City. Alias says this is goodbye then and gives them a blessing as they leave, and Barros tells him to be careful on his way back as well. Alias thinks about it, saying there's something suspicious about them, and he'll need to return and learn more about them in the future. On the outskirts of Dirarth City, we hear a man with a muffled voice as Karnak says to raise him. A man gets pulled out of some water, saying that he is a necromancer, and he'll tell them everything about the power of darkness, asking them what they want to know. Karnak tells Barros to dunk him once more. Karnak laughs, saying all the bad energy is flowing out, and nothing extracts it better than holy water. Barros asks if they should pour more, and Karnak says yes. We see him stretching on his way back to their inn, and he says they got a lot today, and Hatoba is getting them the good stuff, and things are working out really well. Barros says he'll contact the order to clean the mess up, and they caught quite a few necromancers, and he was surprised when Alias asked for their assistance. Karnak says that's just how much they needed help, and they probably investigated them after the Cleo incident. The only thing they'll find is that he lost his family to necromancers, and naturally, they'll think of him as the most likely person to be hunting necromancers. They can bring them important cases for free and give tons of holy relics, so he can't complain. Barros says it's about time they head back though, but Karnak says not yet. Barros sighs, asking if he's planning to collect every single scattered piece. Karnak says of course not, he's just blocking the pathways through which it spreads. Looking into it, the power is spread through gates in time, and he's investigating the conditions for those gates to appear. Barros says that'll take at least 3 more months, and maybe some massive event will happen. As soon as he says that, a letter falls out from the door, and they pick it up, wondering what it is. Karnak reads it out, saying that Alias wants to see them, and he'll explain it in person. Barros says he can smell something cooking up. They jump to the Hatoba temple as Alias is welcoming them in. Alias introduces his 2 companions to Karnak and Barros, calling Karnak a baron and Barros' knight. One of them, a 6th circle mage named Real Thine, introduces himself, and another one named Sarati Allen, a swordsman from the Adventurers Guild. Karnak says this must be Sarati, the Ori user who awakened her material energy at the age of 20, and she's quite famous these days. Barros says yes, and even the man called Real Thine is an advanced mage too. Mages and martial energy users are sorted into levels depending on their power. The more circles a mage has, the more advanced spells they can use. A grand mage of the 10th circle becomes a being that transcends the limits of humanity. Karnak says he's actually reached the stage of grand mage, he just lacks mana. An aura user awakened to martial energy is, in essence, the same: red, blue, purple, silver, and then gold knights. The higher you go, the purer and stronger your aura gets, and among them, becoming a gold knight is a stage only obtained by the 4th martial king. Real Thine is a 6th circle mage, and Sarati is a red knight, so they will be good as backup. Karnak asks Barros if he ever learned martial energy, and Barros says no, but he fought the 4th martial king evenly, asking why he's bringing up old wounds. Karnak stretches his hand out, saying he's heard much about them, and it's an honor to meet them. They say there's no need to be honored, asking how they caught so many necromancers in such a short time. Karnak is clueless. Alias laughs, saying now that they've greeted each other, he would like to begin the explanation. They sit down at a table, and Alias says, as they can tell by the people that have gathered, there is something coming. Recently, their order was involved in a problem in Trist City, and it has been causing trouble ever since. Trist City is located between the Kingdom of Ustil and the Kingdom of Tarlem. It is a city that has long had quarrels over its land. The kingdoms grew tired of quarreling and sent one of each's nobility to be married and created the Count family of Trist to rule over the neutral land. However, the problem is that this city is located in a place that is suitable for trade, and they lack the authority to properly rule over the growing wealth and number of people, which leads to crime syndicates trying to take control of it. Thus, Trist was turned into ruins by continued crime, and the largest crime syndicates, the Renfels and the Pulfs, expanded their power. The 2 clans claimed the heritage of Trist's bloodline and split the city but have still been fighting to figure out the true successor. The kingdom, which had been troubled by the management of the city, agreed to give the city a new count. The Renfels and Pulfs continued to fight for decades, but the Pulfs gained the upper hand ever since the darkness of the end took hold. The Pulfs, who were involved in the slave trade business, worked with necromancers who had similar goals, and they quickly began to attack the Renfels, but they bit off more than they could chew, as the Renfels reported their crimes to the Order, and the Order made a move as soon as they confirmed the use of necromancy. The fight ended in the victory of the Renfels, and the Pulfs were barely able to maintain their name. Karnak says it seems like it was all resolved, and Alias says that the problem is the Renfels are also being accused of using necromancers, just that unlike the Pulfs, they hide it very well. Sarati says that means both of them are the same, asking how the Order was not aware of this. It's hard to tell due to the tracks that the darkness of the end has left. Sarati starts to get angry, saying that just means they can claim it wasn't them, and these people are unforgivable. Barros says this sounds really familiar, and Karnak starts barking too, saying that those people are creatures who have given up on being human, calling them unforgivable. Barros says he has no shame and then says that the Hatoba Order's reputation is at stake, so it must be done discreetly. Alias says that's right, and they need to be careful. If they mess it up or get into trouble, it'll be bad. They should disguise themselves and infiltrate the city. They then ask Alias why he has no other Order members to do this. He says he is ashamed to admit it, but they are leaking information from within the Order. The previous group they sent to the Renfels disappeared without a trace, and they were all skilled adventurers. They suspect it was the doing of Bishop Strath. He is a high-ranking priest who assisted the Renfels in driving out the Pulfs. Karnak asks if that means he hasn't informed the rest of the Order about this plan. He says yes, as he's doing this on his own accord, and he has enough authority to do it. So he intends to report it once it's done. And they need definite proof of necromancy being used. Sarati says that could be dangerous, and the whole city could turn against him. He says that's why he's called them here today, and he believes in each and every one of them, as they will be able to fend for themselves in even the worst case scenario. It jumps to the Renfell Manor in an underground chamber as we hear some people being tortured, and we see some even being tied up. A man says it's been a while since the order sent them. They think it's time for them to make a move again. And we hear a man say if that's the case, he'll welcome them, as they're all sending more sacrifices his way, and it is none other than Bishop Strath. He snaps his fingers as the green necromancer magic begins to kill all of the prisoners, and he begins to collect their essence. The man says that's quite a lot, asking if his body can handle it. Strath says of course not. And that is why he must do this. As we see him using Hatoba's energy to keep it at bay, he says that he protects his body with the grace of the great goddess, and he hopes they will send some formidable adventurers this time. That way, he can benefit even more. As we see, Alias and the group have now arrived at Trist City, and this place is run down. They all look around, saying this place looks horrible, but we learn that it's due to the super high crime rate that it looks like this. Alias tells them to hold on to their belongings, and as soon as he says that, a knife comes flying past them, hitting Realthine's bag. As his gold begins to fall out, we see a bunch of children run by, stealing it all, and they start to get away with it. Realthine starts to cast magic while yelling at them, and Alias says this place is every man for themselves, and it's called the City of Sin for a reason. Realthine sighs, putting away his magic, asking how they can trust staying the night in a place like this. And Alias says he knows of a place. We see Sarati and the rest are all asking if he really wants them to stay here as he is getting them to lodge at the Ploff's Manor, and Alias says exactly. They wonder if he's gone crazy. Inside, we hear a woman saying that she has no intention to make excuses. All those who have dipped their hands in banned magic should have been punished, and that includes her father. But that the Renfells have also broken the law, and they can't let them get away with it. She is the head of the Ploff household, called Sildura. Alias says he agrees, and they cannot just watch the Trist parish commit all these acts of violence. Karnak and Barrows find him scary, saying that he's instantly redirected it towards Trist. Alias says since they agree on this matter, he would appreciate her help regarding the operation against Renfell. Sildura says she'll do her best, asking what his plan is, since they have reinforced the security recently, and it's impossible to approach the mansion unless you're someone who is highly ranked. Alias says that's exactly why he plans to just ambush the Renfell residents instead. Everybody is completely confused. Realthine says that's a bit too simple of a plan, but Alias says it's bound to work. Sildura tells him they don't have much of a military force, so it is doable. But they also don't have any information on the necromancers, asking if it'll be okay. Alias says that's fine, as these people are veterans when it comes to fighting necromancers. That is why he has the 4 of them, after all. That night at the Renfell estate, we see everybody on guard duty as the group all got their shistis on. We hear someone, who is actually not one of the boys, as they throw some Molotovs over the walls, saying this is all for the sake of revenge. The Molotovs explode, trapping the guards, and they wonder what's going on, but they understand that it's an ambush. We see the actual group using this distraction as a chance to sneak past the guards. Karnak says that was actually pretty useful, and Alias says they should make the best of this opportunity, as he can smell the stink of a necromancer. As soon as they get inside, we see armored knights asking if the Ploff sent them. Realthine says he would like to greet these elite knights right off the bat, casting a fireball, causing them to disperse. He then follows it with chain lightning, which is actually chain lightning for the first time I think in any manhwa I have read. As we see it wrap around the knights, one of the men says not to panic as there are only 5 of them. From the top rope comes Sarati, as she's imbuing her sword with aura. She swings, shooting out an aura blade, and they wonder what the hell an aura user is doing here. While they're distracted, she lands on her feet and starts making easy work of the crowd by charging forward, slicing quite a few of their throats. Barrows watches this, saying that's not how she's meant to do it, and that her movements are actually disappointing him. Karnak says that's rich, coming from somebody who doesn't have battle aura. A knight then tells them to die as he starts to attack them, but Barrows says he'll handle this and calls them light work as he easily swings his blade, dispatching 2 of them. Karnak shoots more magic arrows, saying they should continue further as he takes out 2 more in an instant. Another knight falls beside them as Alias is beating them with pure brute force, swinging his sword around wildly. I take back what I said about golden retriever energy, this dude is a straight chihuahua. The knights begin to run away, and Alias says it looks like that's all there was. Sarati asks why the necromancers haven't come out yet. Alias assumes they are waiting inside the building, as it would be more advantageous for them to fight in there, after all. They head deeper inside to the foyer, saying that it's really quiet, and we hear a voice greeting them, saying that they've made it all the way in here, and that the aura user and high-rank mage must be pretty famous, but it is all pointless in the face of the darkness of the end, and they begin to laugh. Everybody's immediately happy, as they finally found the evidence they were looking for. Sarati says they just need to capture them and go back, and Alias says yes, there should be more than enough evidence. Whereas Karnak and Barros have more sinister plots, and they say that these three are going to be some good money. The necromancer asks how dare they laugh, sending out a specter, saying he would like to see them laugh at this, telling it to absorb their life essence. As it gets close, Alias stretches his hand out, saying that the light of the goddess shall punish all that is impure. The specter freezes up, and the necromancers are caught off guard that there is a priest. Sarati takes this chance to dash in, cutting the specter's head off while screaming. She doesn't stop there, she instantly runs to the necromancers. She rears her blade back and goes to attack, but it's too late as their heads explode. Alias says he told her they had to capture them, and she quickly says that was not her. As the mansion slowly begins to warp into a hellish nightmare-scape, we hear a familiar voice laughing, saying this is a nice harvest. He didn't expect all of these high-grade materials to come here, and even Inquisitor Alias. Alias recognizes him, saying that he is certain that that is none other than Strath, and Strath says indeed, and that surely he came here because he suspected him in the first place. Alias says that he didn't want to believe that a servant of the goddess would be tempted by the power of the dark. We see Realthine and Sarati trying to attack the walls, but the attacks don't do anything. Alias says it must be because their powers are weakened by the darkness, and he will try to eliminate the energy. As he begins to release his magic, he quickly realizes it's futile as his divinity is not working here. Karnak is surprised, saying that the divine power is actually fueling the necromancer. Strath starts to laugh, asking if he thinks that the people he came across until now were the real necromancers, and says that's not the case at all. If that was all there was to necromancy, why would the Seven Orders be so wary of the power in the first place? He asks Alias how it feels to have met a real necromancer. Karnak tells Barros to get ready, saying that if they are unlucky, they might actually die here. Karnak explains that the barrier is mixed with divine power and necromancy as well, and he's never seen a barrier like this. There isn't anything they can do, and he has to actually use his necromancy power. Barros finds it surprising that Karnak doesn't know the spell, asking how some hillbilly town priest can pull it off while even the god of death can't. Strath says there is nowhere to run. As we see things being formed out of the walls, Alias recognizes it, saying that it's a necromancy puppet called the Chaotic Golem, as they are surrounded. As the golems start to charge in, Alias puts up a barrier using his divinity. The barrier immediately begins to crack, and he says that he can't hold it much longer. Realthine tells him to do so as long as he can, because he's planning something. As Realthine starts channeling a fireball on his staff, he shoots it out, but it doesn't matter as he and Alias both instantly get sent flying backward and lay unconscious underneath two golems. The golems pick them up, and Strath tells them to take them to the basement with the other offerings. Sarati starts fighting back, and she attacks one of the golems but instantly realizes her attack did not do anything. Then it grabs a hold of her. Strath tells the golem to take her to the basement, as the other two are useless. Both Karnak and Barros stare at each other, wondering if he means them. Strath says that she has such a desirable soul, and begins to squeeze her. But Barros comes in, cutting the golem's arm off, saying he told her to be careful. He raises his blade, piercing the golem directly in the chest, breaking it into two pieces. Sarati did not expect this at all, and asks how he's doing that without using aura. Barros tries to think about how to explain it and says that the weak points of these golems are the spots where mana does not flow. The issue is that the flow keeps shifting, making it tough to pinpoint each one. He says that she's on her own for now, and if he runs out of stamina, he'll be finished, and that surely Karnak should be stepping in by now. Karnak realizes that this is bad, as his necromancy is not working on it either. Even if he tries to imbue the fog with his own power, he still can't control it, and at this rate, they are going to lose, so he needs another solution. He holds back the golems with his necromancy powers, saying that he can't believe there are spells he didn't know about, and there has to be something else involved in this. He only has one idea as to what that could be, and decides that it's time to test his theory. A little Mythbuster action. While Barros is fighting, saying that these golems are hella annoying, Karnak is doing his part as well, keeping them at bay. Strath gets annoyed, asking how his golems are being destroyed so easily, and he should not have underestimated them. He should have absorbed the scroll sealed in the Hatoba order as well. As the golems aren't enough, Strath realizes he'll definitely need to step it up here. As something flies by Karnak and Barros, we see a ghostly appearance, and they yell to Sarati to get over here. She realizes how far she is, and begins to run away from the spirit. Karnak says that she's slower than he expected. She manages to block it with her blade, and tries swinging at it, but it only goes through it. The spirit's attack pierces through her arms, instantly disabling them, causing her to scream in pain. It grabs onto her, and Karnak says that's enough, calling Strath an amateur necromancer. Karnak says that he guesses he was right. Strath starts to panic, wondering what's going on, as his barrier is collapsing, and he asks Karnak what he did. Karnak says nothing much, he just placed his own barrier on top of his, and Strath should stop acting so high and mighty when he's just an amateur. Strath says that he hates being looked down on, and begins to summon undead. As they get close to Karnak, Barros asks how Strath can summon them when the barrier is gone, and Karnak says Strath can't do much against this type of basic necromancy, and they'll need to handle it themselves. But Barros says that they all look like high-ranked undead, asking why Karnak called it basic. It seems like Strath has more necromancy power than they thought, and they'll be fighting forever at this rate. Karnak says the longer they fight, the worse it'll get for them, so they need to make a break for it when they get the chance. He casts out an ability called Dark Blade that pushes all of the undead back, giving them enough space to actually be able to work with it. Strath says this isn't bad, but it's useless against his overwhelming power, and calls forth the demon of Gehenna. It begins to appear from the ground out of a magic circle, and begins to laugh, telling the contractor to state his desires. Strath says he needs to kill those men and bring him the woman. The demon looks down, asking who exactly he's meant to kill, as we see Karnak and Barros both are translucent. Karnak says he's never seen a necromancer fall for an illusion so easily. Ever since Strath's barrier broke, it's only proven that this dude is an amateur, and then he leaves. Strath is confused, asking how this was all an illusion. He starts to get pissed, calling them bastards. On the outside, Karnak clicks his tongue, asking what kind of dude would fall for that, saying Strath focused on only one thing, and he tunneled really bad. Barros says it gave them enough time to escape, and it'd be dangerous to go back to the Pulse right now. Karnak agrees, saying the Renfels will search there first. Sarati calls Karnak out on lying to them all, and they both wonder how they're going to spin this to her. They ask her how she's feeling, and she says not to pretend like they care, calling them filthy necromancers. Karnak says they're hiding on the outskirts of the city to avoid the barriers, as they needed time to heal her. She asks why they would heal her and not kill her. Karnak says they're trying to be good people, and they'll erase her memories. She says it's fine, she can't feel her hands anymore, so she won't be able to live like a swordsman, so she would rather he just kill her right here and right now. Barros's eyes actually show concern as he himself is a swordsman, and he asks Karnak why they don't try using a healing spell from a skilled priest. Karnak says they can't use holy magic as it would go against the natural order. Barros asks if that's really the case, and if there's nothing they can do with necromancy. Karnak tries to get him to stop speaking, but Sarati speaks up, asking if he can use necromancy to give her back her arms. He says that he might be able to, but he doesn't recommend it. In order to accept the necromancer's power, she would have to become his servant, asking her if she would really be able to be the servant of an evil necromancer. She seems really scared about it and explains that a necromancer can control the human soul to use them like slaves through a slave contract. There have been plenty of stories of captured adventurers going through cruel torture until they met their end. She says that it's too terrible, and she does not want to accept that, but she looks down at her hands and starts to really think about it. Karnak stares at her and tells Barros he did this on purpose. Barros laughs, asking if it was that obvious, saying he had no choice, and he knows what she's feeling right now. Karnak says that although he is trying to stay away from using necromancy, seeing her in her current state, he doesn't really have a suggestion as to what to do. If she becomes his servant, she will regain her arms, and she can decide, and he'll do whatever she wants. She asks what will happen if she does become his servant, and he says once the contract has been sealed, he'll see the structure of her soul, and with that information, he'll restore her body. After that, she will have free will, but a few restrictions will be placed. If she betrays him, she will be faced with death. She thinks about it, saying it sounds dangerous, but it's not too different from the vow of loyalty that knights undergo. He asks if she'd rather lose her freedom or her future as a swordsman. We see exactly what she's on, as she calls out to Karnak, telling him to please accept her as a servant. He double checks, asking her if she's really sure about this, and she says yes, it's better than never being able to pick the sword up again. He says okay, and he'll start. Karnak begins to cast the oath, asking her if she accepts, and she says she does. He tells her to open her mind and accept the contract of servitude, and if she does so, she will regain what she has lost. Some purple texts begin to appear on her body as they make their way to her hands, knocking away all the impurities and restoring the color to them. She looks down at her hands and can actually move them again. Karnak says with this, she is now his servant, and she's really excited, calling him master. Barros says that's good, and from now on, they need to figure out what they can do about Alias and Realthine. Karnak says that Strath's necromancy is stronger than he expected, so they had better use large-scale necromancy instead of chaos mana. Barros says that would be bad because it would destroy the city. Karnak says that's why they have two choices. First, they get ready, and then go save Alias and Realthine, or second, they give up and run away. Barros says, bro, both of these choices are straight ass, and it makes them seem like the bad guys. While they think about it more, Barros and Karnak both agree that being a good guy is hard. Sarati says that saving your friends is the obvious choice. Barros asks if she still agrees, even though they'd have to use violent methods. She says even if it's not the best choice, they can't give up on the rest, and saving your friends despite the potential danger is the right thing to do. Barros says he sees that if the investment is good, even evil methods are justified. They are taking notes for their good guy class. They both get really excited, and Karnak says he guesses he has no choice but to use necromancy then. Barros says exactly, Sarati said it would be justified. She tries to tell them that that's not what she said. In the town, we see a bunch of Strath's men banging on the doors, asking if they've seen outsiders, telling everybody to come out. Some of the citizens ask what they're doing, and the man tells them to shut up, they've just been given an order to catch outsiders. One of the men begins to drink, asking why they're doing this shit so late at night, and another one turns, asking what he thinks he's doing here. The drinking man clicks his tongue, saying he can't order him around. As they begin to argue, the man's sword begins to glow with a green aura, and he attacks the drinking man, who asks if he's trying to pick a fight. He tells him it's a misunderstanding as his sword moves on its own, but the drinking man retaliates, cutting the man across the chest. Some of his co-workers tell him to stop, and they should get back to work, but when the drinking man turns around, we see his eyes are red, and his teeth have gotten very sharp, and he says that he's the one who started it first. They all see him as a monster and charge in to kill him. He asks them to wait, wondering what they were talking about, and they do exactly that by gutting him. Karnak says this city is so corrupt, everybody falls into panic as soon as something happens. Sarati asks why he has to cause such a scene, and he says he's making an undead army. She asks if he's doing that right here, and he says it's the best choice to fight against Strath, and there's enough death energy here to do it. However, there weren't enough bodies to control, so he had no choice. If there aren't enough, he needs to make them. Barros starts to laugh, saying although it's evil, it's all to save their friends. Karnak begins to laugh as well. Sarati wonders if this is okay, saying if she hadn't said anything in the first place, they would have just left. She thinks Karnak doesn't seem nearly as evil as the rumors say, as he's only targeting members of Renfell, leaving the citizens out of it. As the Renfell members are attacking each other, we see one get his arm cut open, and he screams. But it's not just happening to them, as each and every one of these group members are slaughtering each other. Karnak says with this, there should be more than enough to make things even, and he stretches his hand out as a purple aura begins to release from it, and he says it's time to awaken his army. All of the corpses begin to have a purple aura around them as they soon rise. The undead begin to sit up and listen to Karnak's command as they walk forward. Sarati says never mind, he's just as cruel and evil as she expected, as he now has an entire army of undead under his grasp, and he tells them to march forward. She wonders if becoming his servant was actually the right call. As soon as they get into the mansion, we see some weird mud golem creatures jump down from the trees and ambush the army. Karnak says everything is going according to plan, and Strath's necromancy power is stronger than he thought, as he has managed to summon a death dragon and 7 trumpeteers. Karnak says he should be the only one capable of using that spell, and since the past changed, maybe other people have obtained some of his items. He decides to go, as they'll be found out like this. Sarati asks what will get found out. Karnak says the fact that the zombies are illusions. She's surprised, and he says most of them are, asking if she really thought he would be able to make all of them in that short period of time. It's not that he can't, though. She starts to immediately forget him being evil and says he's nice again, saying that they should hurry along. Back inside the manor, Strath is preparing to sacrifice Realthine and Alias. He says these mere zombies are nothing but pests, despite their numbers. He starts to look through all of his soldiers, wondering where they are, as he's doing his very best to figure out where Karnak is. But on cue, Karnak says this is pretty big, surprised that there was a basement underneath the estate like this. Strath is surprised and turns to see Karnak behind him, and Karnak says he already told him he'd come back soon. Strath asks how the hell they got in here, as Karnak is telling Strath that he seems tired, and the zombies must have taken a toll on him. Sarati notices Alias and Realthine laying down and is glad that they have not been sacrificed yet. Strath gets pissed, realizing this is all Karnak's doing, and says that Karnak seems to be mistaken about something. Although he is tired, it's not enough that he can't face bastards like him, and he'll make Karnak regret crawling in here. As he sends forward his undead army, Karnak and Sarati both quickly leave Karnak's side to deal with the group. Karnak stretches his hand out, releasing his green magic, saying, "Come, slaves of the soul, I call you from the depths of purgatory, echoes of the underworld," as his own wraiths have now been summoned to join the fight. One wraith is able to take out at least 2 of the zombies, and they are making light work of Strath's army, as are Sarati and Barros. As Strath's zombie army falls to the floor, one by one, eventually they're all eliminated. Strath asks how the hell Karnak dealt with them so quickly, saying that now he'll use his trump card, and he summons the Gehenna demon once more, as it comes from the floor. Barros asks if Strath isn't tired of doing the same thing over and over, and we learn that the demon is named Magnan. Karnak says this is too repetitive, and that Strath's power must have reached a limit by now. Karnak's magic begins to wrap around the bottom of Magnan, which startles him, and he asks what's going on. As Magnan begins to get pulled back in, Karnak says it's called countersummoning, telling him he should go back to where he came from. Magnan says he can just rip it to shreds, and something like this is insignificant in the face of his power, as he destroys the floor beneath him, finally stepping out, and he asks Strath to say what he wants. Strath is surprised it worked, but tells Magnan the same order. He wants the men dead and the woman brought to him. Magnan says that he will fulfill the contract as he begins to release a powerful pressure throughout the room. Sarati is surprised by the pressure, and Karnak wonders why the gate stopped closing. Since it didn't go as planned, he tells the 2 of them to go forward and fight. Sarati goes for Magnan's head, while Barros just runs in, but Magnan easily blocks both of their attacks, calling them laughable as he raises his sword for a follow-up. He swings where they were standing, but they backpedal out of the way, creating distance. The shockwave is still strong enough to make them have to go even further away, and Karnak asks, "What about this?" as he begins to cast a fireball. He shoots 3 directly towards Magnan, who stretches his hand out, blocking the attacks, not even scathing him. Sarati says if Magnan was an aura user, he would be around the level of a purple knight. Barros sighs, saying if only he had awakened his battle aura, he wouldn't be struggling like this. That makes Karnak think of something, and he tells Barros to go with Plan P. Barros is surprised that he forgot about that, and Sarati asks what it is. Karnak begins to release his blue aura this time and calls Barros his kin. Sarati is confused, saying that she doesn't think they're related, but Karnak says to open her mind and accept it, as this is her master's order. As his eyes glow blue, so do Sarati's, and Plan P stands for possession, as Barros is now in her body. Saying it's been a while since he inhabited someone else's, Barros realizes by kin Karnak meant his servant. Karnak gives them a nickname, saying, "Go forward, Cerebaros." Sarati calls it a stupid name, and Barros apologizes for using her body, and she begins to cry, saying to treat her well when he gives it back. Magnan laughs, asking how a bastard who isn't an aura user is supposed to use someone else's aura. But Barros instantly does exactly that, asking why Magnan thought he wouldn't be able to. Magnan asks how, but he's too slow to react to the attack, as he gets cut across the stomach. Barros says using someone else's aura is actually his expertise. Magnan realizes that Barros is much stronger than before, and that this is going to be difficult. Her aura goes from red to blue, and she's surprised that she became a blue knight, all because Barros is using her body. Barros says that her latent power is incredible, and thanks to that, he'll be able to fight a bit more comfortably. He leaps back in, trading blow for blow with Magnan, cutting him all over while smiling, as he's enjoying every minute of it. But Magnan is stressed, saying there's no way he would be losing this. Barros quickly runs up the side of Magnan's arm. When Magnan goes to swing at him, Barros instantly drops to the ground and laughs, asking if this is really all Magnan has. Magnan is gassed out, calling Barros a monster, asking if he thought he had won though. He shoots out a powerful magic attack, saying once the possession is over, Barros will lose, as the attack goes toward Karnak. We see a purple explosion from where Karnak was standing, and Magnan starts to laugh, calling Karnak careless. But Karnak asks what Magnan was doing, saying he didn't expect the same trick to work multiple times, and that they sure are stupid, asking if Magnan really thought he wouldn't have been able to tell what he was thinking. Magnan gets overwhelmed as there are too many Karnaks due to the illusions, and he doesn't know who to kill. While his focus is diverted, Barros quickly comes with some surprise backshots, wounding Magnan even more. Magnan realizes he's overexerted himself to get out of the countersummon, and now he has no mana left, and he can't believe that a mere human could do this to him. A portal begins to appear at his feet, and they realize that he's leaving. Magnan tells them to wait, saying that he's leaving for now, but once he gets back, he will find them first, and then he'll make sure to take them back to hell with him. Karnak is surprised, asking if Magnan is really trying to run after everything they've done, and if they'd even let him go in the first place. Karnak stretches his hand out, telling Magnan to become extinct, as a purple aura leaves his hand, wrapping around Magnan just like it did when he fought Randolph. Magnan screams, saying that his mana is flowing backward. His face slowly starts to warp as his body gets constricted, squeezing in on itself until it gets thinner and thinner, disappearing into the air. All of Karnak's illusions then dissipate, and the possession has ended. Sarati wonders why her body hurts so much. Barros thanks her for letting him use it, saying that once she releases her aura, it will hurt less. Karnak says now there is only one more bastard to deal with. Strath sighs and says that he surrenders, and he will tell Karnak all the information he knows, asking what he wants. Karnak says that he thinks there is a misunderstanding here. Strath asks what it is. Karnak says it is simpler to kill him, and interrogate his soul, as it's unnecessary to make things more complicated. Karnak asks Sarati if there's any reason why he shouldn't kill Strath. Sarati says nope, go ahead and kill him. As Karnak uses his misdirection magic, a giant scythe forms above Strath. Strath tries to run away, screaming wait, as the scythe starts to swing, but it eventually impales him, ending his life. Karnak runs over to Strath's body and says, okay, it's time for business, as he extracts a little green ball from the corpse, saying that it was very generous and is around 30 servings. Barros is happy, saying finally they will be able to go home. Karnak agrees, saying with this much, it's more than enough to return. Barros says he will find some restaurants on their way back home. Sarati calls out to them, saying they can't just leave Alias and Realthine here. Karnak says he actually forgot about them. It jumps to Alias screaming, what? As we see that he is surprised the three of them defeated Strath all by themselves. Realthine says Strath is not someone that three people can just beat. Karnak says they were lucky. He explains that a while after Alias and Realthine were injured by golems and dragged down here, a sudden army of zombies attacked the residents, possibly sent by some other necromancer using the commotion to rise and revolt. If you think about Strath's character, it makes sense. He must have been so low on necromancy power that he ran into the basement. Karnak says they didn't miss the opportunity and got Sarati's help to defeat him. She goes along with the story. Alias is relieved, saying it must have been Hatoba's blessing. Karnak says they didn't touch the corpse, so please carry on the purification ritual. Alias touches Strath's corpse with his staff, collecting the darkness of the end, saying this is 10 times the amount they have collected thus far. Barros is confused, asking Karnak why there is still some left. Karnak says it would have been too obvious if he took all of it. Alias says he thinks they are done now, and since they defeated Strath, Renfell has now lost their primary force, so the city will soon stabilize, and they can leave the rest of the work to the Order. It jumps to later as Alias is screaming, what? Again, as he has now learned that Sarati has become a knight of the Gestured Barony, and he asks her why. Karnak wonders why it is so surprising, and Sarati says she realized from last night's events that Baron Karnak is someone worth pledging her allegiance to, though she is a horrible actor. Alias says that since she has found someone to serve, that is a good thing. Karnak says he will return to the territory to officially ordain her. He and Alias shake hands as Karnak thanks him for his cooperation. Karnak says when the opportunity arises, they will see each other again. It jumps to the Gestured estate as Japella is greeting them, and he is super excited. Karnak says he is glad to see them all again. Jepel asks how they have been, and he spots Sarati in the back, wondering who this beautiful woman is. He starts to think about the fact that maybe Karnak has brought himself a lady home, but Karnak corrects the misunderstanding, saying that she is going to be a new knight, and she greets them all. Jepel says that even if the territory is on the edge, they can't just take anyone in as a knight. Barros tells Sarati to show them her skills, and she draws her blade, imbuing it with aura. She then strikes the ground, causing her aura blade to destroy some of it while lodging into a nearby tree until it eventually splits in half. They can't believe Karnak bagged an aura user. Sarati greets them, saying that she is looking forward to working with them all. Japella just wonders why she is working in such a place. A few weeks later, Sarati is sparring inside the training grounds. Gilamone says that Guy sure is struggling, and the other knight says he knows how that feels. With their weight difference and just her strength alone, it's hard to understand how he's getting pushed back, and the aura users are incredible. The man's sword flies through the air, signifying the end of the duel as it hits the ground. He says they should end things here today, and she tells him good work. Barros thanks her for helping with the knight's training, then asks her if they can fight next. They collide swords, and he explains that her use of battle aura is still a little awkward and that she wastes her power too much. She'll need to be able to use the right amount of power with each strike, and she says that's a lot easier said than done. She creates some distance and says surely he can just possess her body like he did before, and if she experiences it a few more times, she thinks she'll get a feel for it. Barros says it'd be best not to do it more than once, and if you do it more than 3 times, your soul will corrupt, and you will go crazy. He says that she can get stronger without that, as she is talented. She didn't realize they did something so dangerous. Barros says he needs her help to awaken his battle aura in the afternoon, so they should end their spar. It takes us back inside to Karnak sitting at his table, saying there's no way of knowing just how Strath combined necromancy with divinity, and he wonders if it's some kind of ability to combine the powers together. But he says there's no way, as he definitely would have heard of it. He starts to pull out his hair, saying he has no clue what to do but decides he'll think about it later, and for now, he should block the hole that's spreading darkness. He begins to form something with his chaos mana, saying he understands that the darkness of the end flows somehow and gets through time and space to spread throughout the land. So he decides to make a powerful entity that can investigate dangerous time and space, whatever the hell that means. He starts to order the mana, saying to watch the darkness down several strands and manipulate it in detail without making any mistakes as it slowly but surely starts to take form. We see an eyeball, and he calls it the Time-Space Investigation Powerful Entity. Bro is also banned from naming, and it's called the Eye of Darkness. Karnak asks Barros if he seriously has yet to awaken his battle aura, saying that he thought he was the world's greatest martial artist. They are within the forest in the Deventer territory, next to the Gestured territory. Barros sighs, saying that was before he regressed, and he misses when he was the Death King, and it made things easier when he would just give him dark battle aura. Karnak tells him that it's not like he can go back either. Sarati wonders what the hell she just listened to. Then a bit later, after she's been told everything, she is completely confused, asking how these idiots are the cause of everything. She says she guesses it makes sense, since she already thought they weren't ordinary knights or nobles, but to think they were transcendents that took over the world. She wonders how she even got involved with them in the first place, as they are pigging out. She says that she knows they're trying to raise the Eye of Darkness, but asks why they are here in the Deventer territory. Karnak says he doesn't want to use necromancy in his territory in case they get caught. Sarati has no idea what he is talking about. But later in the night, Karnak says it's about time as we see the Eye of Darkness in his hand. Sarati asks what he's planning to do with it. He says that he's going to send this through time-space to see if there's a way to close the door of darkness. He launches it straight up into the sky, kind of like a firework, minus the fact there's no sound. Sarati says it's really quiet. Karnak says it's because they didn't open up time-space, it's only looking inside. He says he'll try to use the eye to enter the infinity realm while unconscious, so they need to protect him. He closes his eyes and begins to enter the eye, saying that it seems like it's working. Because he now has control of it, he looks around, seeing a vast ocean-like landscape with a tree off in the distance. He floats over to it, saying that it looks like he found it, and it is the Tree of Emptiness. This is the true form of the authority he used to wield, and he knows he shouldn't be the one to say this, but it's hella ugly. One of the fruits falls off the tree into the water, and he now understands how the darkness of the end has been spreading, and that he has to stop this. He floats around the tree, wondering where the core of the authority is, and spots a giant purple orb in the middle of the tree, and he says that it looks like it's over there, and he might be able to get some information out of it. But he hears a voice that says, "Stay back, mortal," which jump scares him a little bit. The voice says that this place is forbidden for those who are destined to disappear, and he asks the voice who they are, and they introduce themselves as Death and Darkness, saying that they are destined to destroy. They begin to cause the water to swirl violently at high speeds, and it knocks the Eye of Darkness away. Karnak says this is his power, asking how it's able to control it with ease. And then the voice says it's all in the name of Tesranik. Karnak thought that it was just a fake god, but it turns out that it's actually real, and the voice tells him to return, calling him a pitiful mortal as it begins to glow orange, then launches an attack, destroying the Eye of Darkness, causing Karnak to scream awake. Barros calls out to him, asking if he is okay, and Karnak holds his head, asking what happened. Barros says that his body started floating, and he passed out, asking what went wrong. Karnak says they can talk about it later, and asks him to repeat what the name of the god those cultists believed in was. Barros says it was the god of death or something. Bro forgot. Sarati says they were talking about Tesrainik, the dark god of death that the Order of the Black God serves. Karnak tells Barros that he was actually there. Barros is completely surprised, asking if he is real, and Karnak says there's no way that's possible, asking why something like this exists. It jumps to 3 giant beams of light, as a man who is part of the Order of the Black God named the Pope of Death says there's a problem with the sanctuary. The Dark Lord asks how that's possible, saying that it's considered a sanctuary because nothing can approach it, and the woman named the Princess of Destruction also says that's odd, and she'll have to confirm it herself. We see a bell ringing, and she talks about how it's odd there's an issue, how it's weird that there's something in the sanctuary. A maid enters the room calling out to her lord named Eleazar, and we see it's the Princess of Destruction without her guise on, and she asks her maid to get somebody named Huddle for her, and we learn that her name is Eleazar de Replacian, and she is an imperial mage of the Lenarcia Empire. One of the 3 archmages and the Princess of Destruction. Back at Karnak's house, he says in the end he couldn't find a way to stop the opening, and he tried to approach it multiple times to no avail, and if this continues they'll be found out, which is too dangerous. All he can figure out right now is that the Order of the Black God believes in this Tesrainik. The issue is what kind of stance they're taking. Barros asks what he means, and Karnak explains that he doesn't know if they are people taking advantage of power that falls from the tree, or if they are people that are disturbing the tree to obtain power at random. If it's the latter, it becomes an issue. Sarati asks what's different, and Karnak explains that disturbing the tree means that they are able to influence powers beyond time and space. That means they can grow the realm, and that is a difficult task that took him years to accomplish. Karnak explains that if that means that they are able to disturb the tree, it means they have more power than he was when he was the Death King. And if they have that kind of power, there's no need for them to do anything unnecessary. That's also why they are able to contain that Tisranok being in the void. Barros asks where the hell that bastard even came from. And Sarati chirps up, saying that maybe part of his power gained consciousness and became Tesrainik. Barros sighs, asking how that would make sense in the first place, but Karnak agrees with her. Barros feels betrayed, and says that nothing about this makes sense, asking how the tree itself is named Tesrainik and is acting as a god. Which means that Karnak is capable of making gods, and that he needs to control his kids. Karnak gets embarrassed, saying that it's not true, and Sarati says that they also don't know the truth either. And they all feel defeated. Karnak says that he will need to go into the Order of the Black God if he wants to gain any useful information. Barros says that it's going to be hard to find them with their current methods. And Karnak thinks about it, saying that he guesses they'll have to enter the King's Order. The King's Order is a special imperial organization created to hunt members of the Order of the Black God. After the Age of Chaos, unlike the orders of the 7 goddesses, orders, inquisitors and darkness hunters have been killing necromancers. Despite this, the appearance of the Order of the Black God throughout the continent started to cause issues, especially since plenty of members are high nobles or royalty that joined. And it was difficult for the 7 goddesses to handle everything on their own. Which is why the 7 nations got together and developed a special division called the King's Order. Members of the King's Order are given the right of censors, allowing for them to investigate those suspected to be cultists, with rare cases allowing them to execute individuals. Because of that, the selection conditions are strict, and you are only able to join the referrals. Which is another issue for them, and Karnak asks how he's meant to have connections to an imperial organization. Karnak says he was known as a dark hunter for a long time. Maybe he spent his time at the capital instead. Sarati asks if this is the only thing limiting their plan, and if that's the case, she can give them the opportunity to apply right now. They're both excited that she actually has connections like that. Karnak munches for celebration, saying that's his servant. The next morning we hear Jepel screaming out for Karnak. He says that he needs to leave for a bit and not to worry, so he'll bring back fame and honor to the family. Jepel wonders why he ran off again without telling him. In Dirarth City, we see them sitting down and Barros asks if it's okay for them to leave like this. Karnak says old man Jepel would have stopped them if they didn't, and as a lord, he's not supposed to leave for long periods. A familiar approaches them saying that they can't believe the three of them are already here and he's sorry for being late. Karnak and Barros get excited because this means that the referral is finally here. Karnak asks Alias how he's been, thanking him for coming even though they contacted him at the last minute. He says he was happy to hear from them. It jumps to the last night, and they learn that Sarati asks Alias for the recommendation. Karnak asks how that would help since the King's Order and the Seven Goddesses Order are separate organizations. Sarati says they aren't completely unrelated. You need a cleric to catch a necromancer. Since the King's Order needs support from a cleric of the Seven Goddesses Order, when they are accepting members, there is a condition that they need to receive a recommendation or be vetted by them. A first-rank inquisitor like Alias obviously has the authority to give such a recommendation. Karnak asks her how she knows this. She says she heard it from him himself, and that he called them all to the Ranfell incident in the first place to give them a recommendation. Flashback ends, and Alias says it was a shame when Karnak said he was going to suddenly return to his territory and that he was going to recommend him to be part of the King's Order. He's happy that they returned like this. Karnak says that they couldn't miss such an opportunity, and Alias hands him the letter, saying that he can take it to the headquarters. It won't guarantee him joining, but it'll help. He gives them a prayer. Karnak thanks him, and they head off to the Ustil Kingdom's capital called Drunta, specifically to the King's Order headquarters. We start to see some of the people inside of the King's Order, and Karnak says that everybody seems quite talented and they're better than he expected. Sarati says that she saw 2 Aura users in the capital, and this place is just different. A man opens the door, telling them that they must have waited a while, and they confirmed the recommendation later, so he'll guide them to the Order Lord. They head into a room as a man welcomes them, and he introduces himself as the commander of the King's Order. His name is Arental von Nayad, and he is a purple rank knight. Karnak says he's glad to meet him, and Arental says he confirmed the letter, and the three of them are qualified, and their identities are secure as well. Above all, the recommendation is from Alias, which means it is very trustworthy. However, they must know that it is not enough to enter the King's Order. Karnak says he heard about it roughly, that there is a training period for new members. Arental says it's to prevent pagans from infiltrating, so they should hopefully understand that he will now give them their first task. Barros asks how, and they all look a bit sad since they just joined. Arental laughs, saying that's what their line of work is like, and there's always work leaving them swamped, and he laughs more, saying he hopes they look forward to it. Karnak hopes they won't work them like dogs before abandoning them. Outside of the room, we see them standing in front of a group, and one of the men introduces himself as Tarman, the 4th Battalion's general. He is a 5th Circle mage. We are also introduced to Kald and Alice. Kald is a swordsman, and Alice is a 2nd rank inquisitor. Karnak says it's nice to meet them but asks if the order is always so busy that he has to start work immediately after joining. Tarman says he had bad timing, and he came on a day when they got a mission. Barros says he didn't expect the general to be a mage. He asks if it's strange for a 5th Circle mage to have Aura users as his subordinate. Barros says he didn't mean to make it sound like he was weak. Tarman says in their line of work, identity is also a part of ability because they have to deal with secular powers, and as they work, he'll learn more about the order, such as collecting information, tracking down pagans, abducting key figures, and interrogation rather than fighting. Just because you're good at fighting doesn't mean you'll be good in this line of work. Sarati asks why it sounds like there are only evil missions, and Tarman laughs, saying their job is to do wicked things to begin with. That's why mages that use diverse methods are more advantageous in this line of work than Aura users. Sarati asks if that means clerics are qualified as well. And Alice explains that the King's Order was also made to keep the 7 Goddesses Order in check, and they cannot give a priest a general position. Tarman says that he'll now explain the mission. They received information that a regional noble has joined the Order of the Black God. The suspect is Count Bralant, located south of the Ustil Kingdom. They will disguise themselves as adventurers and go straight to Bralant County and get proper evidence before punishing the Count with the King's name. And he laughs, saying that's actually all the info he has, as they don't know anything else. Karnak is surprised, asking how they're meant to know if he's actually a pagan or not. Tarman awkwardly laughs, and we see them all making pained faces, and he says that's what the King's Order is for, to find such things out. Karnak and the gang don't look like they're excited for this. And he says now he understands why this place is so busy. It jumps to Count Bralant's castle as we see his son is sick. A robed man enters the room, saying that his son's sickness is getting worse by the day and that he needs to open his eyes. Bralant says no way, saying that he understands the fate of somebody who falls into necromancy. And there's no such thing as bringing somebody back from the dead, it's just moving a corpse. The man says until now that was the case, but they can't call that true necromancy, and they need to serve Tesrainik, the true power of darkness, and use it properly. And he says that if he does, death won't be fate but merely the result that those who cannot cure illness will face. And his son is still young, asking how he's meant to accept that the fate that such a young boy dying is natural. His son grabs onto his hand, and the father starts to genuinely consider it as he can see how sick his son is. And he says the 7 goddesses order wasn't of any help, and if he can give his son a new life, he might as well do it. And he tells the man that he will convert to Tesrainik, asking if they will accept him. It cuts to an inn on the outskirts of Bralint County, and Tarman says they'll now begin collecting information. And it may be obvious, but they cannot let it be known that they're from the king's order. They need to use methods that seem unrelated to pagans. Tarman hands them all a note, and they ask what it is. And Tarman says his name is Halankrat. He's a notorious wanted criminal in the capital, and he's talented at disguises, so he is yet to be caught. They all look at it, and Karnak asks if he's related to the incident. And Tarman says not at all. And although he looks like that, he's actually one of their members. And from now on, they are bounty hunters chasing him. At least that is their disguise. And he tells them to split into teams and go around and investigate. The groups are Karnak and Kald, Alice and Sarati. And at the manor itself, we see Tarman and Barrow sitting down as Tarman says they are bounty hunters from the Adventurers Guild. And he thinks that the criminal they're looking for is here, asking if he will cooperate. Bralint says of course, that a dangerous man going through their territory is bad for them too, so he will cooperate. Tarman thanks him, saying they won't do anything that will get him in trouble. And as they leave, Barrows asks if that's really all it is. And Tarman says yes, they should head back to the inn. Barrows then asks what's the point of the meeting with the Count if this is all they are going to do. And Tarman says although it doesn't seem like much, it was enough, as he's already caught on to something. That night, Tarman says it's time for them to exchange information. Kald starts off by saying that he has learned Count Bralint lost his wife and that his son is his only remaining family. Tarman adds that his son has been suffering from an incurable disease that even holy healing spells cannot resolve. Tarman says it's a perfect case for cultists to take advantage of. Kald mentions another suspicious point: the crime rate dropped drastically, and the Count led the charge to expel many criminals. But if that's the case, those criminals would have moved to other towns. He asks if there have been any rumors of crime rates going up elsewhere. Alice says that mass disappearances are a common occurrence when dealing with necromancers. Tarman says that he and Barrows visited the Count himself and found something interesting. Every window was fitted with thick curtains, as if there was a need to block out the sun. Kald says this all sounds very familiar, which means it's a specific type, a vampire. That night, at Bralint Castle, we see the Count and his son at dinner. The Count asks his son if he despises him. The son asks why he would hate him, saying he didn't realize that life could be so calming. He says all humans already need to kill to survive, and he merely drinks what is obtained through the order and does not hurt anybody. His diet may have changed, but that's all, and this is way better than death. Bralint says he's glad his son thinks so, and that he's truly glad his son hasn't changed. He's still polite and vigilant. The Count now believes that the Order of the Black God are not heretics, they're merely the new truth of a new age. When Tesrainik sets foot on these lands, he will create a heaven that balances life and death, and his son will be able to live a normal life once more. He tells his son that it may be uncomfortable now, but he needs to endure it for a little while, as he won't live in that body forever. The next morning, Sarati calls out to Alice, saying that since they know what he is, why should they keep investigating? Alice says they need to remain vigilant until they find absolute evidence, and it'll just take a little more time. Someone calls out to them, asking if they are bounty hunters. Alice says yes, asking what they need. The man hands them a note, saying they found the man they wanted, and the Count wanted them to go tell the others. Sarati wonders how they found a fake man. Back at the inn, Tarman asks why the Count would send 4 of them to the hideout of a non-existent criminal. Alice says she has no idea, but they were told the criminal returns to sleep there every night and to ambush him. Kald says that since he specified night, his son is definitely a vampire. Tarman recognizes it as a trap, asking who would fall for such an obvious lie. Karnak says this makes things troublesome. If they ignore the information, the cultists will know they suspect them. If that happens, they'll begin digging into them. Kald, Tarman, and Alice are all surprised, saying that he's right. Karnak just wonders how they're all so smooth-brained. Kald asks Tarman what to do since it's going to be dangerous if it's a trap. Tarman says they have no choice, they should just play into their hands. That night at a shit shack in the woods, Sarati says that everyone is calmer than she expected and asks how strong vampires are. Carmen says they're just a few times stronger than humans, so there's nothing she should be scared of. She says she thought ancient vampires were really strong, and Kald says they're often discovered quickly, so it's impossible for them to stay alive for long. She asks what happens if an aura user or a mage becomes a vampire, and Tarman says they won't be able to use aura or magic, so they become much weaker. Carmen asks her if she's worried, saying she shouldn't worry, as they're the kingdom's cream of the crop, and a vampire is nothing they can't handle. As he's talking, Karnak notices a bright light from the window as a giant fire attack comes from the sky, blowing up the cabin. They start coughing as Alice puts up a protective barrier, saying they actually did try to sneak attack them. They wonder when it happened since they couldn't sense anybody, and one of them says as he thought it was the king's order, and no mere bounty hunter could dodge that strike. Sarati is surprised there's aura, saying she thought vampires couldn't use it. Even Tarman is surprised, and Kald says that is Sir Durald, the strongest knight of Count Bralant, asking why an aura user would become a vampire. Tarman says he's not sure about the details, but it's clear that Bralant has cooperated with the pagans, and with the authority given to the king's order, he declares them the enemy of the goddess and the king, and they should kneel and receive their judgment. They start to laugh, asking who they are meant to kneel to, and Tarman warns them that if they do not oblige, the only option would be to enact judgment. Since they have no interest, he tells them to punish them in the name of the king. Durald tells his soldiers to go forth in the name of Tesrainik. One of the vampires rears his fist back and starts to attack Kald, who manages to deflect all of his attacks before countering with his own, slicing one of the vampires across the chest. We see a black fog leave his wound, and he says that a wound like this is nothing. But while he's talking, Alice comes in with a super bright blue spell, saying that all impurity shall burn in front of the light of the goddess. The vampires scream in pain, saying they need to get the priestess first. One of them heads straight for her, and Tarman says he won't allow that. He begins to imbue aura into his staff as something travels along the ground, and he tells it to come out as he summons a golem that knocks one of the vampires into the air. He follows it up with lightning blasts, zapping the vampire, low-key deep frying it. Tarman sighs, then looks over at Karnak and them saying he thought they were weaker, but Barros is easily handling multiple vampires at the same time, and he trusts Karnak with his back enough that Karnak's handling his own. Tarman wonders how people this skilled were not known until recently, however, he still looks worried as he begins to charge even more lightning. As Alice and Kald are fighting on one side, we see Sarati engaging in an absolute brawl with Durald on the other. Tarman says that the fight is going to rest on her shoulders, saying even though they are both Red Knights, he wonders if she, who has less experience, can defeat him. We see a heavy collision from the two of them. The impact creates massive shock waves, and the wind pressure alone destroys some of the ground and shakes the forest. Sarati manages to stop herself from flying too far back, and Durald begins to walk forward, saying she has a pretty face and her skills aren't bad either, but sadly, she is no match for him. As the fight continues to wage on with everybody in their own battle, some of the vampires scream out yelling at each other not to back away as Tesrainik is protecting them. Even if they die, the god of death shall grant them resurrection. Karnak says the religion is no joke and he never imagined a vampire could be an aura user as the thought never once crossed his mind. Barros says it'll be troublesome if Durald joins in with the vampires. Karnak asks how Sarati is doing as we see her backpedaling away from another attack. She says even though she has more battle aura, she can't counterattack at all. She thought the vampires were supposed to lose their battle aura and mana after being converted, and then they would have to train their dark magic from scratch. So how is this possible? Durald says the classic Mad Max line of "witness me" and that this is the great power bestowed upon him by Tesrainik, and he can use aura despite being a vampire. Sarati asks Karnak and Barros if vampires have any weaknesses. Barros says that if he knew one, he would have already used it to end the fight. She asks if Barros could join her, saying she doesn't think she can handle this by herself. Barros says he won't be able to help her at all without aura. Instead, they could try Plan P as she still has 2 more chances. She barks at him, asking if he thinks she's stupid, saying she could actually lose her mind if things go wrong. But she cheers herself up, saying she has to beat him no matter what. Since it's coming to this, she's just going to overwhelm him with her aura. Karnak says good luck, and Barros says she's chalked. She swings her sword, unleashing an aura slash towards Durald, who blocks it, asking why it feels so heavy. She starts to leap in, and he says nothing's going to change just because she has more aura. He avoids her attack by leaping into the air, saying she seems to forget he has Lord Tesrainik's power on his side. He swings at her using his own aura slash, sending her flying backward. She's surprised and annoyed that she can't even push him back with her aura, wondering what she can do. Barros says not like that. She asks what he means, and he says that he's already told her before about how she wastes her movements. She still tries to recall when he took control of her body and reenacts the sensation she felt then. She needs to force her battle aura to concentrate into a single spot. She starts to do exactly that, channeling it into her blade, condensing it. He says her body should still remember what it was like, and she needs to unify her mind and think of it as purifying the aura around her blade. As she begins to get deep in thought, focusing on that exact thing, her aura burns even brighter than it did before. Durald recognizes it, saying that it's getting sharper. He doesn't know what she's doing, but it's going to be pointless as he charges in. She thinks if Barros were in this situation, she'd know what he would do. She opens her eyes, swinging her blade at him, and it actually connects, sending him soaring through the air. She's just surprised that it worked. He begins to attack her from the sky using his aura strikes. After he lands, she begins to dance around him, not giving him a chance to counterattack. She says that she's getting the hang of it now, and this is why Barros was able to toy with her. What she should have been aiming for was not their sword or their body, but understanding her opponent's intent. She swings again, causing him to jump to avoid it, and he comes from behind, saying it looked like she had a pretty good card up her sleeve, but this is pointless. She manages to block his attack, which surprises him, and she says that she needs to focus on understanding his movements ahead of time. She starts to see it all slow down, realizing this is what she needs to take advantage of. She channels her inner Barros, using the fact that he slowed down to dish out a very swift counterattack that heavily injures Durald. Even though he blocked it with his sword, it still cut deep onto his chest. Karnak says it looks like they're not going to need to help her. Barros says it's about damn time that she got the hang of it. Carmen also says that she's doing well, and with things coming to an end on their side, they'll definitely have the upper hand. Durald wonders what's going on, saying this is like she's an entirely different person from earlier and that he can't fall like this after having been given new power by Tesrainik. Even if he has to overdo it, he'll end things here. He lets out a scream as he begins to pour out every bit of aura that he has, constantly trying his best to concentrate it into his blade. He says that he's not going to hold back anymore. He launches a fiery aura attack at Sarati. Kald says there's no way he'll be fine afterward if he overexerts his battle aura like this. Carmen says he must be trying to take advantage of his regeneration, and they both warn Sarati that it's dangerous and she should just step back. But she says there's no reason to do that as she begins to channel even more of her aura, saying that he's not the only one who can regenerate his limbs. Karnak and Barros watch as she stands on business, swinging her sword down into his attack, saying she would like to see who will come out on top. As their auras collide with one another, it shines violently as it explodes, shattering the ground beneath it, sending rocks flying into the forest. The wind pressure alone is enough to make everybody close their eyes, and they call her reckless. They look up, wondering what happened as the dust begins to settle. Durald's head falls onto the floor as he says there's no way. Sarati instantly stabs her sword into his head, and we see her panting as she's gassed out. Alice calls out to her, and later we see her healing Sarati with her magic. Sarati thanks her, and Alice says they are the ones who are thankful to her and that they would have died if not for her. Carmen says thanks to her hard work, they now have evidence of the Count's crimes, and that Alice should go contact headquarters and let them know that they are ready to judge the Count's house of Bralant. It jumps to the Count's castle as they are now being raided by the King's order. Alice says that in the name of the goddess, she'll punish evil. It's the same magic she used on the vampires outside the shack, and we see them doing their best to block it, but they are just getting bodied. Outside of the Count's office, he hears them saying they need to find his son as well. He looks down at the blade in his hand, telling Tesrainik to watch over him as he stabs it into his own throat, taking his life. We see outside of the castle that his son is running away in the forest, and he keeps looking back as the two men with him say that he needs to look forward as they don't know how long they'll be chased for. His son grits his teeth, saying that he'll get his revenge no matter what, and in the name of Tesrainik, he'll make sure that it happens. As his son continued running through the woods, we hear Karnak saying it's just as he thought, he knew they would come this way. The men ask who he is, surprised, and Karnak says they can't just leak a trail of necromancy power like that. They recognize that he's part of the King's order and tell the young master to run away, wondering how Karnak got here so fast. Karnak stretches his hand out, using his necromancer's aura, as a giant purple hand grasps onto them, and he says now he'll get straight to the point. Sarati wonders who the real bad guy is here. We see him extracting their power from their corpses, and Sarati says she can't get used to this stuff, but Karnak says they're all set. He snaps his fingers as the corpses set ablaze, and she asks why he's burning them, saying they need to report that they found them. Karnak says that won't do, he ate up all the darkness of the end they had, after all. She asks why he would do that and calls him a pig. Barrows says he's accumulating a lot of power, and it won't be manageable with just chaos magic alone, asking if he's sure about this. Karnak says it doesn't seem like the situation will allow for such sluggishness anyway. She asks what he's worried about, and he says that both Durald and Strath worry him. Strath maintained his holy power despite being a necromancer, and Durald was able to use aura despite being a vampire. Barrows asks what the deal is since they took care of them in the end. Karnak says they did, but the fact that they didn't lose their power is no small matter. As they might know, energies don't mix, and that's why, in order to learn something, you need to give up the others, but that rule has now been broken. With the darkness of the end, mages can use both magic and necromancy, and aura users can use both aura and necromancy. Barrows says it's always been a thing though, like archliches or death knights. Karnak says in those cases, there's a side effect of becoming undead or losing your sanity. Now you can keep your mind while using your old powers and necromancy, and the strong who have steered clear of necromancy until now will begin experimenting with it. Even the 4th Martial King and the 3 Grand Mages could become their enemies, and just getting a little stronger won't cut it, he needs to gather as much power as he possibly can. Back at the headquarters, Arundel says good work on the last mission, and that Tarman praised their conduct very highly. He was wondering if they would like to join the King's Order right now, considering everything they've done in their previous mission. Karnak asks if this means they can join right now, and Arundel says yes, handing them all an insignia and welcoming them. They all start to talk about what they're going to eat for celebration, and Arundel reminds them that they have to start working immediately, giving them a whole lot of paperwork, saying there's a lot that's been piled up. They all stare at it, wondering if they maybe made a mistake by joining the King's Order. And so, the days of working passed by. They would annihilate cultists, teach necromancers lessons, fake reports, steal the darkness of the end, and repeat this over and over and over again with each passing day. After some time, we see Karnak looking at all the necromancy power he's gathered, saying it's quite a bit, and now maybe he can separate the energy of chaos mana and then recombine it with the necromancy power. He begins to do the exact same thing Strath did in the basement. As it starts to form together, we see a darker red aura than before begin to float around the room, and he says this is good as he is now finally at the 6th circle. Back at the headquarters, some men are talking about how Baron Karnak is already a 6th circle mage and that he joined recently as a 4th circle. They say he must be a god-given talent. Karnak starts to bluff, saying he's talented. Barrows celebrates, and Sarati's just embarrassed as hell. She begs him to stop. Outside of Arendel's room, we hear him laughing as we see he says that they might actually have a grand mage on their hands, and Karnak's just glad nobody's suspecting him of being a necromancer. Arundel says he has more good news. The captain's spot at the 7th division is empty, and he would like Karnak to take it. Karnak asks if he's sure, and Arundel says yes, everybody agreed on it, and looking at his contributions, he's more than worthy, and people have great expectations of him, so he should keep working hard. Karnak says he understands but realizes that a promotion means just even more work, and it's gonna be easier to catch culsits, but he'll have more to do. It jumps to a whole week later. Southeast of the Ustil Kingdom border, there is a fortress called Arthra. In the basement of the tower, we hear a girl praying to the goddess, hoping that she'll put a soul to rest. She says this is horrible. She's a 2nd-ranking inquisitor and also part of the King's Order, specifically Karnak's division, and her name is Milia. She says this is horrible. She knows inquisitors must hold cultists, but she's grateful that she gets to stay outside while Karnak does his thing, and she calls him a good man. The necromancer is screaming, saying that he'll just tell them everything, and Barrows says he doesn't care, he just wants to hear him scream. Karnak is surprised, saying this one's lasting a while, and Sarati says that she thinks they've done enough to pretend like they're questioning him, and Milia will believe it. Barrows then tells him that the dude actually just died. Karnak says this is good, and he stands up, saying it's his turn now. He uses his blue mind control magic, and the corpse just starts yapping. Bro is having none of it, and he sighs, saying he can't believe this is another bust. Each and every one of them unironically believes in Tesrainik, and he wonders why none of them know the truth. Sarati says from what they've discovered so far is that their order is ruled by 3 leaders. They have 6 cardinals and 13 bishops, and each region's bishop runs their own small organization. So far they've only captured normal priests, so they have no good information. Barros says that they're going to have to at least capture a bishop, and Karnak says he was hoping they could get someone higher up on the ladder, hoping for something big to occur. At Arental's office, he's reading the notes asking about the mission, and he says there's a rumor that someone in Drunta cooperated with the cults. Karnak wonders what's going on with him, as he's acting nervous. So he asks who the suspect is, and Arental says that the suspect is none other than the second prince of the Ustil kingdom, His Highness Alfred Ludin Ustil. This is the big thing that Karnak actually was hoping for. In the Ustil kingdom, the current king is Wiskat I, and he has two sons who are fiercely competing over who will succeed him. There is the first prince, Lloyd, and the second prince, Alfred, who we just learned about. Although it would make sense for the first prince, Lloyd, to succeed the king, he has a tragic backstory. Malia of the Count Feeler family was accepted into the nobility through an arranged marriage and became the true queen. However, over the last few decades, their inability to have a child was considered a significant issue for the future of the family. So, in order to gain an heir to the throne, the king had no choice but to accept Calpia from the Marquis Talion family. 3 months after she joined the family, there was news of her pregnancy. That child was Lloyd, the first prince. The king was elated and announced Prince Lloyd as his successor in the name of the goddess Allium. However, that was when Queen Malia was finally able to have a child herself, and that child was none other than Alfred. The royal household was thrown into disarray, the eldest prince versus the direct bloodline second prince. Since it was difficult to determine who was more important, deciding who would succeed the king became a tough decision. King Wiskat could not decide and told them he would make a decision once both princes became adults. After learning the story, Barros says he's sure that brought a lot of repercussions. They are back in the capital of Drunta. Karnak says surely that would mean one of the princes become king if something happened to the other. It's no surprise that the two families that have served the princes for the last 20 years have not stopped fighting. Barros laughs, saying it's a shit show. Sarati says that if there's not enough reason, isn't choosing based on their ability or personality the easiest thing to do? Karnak says if they're picking based on personality, Lloyd is calm and collected, making him more suited for the throne, whereas Alfred is violent and arrogant. As for their abilities, they haven't had a chance to show them off since they are still too young. Sarati asks if there's a reason why the king hasn't selected Lloyd yet. Karnak says it must be because he's incredibly weak. Apparently, ever since he was little, he's never been healthy for long, and despite learning sword skills, it seems like he can't demonstrate any. Whereas Alfred is strong and talented in martial arts. Sarati says that complicates things. Asking who reported that Alfred was colluding with the Dark Order? Karnak says it was a spy planted by Lloyd. Since the prince was concerned, he sent an informal report to the king's order. Before Arental took over the king's order, he was the vice commander of the Imperial Knights. That's how he was able to recognize the first prince's handwriting. But that's about all he knows for now. As they stop outside an inn, he says that they told him they'll send a messenger later for more details. Barros asks what the hell they're doing here and if this is where they're meeting the spy, calling it old. Karnak says yes, and they should head inside. Once they do, they look around, spotting a man who's instantly blowing his own cover by acting hella nervous. They approach him, and the man asks what he wants. Barros says the dude's acting is awful. Karnak asks if he's the one who received orders from Lloyd. The person's shoulders instantly stop drooping, and he says that they must be the people selected by Arental. Barros realizes the atmosphere has changed and says that he needs the man to state his identity. The man hesitates, saying that all he can do is show his face. As soon as he takes off his mask, they are all surprised it is none other than Prince Alfred. Karnak wonders what's going on, saying that the one who reported Alfred is none other than himself. Alfred says it seems like they're confused. While he is wearing the face of Alfred, he is not Alfred. Rather, he is Lloyd, the first prince, the rightful heir to the throne. Karnak asks if that means their souls have been swapped. Lloyd says yes. We're going to swap their names from now on because their bodies are swapped. Karnak says he didn't notice since he was too shocked, but now that he looks closer, he can tell that his soul is in the wrong body and that it's disrupted. Lloyd says he assumes that it's hard for them to believe, but Karnak says there are plenty of spells in necromancy that can cause this. Lloyd smiles, saying that he knew he did a good job in contacting the king's order, and he knew they would recognize instantly that it was a necromancy spell. He wonders if maybe other magicians would also be able to notice it instantly. He says it would be impossible with a mere magical eye. Karnak says he is only able to understand it because he can see the facts, and Lloyd asks how a non-necromancer is able to believe that he is Lloyd. Karnak says it would be odd for him to act as someone else and say that he reported himself, and members of the King's Order have basic knowledge of necromancy. Lloyd sighs, asking if there is no way to prove that he is under a spell. Karnak says they should first look at the facts of this event, asking him to explain the details of what happened the day their souls swapped. Lloyd thinks about it, saying it was around 5 days ago. He was going through his daily treatment of holy magic before going to bed. Barros is surprised he gets healed with holy magic daily. Lloyd asks if he is unaware of the rumors about how weak he is. Barros says that is true and laughs, saying even zombies are healthier than this dude. Lloyd continues, saying without any issue, he fell asleep and the entire estate is always protected by a holy barrier anyway. However, he woke up in his brother's body, asking if necromancy is this strong. Karnak says that something doesn't make sense to him. That means they were able to cast a necromancy spell capable of piercing through the barrier, and they must have prepared something within the estate. Yet there has been no evidence of anything. Lloyd says he was in an odd place when he woke up. As we see him opening his eyes, he wonders where he is and why his body doesn't feel heavy or painful. He looks down at his thighs, wondering why they are so big, and looks around the room, wondering if he has been kidnapped. A voice then calls out to him, asking if he is awake, and he glares, asking what they have done to him. They say that it seems he is unaware, so they will show him as they pull out a mirror. He finally gets to look at his face, seeing that it is none other than Alfred. The man laughs, saying that they have switched bodies, and it is a result of the great power their Lord Tesranik holds. Lloyd gets angry, realizing their cult is behind this, and asks why they swapped their bodies. Another man steps up, and Lloyd recognizes him as Sir Sebastian, one of Alfred's henchmen. Lloyd asks why he would betray Alfred, and Sebastian asks why he thinks this is betrayal. Lloyd says that he put him in his old, weak body, and Sebastian laughs, saying he guesses that's one way to interpret it. Lloyd starts to realize, based on his actions, that Alfred must be behind this and asks them what they want. Sebastian says nothing in particular and closes the door, saying all he has to do is sit in here and be a good boy. Lloyd runs to the door, telling them to wait, and that is what he did. Every window was locked, and so were the doors. However, he didn't hate staying there. He wasn't sick, and the meals were good. The happiness you get when eating good food is amazing. Barros and Karnak now realize this dude is a man of culture. Sarati asks how he was able to escape if everything was locked, and he says about that, even if he tells them, they definitely will not believe him. Back when he was eating, Lloyd says this is the first time he's ever feasted in his life. He wonders what they're planning since they're treating him so well. He wants to get out of there, but there are too many eyes on him. He notices that they're taking the utmost care of this body. There's a chance he could escape if he uses it as a captive. He says he can feel a strong life force in the body, and it might actually be able to do it. We then jump to some knights escorting a maid, and they ask why there are 4 of them to serve one meal. One of them says that Sebastian is worried. Another one laughs, asking if the prince even knows how to wield a sword, telling Lloyd it's time to eat. As soon as they enter, they don't see him because he's hiding behind the door. When they pass by, he hits one with a karate chop to the neck, stealing the man's blade, which alerts the others. They realize he knocked that guy out and hit his weak spot fast, confirming that it should be Lloyd inside Alfred's body. Lloyd says they must be surprised, asking if they've ever learned how to use a sword in a dying body, where you need to rely exclusively on strategy and technique while using as little movement as possible. But now that he's in a healthy body, he wonders what they think will happen. He says actions speak louder than words and that he'll show them personally, as he dashes in, turning these guys into fruit from Fruit Ninja. The maid is scared as the knights' corpses fall to the floor, and Lloyd looks over at her, telling her not to worry as he does not plan to harm her. He then closes the door, leaving her inside and telling her to stay put for a little bit. As he goes to leave, he says that Alfred was only strong because his body is so well developed, and now he needs to leave carefully. Some guards spot him, and he says this is unlucky. He goes to draw his blade, and they ask him where he's headed, calling him Alfred, and asking if it's not his meal time. Lloyd is surprised that the guy hasn't learned about him at all and realizes they are not in on the plan. Only a few people knew their bodies were switched, and thanks to that, he was able to hop over the walls while pretending to leave for a stroll. But he has nowhere to go with this body, and he doesn't think his servants would believe him either, so he asked the king's order for help and hid himself in the slums. That is the end of the story so far. Karnak says it'd be better to capture the cultists who have done this, but the issue is that cultists are hard to find once they go into hiding, and they likely have already evacuated the manor where he was held and moved on. Barros asks if they should send scouts to track them down, But Karnak says they can't waste time when they don't know what Alfred is planning and that they need to make the necromancers come to them. Lloyd says he guesses he'll need to act as bait, and he looks determined, but Karnak says he won't be enough since knights should be able to capture him. Lloyd asks if there is another option, and Karnak says they can prepare bait no necromancer can refuse. Sarati realizes this is going to be bad. A few days later, on the outskirts of Drunta, we are taken to the hideout of Prince Alfred's supporters. We see Sebastian looking around, wondering where he's gone, saying if he has contacted the group it will be trouble. Somebody else says that won't happen as the spies they planted in the palace have said nothing so far. He's part of the Order of the Black God and is a bishop named Detzras. His two direct subordinates, Borson and Gelfarent, also say they have taken many measures to prevent anything from happening. Borson says they need to bring Prince Alfred's body here at the right time. Detzra's necromancy aura begins to seep out, and he says the spell he cast is intact for the soul swap, so there are no problems. Sebastian says even if there are no problems, they should stay vigilant, asking if they can use necromancy to track his body down. Detzra says they can't, as if it were possible, they would have already done it. Detzra says all conditions need to be met, and even they, the casters, do not know what they are. Sebastian says the only method left is to keep searching for them on foot. Somebody opens the door, saying that the prince has been located. Sebastian asks where, and the man says he's near Delane Street. Sebastian realizes that's where Lloyd's group is, asking if they may have made contact with him yet. The man says it doesn't seem like it. Sebastian says that's a relief, and they should send the Crimson Flame Squad after them. He sighs in relief, saying now he can bring his highness back. We jump to Delane Street as a robed man is walking into an alley and more follow, and Lloyd turns, asking if they have business with him. They say that they're here to get Prince Alfred. Lloyd asks if he looks like Alfred to them, and they start to think about it since they have been told that he's not in his right mind, and they tell him they've been ordered to bring him to a certain place. If he resists, this is all for his sake. Sarati jumps in, asking Lloyd if he's okay. She begins to release her aura, which is now blue, and she asks if they really think she would let them take the prince. Karnak's purple necromancer aura also begins to gather, and they wonder what the sudden chill is as they see multiple wraiths in the sky. They recognize it as the evil spirit of a necromancer. The wraiths fly in and start attacking the men, and they can't believe that a necromancer is taking control of the prince. They don't know how to face the wraiths, so they just run away. But as they're running, green portals open up, and they start to get tentate on the spot. One of them gets crushed to death, and the people outside of the alleyway see this and begin to run away. Lloyd is terrified by this, asking if this is really magic. We jump to 2 days ago at the hideout. Lloyd asks Karnak to elaborate on what this bait is. We see him eating all elegantly. Karnak says that necromancers, scared of being ousted, often don't reveal themselves unless it is to fight a strong enemy. That's why they're going to set an enemy with the same conditions, a necromancer, as bait. Lloyd spits out his water all over Karnak. Karnak says they'll expect them not to call the order on them as they will join forces with the necromancers as well. Since necromancers can steal each other's power to become stronger, they will undoubtedly appear. Lloyd says that collaborating with a necromancer is still too much, and Karnak says it will only look like he did. If they use the confiscated belongings of the necromancers and use magic to trick them, it will be indistinguishable to the typical necromancer. Of course, he is lying to this dude. Lloyd says he sees, and it would be great to go with that plan. Sarati hopes that she's not the one who has to act like the necromancer. But of course she was, and now she's depressed. Karnak asks Lloyd if he's hurt, and he says that, thanks to Sarati, he's fine. That aside, it really looked like necromancy even though he knew it was actually magic. Karnak says that's a relief. Sarati says if only he knew the truth. Lloyd says he saw one escape, asking if that was enough. Karnak says yes, as the one who ran away will report it, and that they will just have to sit here and wait until the necromancers take the bait. It jumps back to Alfred's supporters' hideout, where they're discussing the necromancy. The survivor from the attack says that they all died and he witnessed it with his own eyes. Sebastian is speechless, unable to believe that Lloyd is cooperating with necromancers. Detzras says that's their specialty and to leave it to them. We see both Borson and Gelfarent, who are now called Kale and Ult for some reason. Sebastian says that Detzra's skills are trustworthy, so he'll leave it to him to make sure they get Lloyd here. Detzras is happy, saying that since they took down the Crimson Flame Squad, they aren't just normal necromancers, and he'll take every drop of their power. At Delane Street, Detzras is telling Borson and Gelfarent that the plan is simple. The necromancers are definitely aiming for their powers, so they will use a decoy to lure them out and then ambush them. If it succeeds, he'll give them half of the power. Detsraz decides it's time to begin, and we see Borson invoking the name of Tesranik as he starts to summon the spirits of dead knights, commanding them to find their master's enemies in the name of the darkness as they start to wander the street. Back at the hideout, Karnak says it's as expected, they also sent a necromancer, and his surveillance magic has tracked them. Lloyd asks if all of those ghosts are after them, and Barros laughs, saying he really rushed himself here. Karnak tells them it's time to get moving and that they'll be going by themselves this time. Lloyd asks if he really doesn't have to go. Karnak says it would be bad if they were ambushed, and they'll question the necromancers and come back with the information. Lloyd says he'll leave it to them, but he's curious as to why they're bringing a mop and a pan with them. Karnak says it may look silly, but this is optimal anti-cultist armament. Back to the soldiers' ghosts, they start going in and out of families' houses, interrupting their dinners and nights, causing them to scream. Sarati is angry that they're involving the innocent, but Barros says they're not harming anybody, so it's not that bad. She asks if they really have to, and he says that more corpses would mean more servants. She asks if this is the normal thought process of all necromancers, and he says maybe not everyone, as one of the ghosts appears right behind him and scares her. Borson's lamp makes a funny sound, and he says that one spirit is dead and wonders where it was. He turns around, feeling the power of darkness, and tells all of his minions to go this way. Gelfarant tells him it's time to go, as we see Barros and Sarati fighting. Borson says it must be them. Gelfarant notices something odd. Barros is fighting with a mop and Sarati with a frying pan. They wonder what the hell is going on. Gelfarant suggests it must be some kind of necromancy they don't know about. Telepathically, Barros tells Sarati it's time to start the plan. They both start to scream, and Borson says they're up to something. They continue their attacks, and Borson realizes they need to take care of them now. He summons a necromantic field called the Sinking Swamp of the Dead. Barros is surprised, realizing they've got some skills this time. One of the hands from the swamp stretches out towards Barros, who recognizes it's a necromantic field, and it's time to get moving. He starts to dance around like the absolute chat he is, avoiding all the hands, leaving Borson confused, wondering why this is actually working. Then we see Sarati stomp on one of the hands as she unelegantly bounces from arm to arm, and Borson wonders what the hell is going on. They finally get out of the field, and Barros says it's time to start. They throw their mop and pan into the air, and Borson and Gelfarant both look up, wondering what's about to happen. They stab their swords into the ground, releasing a green aura that begins to completely devour the necromantic field in front of them. Borson is shocked, saying he can't believe their swamp got deleted so quickly. They catch their weapons, and Barros says they won't face them with such tricks. Borson wonders what spells they're using, and Gelfarant takes off his cloak, saying he can handle this. Gelfarant starts to channel the power of hell, turning his body into that of a demon, growing large in size, and screaming, like that guy from earlier I forgot his name. Sarati recognizes that he's demonized. Karnak says he'll leave it to her, and she runs in, trading blow for blow with Gelfarant. Gelfarant says she must have strengthened herself quite a bit to block that, but she's no match for his demonic form. She laughs, saying he's not much for having turned himself into such a weird form. He gets hella angry, saying he's going to end this here as he takes a deep breath of copium and spits out a beam of hopium instead that goes straight towards Sarati. She begins to swirl her pan and slams her sword into the ground, completely destroying his beam attack. Gelfarant is speechless and clearly gassed out. Borson says that whenever they swing their weapons, all of their attacks get blocked, and they wonder what exactly is happening. We see Karnak from afar, laughing like the villain he is, saying they're so clueless and that it literally is doing nothing. Karnak explains further that the frying pan and mop are mere distractions to hide the power of darkness. Even if they believe this story, they should figure it out soon. Borson says that's odd and wonders exactly what's going on, saying that the necromancers are here but the death energy is coming from somewhere else. He turns, spotting Karnak up on a balcony, and says it looks like it's coming from over there. He realizes he's been getting played the entire time. He tells Gelfarant to stop wasting his time with these fools since they're only distractions for someone else. He points to Karnak, saying the real necromancer is on the roof. Barros and Sarati realize they've been figured out, and Barros says it's time to end it here. They leap forward directly towards Gelfarant, who screams, saying they've already figured out their spells and asking if they really think he'd fall for that. He shoots out a beam directly towards Karnak, exploding the balcony where he was standing, and he laughs, saying that was nothing. Karnak calls them idiots, asking if they're happy they figured it out, and says that he's perfectly fine. And even if their weapons are ordinary, who said they can't kill with them? As Gelfarent turns too slowly, he gets smacked in the head by both the mop and the frying pan. We see them restrained by Karnak's aura, and they are both unconscious. Barrow slaps them, telling them to wake up, and they start telling them just to wait and see. But they immediately see Karnak's aura and realize he's much stronger than everyone else they've faced, that he's a real necromancer. Karnak says they should all have a nice chat. Gelfarent and Borson exchange glances, realizing they definitely can't deal with him, but they can't become a nuisance either. Their hearts begin to beat at a rapid rate and expand until they explode in their chests as they commit sewer slide. Sarati and Barrows comment that those dudes are not sane, and Karnak says what they did is pointless, asking how they are even necromancers. He starts to tug on their spirits, asking them where they think they're going, and pushes them down into a pool of his aura, saying he can talk to them somewhere else. They ask what they're going to do with the bodies, and Karnak says they can just take them in case they're needed later. Since Lloyd reported there were 3 followers, that means there's still one more necromancer who can be used as bait. Sarati asks why the last one hasn't made a move yet. Karnak says he has no idea, but Barrows looks at the lantern, saying this is perfect evidence. We see Detsras nervously sitting on a rooftop, saying he never had the chance to intervene and didn't think they'd die so fast. He admits they definitely let their guard down and wonders what to do now, saying he can't tell how skilled Karnak really is, but he also can't just let them go. He needs to follow them and take away all 3 of their powers. At some abandoned house in the slums, Karnak is talking to the spirits, saying they need to tell him everything they know. They introduce themselves as Kale and Old, so Borson and Gelfarent are their last names. They say that, following the orders of Cardinal Huddle, who is in charge of the Ustil Kingdom, they were told to intervene in the following events alongside the bishop. Karnak asks if they mean Bishop Detsras. They confirm that Detsras is a necromancer within the order and also a 5th circle mage who's receiving orders from the higher-ups as they go through their mission. Karnak says he must be the last one hiding and tells them to forget about anything else, asking how they managed to pierce through the holy barrier and cast a curse to swap the bodies. Borson says they had no need to pierce the barrier because the target of the curse wasn't Lloyd but Alfred. Karnak asks if that means Alfred cast a curse on himself for this plan, and they explain that by utilizing the curse to switch bodies between bloodlines, they could easily go through with their plan as long as they had Alfred, even if they didn't have access to Lloyd. Karnak asks if the target has to agree for the curse to go through, and they explain that they used a magic mirror to show Lloyd's appearance, making it look like he was participating in the curse. All they had to do was use necromancy to fix the issues with the magic spell to perform an impossible curse. Karnak asks why they even swapped the bodies in the first place if there's nothing to gain from that weak body. The wall behind them cracks as they go to explain, and a green aura instantly blasts through, destroying the souls. Detsras says this is the end and they'd better surrender now. Karnak asks who he's talking to, and Detsras turns, surprised, asking how they managed to dodge that. Karnak says he has good intuition. Detsras realizes he needs to step in. He begins to chant, and a frost-like aura begins to envelop the area as he says, "Shadows of the bitter cold come forth and open the night of Acheron." The entire area ices over, and ice werewolves appear. Sarati notes the entire area has changed, and Karnak says it's similar to when they faced Strath. Barrows says they're about the same status too, in that both mage and necromancy powers are used together. Sarati asks if that means it's dangerous, and Karnak says it wasn't much of an issue last time either, and all they have to do is apply a barrier just like they did with Strath. As Karnak's purple aura begins to envelop the room, it consumes all the ice, turning it back into water as the ice furries melt. Detsras yells, asking how his barrier disappeared and says he didn't expect this, realizing he can't let his guard down. But he says this isn't the end, as he has power given to him by Tesrainik. He then begins to summon some wraiths from the ground as they fly from a crack and float around the room. Barrows notes that they're similar in that they both try to use numbers to their advantage, asking if they should run away. Karnak asks why they would do that when they just need to defeat him, as we see him summon an army of magic bullets, absolutely obliterating the wraiths in front of him with ease. He says they're not the same as they were before. Detsras says that there's no way he's using scorching magic bullets, which is a 6th circle destructive magic, as a necromancer can't use that, and that would only be possible if he was blessed by Tesrainik. Karnak tells Sarati that it's time to stop pretending to be a necromancer. She says that he's right, as she starts to unleash aura onto her blade. She cuts away at the wraiths, making those around her disperse instantly. Detsras is surprised that he has an aura user, But Karnak continues, telling the Nemesis ghost to follow his master's command, sending them forward. Detsura sends his own ghouls, as we're about to have a full-on gang war, with the wraiths fighting one another. Detsura says that for someone who doesn't worship Tesrainik, he's using magic and necromancy at the same time, and he's sure it's just another trick, asking if he thinks he'll be fooled again. Barrow starts putting in work, dealing with those that were next to him. Sarati says she wants to move like that too, but Barros is gassed out, saying that's his line, and that's rich coming from an aura user. They then hear Detsura's yelling some third-rate villain line. When they turn, he's releasing a powerful necromancer aura, saying he'll show them the teachings of a true god. Karnak can feel both necromancy and magic, and that this might be a little bad. The ground beneath Detsura's begins to crack as he tells the earth souls to rise. A giant golem forms out from underneath. Karnak says he low-key expected better than a golem. Barros tells him they're still very tough, so it's going to be annoying. Sarati says she'll take them down as a golem is nothing to her because she's an aura user. But before she can go take care of the golem, we see his aura enveloping something, and he commands it. He has summoned a giant set of living armor. Sarati says this is going to be annoying, as it doesn't have a physical body, plus it's going to be able to use swordsmanship. Karnak tells her not to worry, as he knows its weakness. Detsura then calls out for Tesrainik to bless him once more, as he starts to shoot his aura towards the armor, breaking it up into pieces. Then it flies over to the golem, completely covering its body with the living armor's drip. Detsura tells them that with this, there's no way they can beat it, as he tells the golem knight to deal with his enemies. Karnak's surprised that he fused his magic and necromancy, saying this is about what he expected, since it's now a golem that uses death armor and swordsmanship. Detsura says this is the true dignity of a god. As the golem knight raises its sword into the air, it slashes downward, sending an aura wave flying towards them. Sarati takes action, leaping forward, fighting it off with her own aura, but it's low-key a little too much for her. As it starts to push her back, she falls to the ground. Karnak then launches some of his bullets towards it, but it just bounces off the armor. He says he didn't expect this not to work either, and Barros asks what the plan is now. Karnak says he didn't actually think this far ahead, and Barros asks why he was so carefree then. Sarati yells to dodge as the explosion soon follows from where they were standing. We see them leaping up into the air. And as they land, Barros says he's going to go defeat Detsura's, so Sarati should take care of the golem knight. They agree on this plan as they both start to charge back in. Sarati makes her way towards the golem, while Barros is hauling cheek straight towards Detsura's, who yells, telling his golem knight to stop them. It turns towards Barros, raising its sword and slashes down, stopping his path. Sarati leaps up into the air, telling the golem knight that she is its opponent, and attacks it with her sword, but of course, it barely leaves a scratch. It then swings again, causing them both to backpedal towards Karnak. Detsura then asks if they understand the situation they are in now, saying this is the authority of a true god. Sarati says she can't attack it, asking what the plan is. Karnak's still just trying to figure out how he did that, as he's impressed. They both then turn towards him, saying that surely he's got a trump card since he's been so calm since the beginning, and Sarati says that if he does, he should use it. Since they're going to die at this rate. Reluctantly he agrees, as he puts his hands on the ground. He says that they'll leave the questions for later, and in order to fight a golem knight, you need to be strong. Barros asks why he's yapping about something so obvious, asking if he's just trying to look cool. Karnak says that he didn't mean that type of strength, but he prepared something special just for this case. From amidst the rubble of the building, his aura starts to wrap around it as two bodies come up from it. And we see none other than Gelfarnt and Borson. They watch, wondering what his plan is with the two necromancers from earlier. He says that he'll make sure that they do their full part as they are full necromancy. Detsura is also surprised to see them. Borson then raises his lantern, telling the cursed souls to arise, as we see them doing exactly that. Gelfarnt also begins to transform into a demon, using his powers from when they were alive. Detsura is surprised that he can control the necromancy of dead necromancers, combined with his ability to use such complicated spells. Gelfarnt starts running in as Borson's wraiths fly forward as well. Detsura is telling the golem knight to stop them, and it raises its blade, swinging, destroying some of the wraiths as Gelfarnt comes in for a surprise attack. The golem knight doesn't even flinch, grabbing him by the throat and throws him back into a wall. Detsura starts to laugh, asking if that's really all he has, and when they turn, he's blatantly taunting them, saying that their struggles are pointless because those two won't be able to kill him. Karnak asks what Detsras is yapping about while summoning more bullets, asking if he forgot they were here too. He then shoots a bullet forward, creating an explosion on the Golem Knight's head. Of course, it doesn't damage the golem, it just holds it back, as Karnak tells the boys to lock in. Both Barros and Sarati charge in, with Barros saying it finally feels like a real fight. Borson raises his lantern, commanding his servants to eliminate the enemies of his master while he and Gelfarn also join the fight, charging forward. Detsras laughs, saying that using numbers to their advantage won't mean anything with the Golem Knight protecting him. Meanwhile, the Golem Knight, held off by Sarati, leaps into the air and cuts down all of Borson's wraiths, stopping them from getting close to Detsras. Sarati seizes the chance to attack and swings down at the Golem Knight, but it blocks her with its arm. Her attack causes visible damage, but it's not enough to break it. Gelfarn leaps in to finish the job, raising his hand and attacking the Golem Knight's arm, sending chunks of it flying. Sarati notices the damage, dodging another attack, and says, "That worked." Detsras, seeing his armor breaking, panics and says this isn't going to end well. Then, Barros makes his move, appearing behind Detsras. Detsras turns, calling for the Golem Knight to help him. It dashes over, blocking Barros's attack just in time. Barros yells for Sarati and Gelfarn to keep attacking. They do exactly that, stripping more pieces of armor, as Detsras starts to understand his time is running out. The relentless attacks prevent the Golem Knight from countering effectively. Detsras yells that they won't be able to challenge the authority of Tesrainik forever and begins releasing even more power. A massive golden beam shoots into the sky and zaps down onto the Golem Knight, enhancing its power. The greenish aura now has a black hue as the Golem Knight raises its blade and swings, sending 3 aura slashes flying out. Barros yells for Sarati to move. The slashes barely miss them, and they regroup near Karnak. Barros says their attacks aren't enough and asks what the plan is now. Karnak agrees, saying they'll need something stronger and that they have no choice. Detsras orders the Golem Knight to eliminate Borson and Gelfarn first, calling the rest weaklings. The Golem Knight charges forward on his command. Sarati, seeing the situation, says she's going to help them, but Karnak stops her, saying there's no need. She's confused and asks why. As the Golem Knight's blade swings down, Karnak tells her the knight walked into his trap. Both of the corpses begin to glow brightly before exploding, sending the Golem Knight's body parts flying through the air. Sarati asks if he just made the corpses explode. Karnak smirks as debris rains down, saying that's exactly what he did. Detsras falls to the ground in shock, saying Karnak has no right to call himself human if he's desecrating corpses like this. Karnak says that it's a dumb complaint coming from a necromancer and asks if Detsras has anything left up his sleeve. Detsras, realizing defeat is imminent, understands they'll torture him if he gets captured, so he needs to end it now. Begging Tesrainik to take his soul, Detsras explodes his own heart and dies on the spot. Sarati yells in frustration, asking why they always pull this shit. Karnak shakes his head, saying he doesn't understand the point of necromancers killing themselves when he's around. Aura begins to wrap around Detsras's body, and his soul starts to ascend. Karnak says this is a soul transfer by contact, asking if he set it up so his soul would go straight to Tesrainik after his death. Sarati asks what they're going to do and Karnak says there's not shit they can do as he starts screaming. Barros says that's a shame as that was their chance to get some good information. Karnak sighs, asking if he underestimated him. Sarati says that she doesn't think it's over, asking him what that is. When they look down they see a little portal appearing as Detsras's soul starts to appear out of it and he asks why they're here instead of Tesrainik. Karnak is confused by it, while Barros laughs, saying he must have messed up his skill. Maybe they haven't pieced it together yet that Tesrainik might actually be Karnak. But they get really excited looking past all of this, saying they can't believe he messed up, telling him that this is why the basics are important when you're dealing with magic. As he starts to send a hand towards Detsras he screams and Karnak says they can finally have a conversation. They head back to the safe house and Barros says that he cleared the rest of it out so he can get started. Karnak says okay and he's sure the prince is tired of waiting too and that he'll focus even harder than last time. Sarati asks if he just stole that from Greg Doucette or if he's going to use the same method as always. Barros tells her that it's only because Karnak is so skilled that he can use necromancy often, but it's actually very dangerous magic. She saw how he had a spell cast for soul transfer, so Detsras is probably prepared for this scenario too. As Karnak starts to command Detsras to respond to his call, a green aura starts to come out from him like usual. As we see some kind of demon ghoul fly up from Detsras' soul, Barros says that it's a demon of insanity. Sarati asks what that is as Barrow says that when you stare into the abyss it stares back at you, and that's pretty much what the demon of insanity is. We see her making a confused face as the demon itself is starting to freak out, and she says it looks like the demon is the one being driven insane. Barrow says that he told her when you stare into the abyss it stares back. Karnak asks if he's really saying he's worse than these things as the demon disappears. Barrow says that was easy. Karnak sighs, asking if his soul is really that bad and that he should try being nicer. Karnak tells Detsras to answer truthfully, asking why Alfred had his body swapped with Lloyd. Wondering why his body was so tempting. Detsras says that it wasn't tempting at all and the curse was just a part of the plan for Alfred to take the crown. Karnak tells him to explain it in detail. They head back, asking Lloyd if anything happened. He's just glad to see them, asking if they're all okay. Karnak says yeah, and they dealt with the necromancers, telling him they also discovered how to undo the spell and learned of Alfred's plan. Lloyd says that's great, wanting to know what he discovered. Karnak explains that, thankfully, the swap is temporary. Alfred intended to return to his own body as well. Then, he holds up a little brooch, saying this is how he's meant to swap. On the full moon, place the item used for the curse under the moonlight and drip a drop of fresh blood from Alfred. It doesn't even need a necromancer to activate. Lloyd says that must be why he wanted his body so badly. Karnak says exactly, that's why they swapped in the first place. It seems he devised a plan on the night of the full moon. Lloyd asks if he knows what it is. Karnak tells him that Alfred wants to assassinate King Wiscott. Lloyd is surprised, asking if this is real. Karnak says the plan is to get close and stab him with a knife because the king wouldn't suspect his own son, and when the bodies are swapped back, he'd get away scot-free. Lloyd says he didn't expect such a Detective Conan level plot, but that plan is going to be hard to execute since his body is so weak. Even if the attempt failed, his plan would still work, as he'd either be imprisoned for life or executed for trying to harm the king. Lloyd says that also makes sense, as Alfred would then be the only heir left, and that this could be bad. Now that his body is missing, Alfred won't be able to make any mistakes, so they need to keep their guard up until the night of the full moon. He's tempted to drink poison when they swap back. Bro is pissed. Karnak tells him to restrain himself because if his body is harmed, it could interfere with lifting the curse. Lloyd says that's pretty unfortunate. Karnak tells him that Prince Alfred might not realize that his body is missing. Lloyd asks what he means. Karnak says that Alfred is staying at his quarters, using necromancers to contact his subordinates, but now that his necromancers are gone, he'll have no way to contact them. He asks what Lloyd thinks Alfred will attempt when he's lost contact. Lloyd says that a normal person would delay their plans, but if he was sane, he wouldn't have touched necromancy to begin with. Karnak nods in agreement, saying that he'll definitely move forward with his plan. Lloyd sighs, saying this is a mess, as nobody's going to even believe this. Sarati asks if he even needs his original body back, saying surely it's better that he's in a healthier body. Karnak tells her that possession only lasts for so long, as the body and soul don't match. Moreover, there are side effects because if the soul and body continue to clash, it'll drive them mad. The princes are related by blood, so it would only last about 3 months because it usually lasts a day or 2. Lloyd says that means he's living on borrowed time, and it means they barely have any chances since it can only be done on a full moon. He starts to panic, asking if there is really no way to stop Alfred, saying he wants to break his own legs. Karnak says he's already captured one high-ranking cultist and that he should use this chance to forge a golden connection. Karnak asks him if he wants to teach Alfred a lesson, saying that he has a plan. Lloyd agrees. Karnak then says that he has a plan and starts to explain it to him. It jumps to the Still Palace. As we see Alfred struggling to stand, he can't believe how shit this body is, saying that it must have been just a pain for Lloyd to live. But today is finally the last day. Since he lost contact with the cultist, he can't delay his plan. Spending another month in this body is out of the question. A maid busts into the room, saying that they need him to follow them immediately as he needs to evacuate. Alfred asks what they mean. She picks him up, saying they're going to assist him in moving. When he asks why they're doing this, they tell him that Alfred is swinging his sword intending to harm him. He can't believe Lloyd is doing this, in his body most importantly, as he's not the type to act irrationally, wondering what he is plotting. We see Lloyd telling them all that they better kneel before their future king. The guards ask what he's doing in the first place, as His Highness will not stand for this. The guard captain, Zeliad, is the one telling him this. He tells them that his target is only Lloyd. As he does not wish to shed unnecessary blood, they will soon be his subjects. He says Alfred is a fool because he could have easily ruined his reputation too. Ziliad says he's mentally ill and that they need to suppress him without harming him. They charge in, and Lloyd says he told them to stay back. As he dashes forward, passing by one of the guards, he attacks at one, making him block the attack. He then turns, realizing they are surrounding him, but sees his way out as he dashes forward, dealing non-lethal blows, shoving his way through them. Ziliad says this is incredible, asking when his swordsmanship improved so much, and that it's going to be hard to suppress him unscathed, as he is equally fighting off against one of the guards right now. A blue light is then seen from above. As it starts to get closer, they notice it, turning and looking up, only for an explosion to occur right in front of all of them. They wonder if this is one of Alfred's supporters. We see it's none other than the boys, calling out to Ziliad. He asks who they are, and Karnak holds up a badge, saying that he is from the king's order as he has been sent here by Prince Lloyd himself. He asks what the king's order is doing here as Barrows hands him a letter, saying they are direct subordinates of the royal family. This is a letter signed by Lloyd himself. They read it, saying that this is definitely his handwriting, asking if Lloyd planned for this. Ziliad sighs, saying no matter what happens, he can pass the blame on to them. Of course, the real Lloyd inside of his Alfred's body asks who they think they are, saying nobody can stop him. Karnak says he will restrain him first, as Ziliad reminds him not to draw any blood since he is still a prince. Karnak says he is aware, telling Sarati to do her job. She then walks forward, unleashing aura, and they are surprised to see an aura user, but she charges forward directly towards Lloyd. She then swings, as Lloyd barely dodges. They exchange glances with one another, nodding as they have practiced this porn-level acting. Karnak and Barrows block everybody's vision while cheering them on, and all they can hear are their swords clashing. Some in the back can see aura moving, but they don't even know how the fight is going. We see her dash right past Lloyd after making an X pattern. He grunts and falls to his knees. They ask if it is finally over, saying they actually can't believe they restrained him without drawing any blood. Karnak then casts a spell to tie up Lloyd with a rope, and he, still in character, yells, asking for them to release him. Ziliad says things worked out well, and they will take it from here, telling his men to imprison him until they receive orders from the king. Sometime later in the day, we hear Alfred inside of Lloyd's body asking if Alfred has been captured and if he is being held within the palace jail. His maid says yes, as he is currently under the watch of the king's order. Alfred wonders how he knows someone from the king's order, asking about dinner plans with his father since it is about time for them to meet. The maid says that since his safety is their top priority, the dinner plans have been cancelled. Alfred starts panicking internally, asking what the hell is going on. The maid tells him that they are going to prepare and serve dinner here where it is safe. He turns, looking out the window to see the full moon, saying that he can't believe his plans are cooked, asking how he is meant to lift the curse if his body is stuck in prison. A golden light appears, and he asks what this is while sweating nervously. He then starts to realize what this feeling is as he opens his eyes and is confused. He starts screaming, saying he can't believe he returned, asking how, saying that bastard Lloyd definitely knew something. Karnak says it is good to finally meet Prince Alfred, and when Alfred asks who he is, Karnak asks if his identity is that important while releasing his aura. Alfred asks what he is trying to do to him. Karnak says that he doesn't need to learn who he is because he is going to forget it after what they do to him, and we hear him screaming. A few days later, they greet Lloyd, saying it is finally good to meet him. Barrows says technically that is correct, as it is their first time seeing him in his real body. He laughs, saying that he wants to thank them for what they have done and that if it wasn't for them, Alfred's plans would have worked without fail. Karnak says it was only his responsibility as a nobleman, and Lloyd says he knew he would say that. Thanks to the recent events, Alfred's supporters have been captured. It seems that those loyal to him inside the palace were also close to the cultist, and thanks to that information, they are able to end their investigations quickly. Lloyd says that while it is all thanks to them, he regrets to say that he is unable to reward them for their actions. Although they were keeping all recent events under wraps because of their request, it also means that their accomplishments are not going to be recognized, and that doesn't sit well with him. Karnak says although he was involved in the events without choice, if people find out that a necromancer was involved, he'd only gain suspicion from the public, and it may cause him to lose his chance to the throne, which he doesn't want to happen. Since they also managed to capture one of the elders of the Order of the Dark God, it is more than enough that they defeated the cultist. Lloyd says he can't believe that these people are so noble. While Barrows asks what is going to happen to Alfred from now on, Lloyd says that although it's being kept secret, they deserve to know that he hung himself inside of his jail cell. Bro pulled an Epstein. Lloyd says that according to the priest, they found signs of the darkness of the end, and it's clear that the cultists were involved. Barros and Sarati both look at him, asking if he really killed him, but Karnak says he didn't do it. Sarati asks what he was doing with the needle then, and Karnak says that he only altered his memory slightly, asking why he would hang him. Lloyd quickly continues, saying that even if they say they're satisfied, he wants to know if he can offer them anything, as he'd love to help them. Karnak thinks about it, saying if that's the case, he'd appreciate it if he could assist them with dealing with the cultists later, as it'll only make things difficult if other nobles get involved. Lloyd shakes his head, saying he really isn't taking advantage of the situation, which is why he prepared something himself, telling him to take this medallion. Lloyd says that he is now a representative of him, and that seal signifies he is acting under his orders. That should help him when cleaning up the cultists, asking if he agrees. Barros and Sarati are super impressed to see it, and Karnak says that it's definitely going to come in handy. Lloyd says if it's him, he sure as hell gets put to good use, and hopefully he remains good to the world. It then jumps to a different estate as a man is telling his lord that their plans in the Usteel kingdom have failed, and that Prince Lloyd has regained his body, and Bishop Detzraz has been martyred. The lord asks if everything else is taken care of, and the dude says yes, everything related to it is dealt with already. We are introduced to one of the Dark Cardinals, which is none other than Huddle Grenthal, who asks what kind of fool is ruining his plans. His assistant says they also gathered Prince Alfred's soul, handing it to him. He says it looks like they did a great job, but with their plans failing, he doesn't know what to do. They can't leave the kingdom alone, since Lord Eleazar specifically told them to keep an eye out on it. A few months ago at Eleazar's estate, we see her telling Huddle that she wants him to keep an eye on the northeast continental region. He asks if she means the vicinity of the Usteel kingdom, and she says yes, as she has a bad feeling about it, and to be wary of anything weird. Huddle tells her that's a bit too broad, asking if there's anything in particular that she is looking for. Eleazar says he needs to look for events that they didn't do, but it looks like they did. He sighs, asking what the hell that even means. His assistant then tells Huddle that there's still one problem left. When Huddle asks what it is, his assistant says that although they have gathered the prince's soul, Detzraz's soul is nowhere to be found. Huddle says this should be impossible, because a soul branded by Tessrainik can't be lost, and if those dogs are the goddesses, they've managed to gain that kind of power. He then says he has to see this for himself, telling his assistant to prepare a necromancy ritual. In his creepy-ass basement, he's chanting for Detzraz, saying that his master is calling for him. Of course there's no reaction, which means that his soul is gone, and he wonders what could have possibly happened. He said it might have been because of a holy spell, which means that they are immensely powerful. However, he hasn't yet heard of someone that possesses such power. He then wonders if it's a necromancer outside of the order, saying it is possible for someone to possess that kind of power. Even if that's the case, to think they're strong enough to erase the dark god's branding is quite hard to believe. Alfred might have seen something. As he starts to use an aura, telling him to awaken, we see his soul appear directly in front of him. Huddle says that in the recent events over control of the throne, he asks if someone other than himself from the Dark God Order approached him. Alfred's soul is confused what he means by the order, and Huddle says that he thought the order supported him in his plans. Alfred asks what he's talking about, saying he has no clue. Huddle says that he can't believe he doesn't remember anything, even the fact that the order was helping him, asking if they altered his memories, saying that he doesn't know if an ordinary necromancer can do such a thing. He then recalls Eleazar's words, saying this must be what she was talking about. Then he tells his assistant they need to investigate the Usteel kingdom. He asks who he would like to send, and Huddle thinks about it for a second, saying they need to cause a scene to buy time to investigate, and that they'll use the sword that the main sect sent them recently. The dude tells him they can't control it yet, and Huddle laughs, asking if there's a need to control it, and says some straight Riddler shit that I'm not repeating, and he says they'll definitely find out who's behind this. It jumps again to a few days later. At a lodge outside the city, we see Karnak interrogating Detzraz's soul, and he learns about the Dark Cardinal Huddle. He makes his soul disappear, and he smiles, saying it looks like he's planning something, and he should be able to find out what it is if he keeps an eye on him. Barros then calls out to him, and when he turns he sees both him and Sarati looking like they came out of an entirely different series, asking why he doesn't have a break with them. He laughs, asking if they really think they have time to rest as they're supposed to be in town gathering resources and information. Barros says they've been so busy recently, asking if he found anything. Karnak says he found some information on who might be controlling the order. He then tells them that his name is Huddle, and he's the Dark Cardinal. He's 20 years old from the Empire and keeps describing stuff. Sarati says that's great, and once they're done, they should head to the king's order and find out more about him. Karnak says that one more thing, he's found something else as he holds his hands up with magic in one side and his necromancy power in the other. He starts to fuse them in the sky above them. Sarati asks what that is, and Karnak says that it's about the fusion of magic and necromancy that Detsraz was using, and he figured it out while interrogating him. Now he should be able to use them together. A few days later, Barros asks why they got called here after he locked himself in his room for a couple of days. Karnak says it took some time to figure out how to use his new powers. Sarati asks what he means, and Karnak says he literally just showed her a couple of days ago. He explains that originally his chaos magic was created by removing the death energy from his necromancy magic, but this fuses mana and death energy together to create something similar to necromancy. She says that seems a bit backwards, asking if he figured everything out. He says yeah, and he was researching how he could use it for himself, telling her to watch this. He stretches his hand out, telling the soul of the earth to awaken as it shatters, summoning a golem just as Detsraz did before. Barros asks if he is about to put armor on it just like Detsraz did, but Karnak says nah, he can't do that as it's too different from how he cast his spells, which is why he's going to do this instead. As he snaps his fingers, the ground shakes even more as now there is a whole army of golems standing in the forest. Barros asks if he's always been able to summon this many, and he says that since he has to cast a manipulation spell on each golem, it would be difficult for even an archmage to do. That's why instead of casting manipulation spells, he's inserting residual thoughts into each of them, utilizing chaos magic instead to control them. That's how he's able to summon so many. Barros says that he is taking advantage of the best parts of magic and necromancy. Karnak says yeah, and it should be safer too since he won't have to expose his death energy in the process. He's going to try to develop even more unique spells so he'll be able to get way stronger than he is currently. He then crushes all of the golems, saying that it's still a pretty difficult spell to cast, and he doesn't know who made it, but he's pretty sure that it took at least 3 archmages to develop. Barros says there's no way, asking why those elders would look into something like necromancy. Karnak says he told him last time that if you can use necromancy along with other powers, it grows exponentially. Sarati says that means they have to get stronger too, asking Barros how his aura training is going. He says he's deaf in that ear, and he can't actually hear her. Karnak says speaking of aura, while talking with Detsraz, he figured out why Barros wasn't able to awaken his aura. Barros gets excited, asking why. Karnak says that he used to be a necromancer. Barros is confused, asking if he was, saying that he wielded a sword his entire life. Karnak tells him that it's not like there's a specific way to become a necromancer, all he needs to know is how to manipulate dark energy. Barros says that ever since he returned to the past, he's been avoiding it. Karnak says the problem isn't his physical body, but his soul. During his time as the Dark Knight, his soul must have been stained by the energy. Saying that his specialty was possession and dark battle aura. Asking how that is any different from a necromancer. Barros is shocked, saying he can't believe he's so stupid he didn't realize this before. Asking if there's any solution to fix it. Karnak says that once they returned, they should have immediately cleansed his soul, but now they're too late. Barros turns to an actual fountain. Saying that he can't believe that everything's been going wrong since the beginning. He asks if this means he's going to have to find his own way to awaken aura. Karnak says yeah. Now that he's learned about it, they should go experiment. Barros asks if he's really just leaving him without helping him. Karnak asks how he's meant to do that, saying that he'll figure it out on his own. Barros screams, saying he hates thinking. Me too, bro, me too. A few days later at the King's Order headquarters, Sarati says that it's good to get some rest and train like this. Karnak says in his current form, he might even be able to defeat a 7th Circle mage. Barros is just defeated, saying that he's falling behind. Karnak's surprised he hasn't figured it out yet. Barros says that since there aren't any cases he can look into for reference, it's going to take quite a while. Somebody runs over, calling out to Karnak. Not sure if they've introduced him. It's been a while since I've done this series. Karnak asks why he's running like this, and the dude says that Commander Arundel is calling in the southern region of the kingdom, as there's a blood-drinking monster. Karnak says that isn't it pretty common for monsters to appear down there, and the dude says that it seems that the number of casualties over the last 10 days is 500 people. They're all surprised to hear that there's been that many in just a couple days, and when they get into the room, Arundel says that since everybody's here, he wants to thank them firstly for gathering quickly, and he apologizes for summoning them all on short notice. We are introduced to a lot of people of the 1st Battalion. There is the 7th Circle mage, named Jiken. the blue knight named Treve, the red knight named Harris. And of course, the boys who are talking through telepathy, and Barros and Sarati can't believe there's so many strong people here. Arentel says that since everybody's here, he wants to explain it in detail. 10 days ago, it all started in a small village called Merida within the Jetelva region. Villagers and cattle were found dead, their blood drained completely like mummies. The order determined it was the act of a vampire and sent a team to investigate. However, everyone who went to investigate was found dead, and during that time, 4 other villages fell. Eventually, the danger reached the great city of Akenbart, and since it was a large city, plenty of witnesses made it out alive, and they were able to figure out the truth behind the monster. The identity of the monster was a young child wielding a cruel-looking greatsword. The order took the accounts of the witnesses and compared them to old records, which is how they were able to figure out that this sword was the source of all the problems. The magic sword uses a human as a host, turning them into a murderous vampire, causing the host to kill everyone and suck their blood to grow their power. They decided to give the magic sword the name Merida after the village where it first appeared. Karnak is surprised that it's a magic sword. Even Barrow says a magic sword can't be this strong. Sarati's lost. Arentel continues, saying that releasing artifacts filled with evil energy into the world and causing havoc is something that the cult specializes in, which is why the Order of the Goddess suspected the Order of the Dark God, and the 5th Battalion of the King's Order was given a request to resolve the issue. However, last night, they received news that the 5th Battalion were absolutely bodied. Harris asked if he meant all of them, and Arentel said yes. Barrows said that must be why headquarters have been so uneasy. Arentel said that this is the worst incident since the creation of the King's Order, and they can't just sit back and watch. Which is why he called their greatest personnel for this. Jikan asks Treve if he thinks he'd be able to defeat the entire 5th Battalion if he were in the same situation. Treve says that if he hadn't eaten or slept in days, going against them would be realistically impossible. Arentel says that he doesn't think he'd be able to do it either, and it's only possible because of the magic sword. Barrows says that he thought Arentel was a purple knight. Karnak says that he's right and there shouldn't be a magic sword that rivals a purple knight either. Sarati asks how he's so confident, and Karnak says that's because he's never seen one like that during his time as the Death King, nor was he able to make one himself. Saying that is pretty obvious. Sarati asks how she's supposed to believe that, as everything he said was impossible has happened, even with Detsras. Karnak says that this doesn't make any sense, asking how an ordinary human is supposed to handle that much power from a magic sword. Arentel says that he's going to be joining them all personally for this. Jiken complains that he can't as he's one of the only 2 purple knights within the kingdom, and it could be the cultists' plan to lure him out to the wild. Arentel tries to fight it off, but Jiken continues, saying that he knows what they're capable of and to leave it to them. He says he has no choice, and that he'll trust them with this, as we see he's actually nervous about it. He tells Jiken that he'll be in charge as Commander-in-Chief, and that Karnak will be Vice Commander, and he wants them to share the plans for the joint operation between all of them, as they need to defeat the magic sword Merida. It then jumps to a village as we see Merida slowly walking forward, about to destroy this place too. Sometime later, they arrive at the outskirts of a small countryside village in Jetelva. They see nothing but destruction in its wake and bodies all over the ground. Jiken says that all of the villagers must have been killed by Merida. A woman says that there are a few survivors and that they are currently under protection at the Saisha temple. Jiken says that's good, even if it's the demonic sword, she isn't going to be able to catch all of the escaping villagers. Some other people then call out towards him, and he asks if they trace the sword's magic like he asked. They said that they found her precise location, and we are introduced to one of the women of the First Order, Mary, and of course, we already know Milia as we were introduced to her previously. Jiken tells everybody they are going to head into the forest and to make sure they are on guard. Sarati is surprised they found her so easily, asking if it's actually good intel. Karnak says yes, and since she is under the influence of the demonic sword, she's not thinking clearly and leaving traces all over the place. Barrows says it's going to be easy to find her, but the real issue is what comes after. Since that demonic sword rivals a purple knight, it's going to be quite challenging, asking Sarati if she can handle it. She says she doesn't know, and she'll be able to tell once she faces it. They peek over a bush and see Merida leaning up against a tree stump, releasing aura. They ask if that's her, even though they can see hella evil red aura. Jiken says he's going to explain the plan. The demonic sword grows with each drop of blood, so no one can afford to get hurt. Barrows is going to lead the team, casting a net and overwhelming the demonic sword. Jiken says the rest are going to head to their front line, and as he said before, Karnak is going to be on standby, And while they do recon, if there is a gap in the net, they can step in. It's their first time working together, so he thinks this is for the best. Karnak nods, saying that he and Sarati will sit back, leaving it to them. As they start making their way towards her, surrounding her, they lie in wait behind trees. Treve begins to slowly walk forward, putting aura into his blade. Jikan nods towards Treve, signaling him to try ambushing her. He then starts to channel a spell called Flame Strike onto his staff, launching a pillar of flame at the demonic sword, shooting it straight into the air. Sarati is surprised the flames are so strong. Karnak says this is as expected from a 7th circle mage. Of course, the attack was no match as Merida jumps straight up into the air, laughing maniacally. She doesn't even seem fazed by the attack and is just smiling. Jikan is surprised that there are no scratches, and she starts to fly directly towards him. He tells Treve and Harris to quickly protect him as Treve blocks the attack from Merida. Harris comes in with a sneak attack, but Merida catches onto it and slashes in a full 360-degree arc around her body, making them both block it. She then starts fighting them both simultaneously, not giving either one an inch, pushing them back as if she was just having fun with them. Jiken prepares another spell, forming a bunch of icicles around him. He drops them from the sky, casting a spell called Ice Spears. The icicles fly toward her. Merida's sword starts to glow a brighter red as she puts up some kind of wall to block all of the ice spears. However, she doesn't block all of them, and her hands start to freeze over, slowing her movements. Treve and Harris take this chance to attack her, and unlike before where they were on the defensive, now she is. Jiken says this is going as planned. Since they sealed her movements, they're on equal footing, and they should try to overwhelm her now, telling Karnak it's his time to join them. Karnak tells Sarati to unleash her aura, and she leaps off the ground, jumping straight into the fight. She attacks the back of Merida, sending blood flying. Merida turns but still laughs, even though she's confused about the situation. Jiken says that seeing as how she's laughing, it seems the sword has completely taken over her mind, and at this rate, they should be able to capture her. He then tells all mages, including Karnak, to advance forward. As they start advancing, Merida freezes up, and Karnak starts to cast a spell, saying, "With the eyes of the azure sky," and he tells Mother Earth to split. Merida starts to shiver in fear and then screams, confusing everyone. She continues screaming while stomping the ground in complete fear. Harris notes that it started ever since Karnak began approaching her. Karnak starts sweating nervously as Merida turns, no longer laughing, just screaming while running away. She bypasses their front line, and they wonder why she's running. She's also too fast for them to catch up, disappearing into the distance. Jiken asks what in the hell is going on, asking Karnak if he did something. Karnak says he has no idea what they're talking about and that he's also shocked, and they all watched as he didn't finish his spell. Jiken says it must have been a coincidence. Mary says that she thinks the timing of her running and Karnak casting the spell must have just been coincidental. Treve asks why she ran away in the first place, and Mary says she's not sure. Jiken says this is a first for him. The host of the demonic sword shouldn't be able to think, so it's normal for the host to be unresponsive. Karnak says that they need to chase her before she gets too far away. Milia and Mary start tracking her again, but Mary says there's a problem. Milia adds that the sword's pattern has changed, and while Merida was running away, she didn't leave any traces behind. Jiken says that this is bad, as the sun is setting, and Merida will become stronger at night. It will be dangerous to continue chasing her, so they have no other choice but to camp out and rethink their plan. They retreat to Akenbart City. Jiken tells everyone they did great, and until they figure out the next steps, he would appreciate their support. Thankfully, Merida is active in the outskirts, so she won't come toward the city center. They should rest easy tonight, and he dismisses them. Karnak and his group head up to their room. Barros asks where Milia is. Sarati says she fell asleep immediately because she was exhausted, but more importantly, she wants to know what's going on because she doesn't think it was a coincidence that Merida ran away. Barros also agrees, telling Karnak to be honest, asking what happened and what he did behind their backs. He says that if he's going to be truthful about it, he actually has no damn idea. They ask if he's being serious, and Barros says that maybe the evil spirit within the demonic sword saw how corrupted his soul is and reacted to it. Karnak gets annoyed, saying there's gotta be an actual reason. Barros says that no matter how he thinks about it, he doesn't think Merida would be scared by him, and maybe Merida would be if it was when he was the Death King. Karnak says that's right, and there's no way that she was able to see through time and know his past. Sarati asks if this was all coincidental, saying she doesn't actually know. Her stomach then starts to rumble, and she gets hella embarrassed, and they decide that it's time to go eat. As they're trying to save her face, she runs out of the room first, still hella embarrassed. We see two men exiting a restaurant saying they're super full, but that shit was gas, and they should get some rest since they need to move a lot tomorrow. They start talking about why the demonic sword would run away, as they've never experienced this. He says that he also thought it was odd, but he guesses that Karnak is an odd dude to begin with, and that he always seems to do something weird during their missions. One of the dudes, Mohawk, says that the weirdest thing he noticed was when they all just stop talking to each other and stare at one another. Toothpick says that he's noticed that as well, and he wonders what they are doing. Mohawk then stops moving, and asks him if that's what he thinks it is, as it's none other than Merida standing in the alley before them. Toothpick asks what the hell she is doing here, and that she should be on the outskirts. Mohawk says that he's not properly armed for this, and they need to go report to the commander. As Merida starts laughing uncontrollably, we hear them both screaming. R.I.P. Mohawk and Toothpick, I just gave you names, how did you die like that? Jiken asks if this happened last night, and Mary says that it had to have, as all their blood has been sucked dry, and it matches the states of Merida's victims. There's no doubt she did this. Jiken asks if that means she was able to walk through the middle of town, and Karnak says this is impossible as he didn't even sense any dark energy. Jiken asks if they were also unable to sense anything. Mary says that she wasn't able to, but Milia was asleep. Barros asks Karnak if he was able to feel it, but Karnak says nah. Barros asks if it's possible for the Death King to be unable to sense something related to necromancy, and Karnak says low-key he doesn't know. Jiken asks if anybody sensed it, and Mary says the area is clear as there is no evidence of dark energy. Jiken says that he can't believe there's no trace at all, while asking how this is possible, that she was able to discreetly pass by without anybody sensing anything. Mary says it would be possible if someone unrelated to necromancy killed these two, and only used Merida to just suck out the blood from their bodies. Since the process of absorbing blood occurs within the body, there would be no traces left within the area. Milia says they could have been killed somewhere far away, and then the culprits moved the bodies back. Jiken says that both assumptions lead to one conclusion, that someone is helping her. There's a third party who is either helping her or able to control the demonic sword, and there is no way the sword itself could come up with a plan like this. He starts to wonder if the Order of the Dark got us behind it. Karnak says that he should have definitely noticed if they were involved, or maybe they have something planned up their sleeves, and he starts to feel a little anxious. Jiken says that he has no idea what's going on, as Harris says that he never thought Merida would come attack them first, asking what the plan is. Treve also says this is difficult, as there's nothing they are able to do without clues. Jiken says that she usually only stays on the outskirts, and they can't believe she came to the center of the town. Something is off, he's just speculating at the moment, but it's possible she's after the king's order. Treve says she's not making sense anymore, and if she's targeting them, can't they all just wait until she comes for one of them? Jiken says they should definitely do that, and all they have to do is be ready for any attacks. Even if they aren't her target, since she's been in the area, it's likely that she'll strike a nearby town. Karnak says it looks like they need to find a place to stay at while they wait. But it needs to be a place where they can prepare for attacks, specifically a fortress-like area within the city to rest and prepare. Jiken says he'll start looking for that specifically, as we see a very fancy manor. He says this is the best he could find, and he's sure it can take all of the troops while they prep for this. Karnak asks if it's really okay for them to use a noble's estate like this, and Jiken tells him not to worry, as this is his cousin's house, so to feel comfortable here. As it turns out, he's actually Marquis' second son. Karnak says he's lucky, but the rest are just excited. Jiken says there's also no need to worry, as the entirety of Akenbard is helping them out, providing them with supplies or men whenever they need, and since they've been suffering from Merida's actions, they just want everything to be over. Jiken says it looks like the king's order will need to work overtime, and that they should prepare thoroughly until they hear news of Merida. Throughout the day, we hear them training, while we see maids carrying stuff inside. Of course, there's nothing happening so far, and we learn that it's actually been 4 days. Sarati is anxious, saying that she can't believe nothing's happened yet. Barros and Karnak are straight up pigging out, and she asks if they're really eating now, as she hasn't even been able to sleep for the last few days. Barros says if she's not hungry, he's going to eat her portion, and she barks at him, saying she never said she wouldn't eat it. He asks why she's so on edge during the day, saying surely she should know that death energy weakens under the sunlight, making it difficult for demons and monsters that use dark energy to move, so they just need to keep their guards up at night. She's still a little panicked, saying that it makes her worried, and Karnak says it's better that they don't let their guard down, as who knows if those cultists are using the demonic sword as a cover to attack people. Barros asks who would do something so complicated, and there's no way. Bro just straight jinxed it. He turns, horrified, as they are all surprised. Barros says he can't believe he had to will this into existence. Can't say if this is lucky or unlucky. The soldiers ask what's going on, telling everybody to get into position, and to confirm that this is the target. They then spot that it's none other than Merida, asking how she is doing this in the middle of the day, as she shouldn't be able to use her full power. She raises her blade into the air, and they say there's no way she's still this powerful. As she slams it down, the aura starts bouncing around as if it was a whip, causing everyone to backpedal from it. One of the men realizes it's easier to dodge than last time, as they are all just able to say it looks like she's weaker than before, and that a single aura user might be able to handle her now. Some of the guards ask where everybody is, and they say that Sarati was eating nearby, so she should be here soon, and they'll just hold her off until Sarati is here. We see Merida's eyes are focused on something as she dashes straight in, readying her blade for an attack. She dashes by some of the guards who raise their swords to block her, but instead of actually attacking them, she just weaves in and out of their formation. They wonder why she's running past them all. She starts heading directly towards a specific group and raises her blade into the air, slamming it down at where they are. They manage to sidestep it. We are introduced to a man named Lefen. Lefen looks horrified as she comes in for another attack at his head, which he ducks underneath. Everybody else watches, wondering why she's only attacking Lefen from the 7th Battalion and nobody else. Since her target is an ordinary soldier, they can't help but be confused. Sarati finally arrives, asking if everybody is okay, and they call out to her. She is shocked to see it's actually Merida in the middle of the day. Merida, on the other hand, is still absolutely laser focused on Lefen, shooting out sword aura directly towards him. Sarati leaps off the ground, blocking it for Lefen. We see that Bro was about to stay his ground. Merida is surprised and starts to backpedal. Sarati asks what she thinks she's doing here, as Merida pulls her sword back. She slams down directly underneath her where Sarati is, but not actually trying to attack her, just blinding her so she can run away. Sarati chases after her, saying she's not going to let her escape this time. She lands on the rooftop, only to be surprised as Merida is literally nowhere to be seen. Sarati informs both Treve and Harris, who are confused about why Merida ran without killing anyone. Jiken says that not only did she come during the daytime, but she fled the moment she was disadvantaged. This only proves that it has thoughts of its own and that Merida must have consciousness to do all of this. Harris says that still, it seemed unwise for it to have its own thoughts, as it's doing whatever it pleases. Jiken sighs, saying that it's just like Harris then and is probably smooth-brained as hell, but to be clear, they can finally conclude that its target is the king's order, but why? Jiken says he's not sure, asking Karnak if anything comes to mind. Karnak says there was something strange during their last attack. The place where she appeared was a gathering space for most of their soldiers. However, it seems like Merida was only after one particular soldier, Lefen. Treve says that now he thinks about it, even the other two casualties were members of the 7th Battalion, #Justice for Mohawk and Toothpick. Jiken says she was acting strange was when she first met Karnak as well, the commander of the 7th Battalion, wondering what the connection between them may be. Karnak says that it doesn't seem like Merida is specifically targeting their battalion. Jiken asks how not, when all of the targets so far have been from his battalion to begin with. Karnak says my fault OG. Sarati says they can just confirm it themselves. Jiken asks how. Sarati continues, saying that they can reorganize the sleeping quarters and station the 1st Battalion on the outskirts with the 7th Battalion in the center. After that, they can place Lefen, who was just targeted, in the deepest part of the camp and leave it like this to see if she shows up again. If she does, they'll find something out. Jiken nods his head, saying that's a good idea and they could definitely do it. At night, while everyone is on patrol, even Karnak and Barros are on guard, looking around for her. Meanwhile, Lefen is just anxious, wondering what is going on and why he has to stay here waiting for an attack, and why she's after him to begin with. Harris asks Jiken if he really thinks that Merida will attack them again. He says that since she already tried once, she'll definitely come by again. Since she doesn't care whether it's night or day, they'll have no choice but to stay on guard. Lefen then speaks up, saying that this might just be all a misunderstanding and that Merida targeting him could have just been a coincidence. Of course, it wasn't, as we see her digging her way through the wall, exploding in, landing beside them. She raises her sword up, laughing. And Jiken is surprised she's already here, saying he can't believe this and it really is targeting Lefen. Sarati and Harris cover their swords with aura, saying they'll deal with her as they leap forward directly towards her. Merida sees them, and dodges their attacks by going upwards. Sarati says she'll go to the left and Harris should go to the right. Merida grits her teeth out of frustration and then starts running away. They start chasing after her, saying they won't let her escape. But even though they've said this before, we see them following her rooftop to rooftop as she's continuously laughing while fleeing. Sarati says they're definitely gaining on her and they should try to close the gap even more. Harris says bet, as we see them actually do so, appearing right behind her. Merida then sends an attack towards them and Harris says she needs to deploy an aura shield or else they'll be in trouble. They manage to both do it last second but still get sent flying away, landing on a rooftop. While Merida speeds off around a corner, Sarati says she can't believe she lost it again. Harris says she'll get the official nickname of Butterfingers here on out, but it confirmed their suspicions. Sarati says that's true, as it only targeted Lefen and they need to test it again. We see them with a magic circle under Lefen, and Jiken confirms she only wants him to erase Lefen's presence. She says yes and assumes that Merida wouldn't be able to sense where he is if Jiken does it. Jiken says as long as he's within the circle, nobody can sense him. Sarati continues, saying during the second attack, she went straight for the room he was in. Rather than seeing him with her eyes, she must have sensed his smell or his soul, so the magic circle should hopefully act as a barrier stopping anyone from sensing it. She tells Lefen she knows it's cramped, but to hang in there and this should be safer for him in the long term. He sighs, saying okay, but it's basically like he's living in a prison. The next day rolls around and we see people eating their food, asking how Lefen is, and they say he's been stuck all night. One of the dudes says it must be tiring, and he guesses he feels better that Merida isn't after him though. They ask if he really wants to make a flag like that, as an explosion occurs beside them in the cafeteria. People wonder what's going on as they walk towards it. They hear Merida laughing and start to feel panicked. They say that it was targeting Lefen and that he should be in the other room, asking why Merida is here as we see her smiling while looking at them. Bro is cooked. Merida then launches an attack directly down the middle of the cafeteria, and as it aims directly toward a man in the back, we see it shatter the table as the dude avoids it. Merida continues laughing, and then the attack curves around, surprising them as it changes direction. It's heading straight for the dude who just raised his own death flag, and we learn that his name is Froze. He can't believe that he's next, but the attack is too fast for him to dodge. Of course, Sarati makes her entrance, blocking the attack for him. As Treve runs in, she tells him they need to deal with Merida first. Treve says he's on it, and Merida again grits her teeth and runs away in an instant before they can even react. Treve asks how she disappeared again and how the hell she's so quick. Jiken asks if the victim was another member of the 7th Battalion, and Treve says it seems so. Jiken says this is already the 4th target, and there's no way it's a coincidence, asking Karnak if he really has no idea what's going on. Karnak says not one. Froze then speaks up, saying it may be a crazy idea, but he wants to share it. He says it might be a bit of a stretch, asking if they would like to hear. Jiken and Karnak say it's fine and tell him to share. He says it would be possible that the targets are in order of how close they were to Karnak. Jiken and Karnak ask him what he means, and he says that Merida ran away when she saw Karnak the first time, and it's in the exact order of the members that were closest to him when he was cornering Merida. Barros says that now that he thinks about it, he's right. Karnak asks if that's true, and Jiken says that even if that's the case, he doesn't know. Froze says that he's well aware it's a dumb idea, but it was just a desperate thought that he had. Jiken asks Harris what he thinks, and Harris says that it's true the attacks are targeting them in order, and whether they want to believe it or not, they have no other clues. They can try to prove if this is true, asking who was the next closest to Karnak. Froze says that it would be Krant and tells them what he looks like. Harris then suggests that they try to confirm it during the next attack. Jiken says okay, and they'll put Froze and Lefen in the magic circle together. Since they can't be certain yet, they shouldn't tell Krant anything. That night, yet again, Merida returns with an attack on the estate. And of course, she runs away once more, and Jiken says that he can't believe it was true, and just as they suspected, she went directly after Krant. Bro thought he was going to die. Jiken asks what this means, and Karnak asks if this really has something to do with him. Jiken says to be honest, the reason why Merida is targeting the 7th Battalion and the connection to Karnak is completely stumping him. However, they now know that her actions follow a pattern, and they use this to restrict them. they'll use the information to lure Merida in, and once they set the trap using the battalion members, it'll be very easy. Treve says there's no need to stay here, as it'll be easy to track down the demonic sword in a more remote location. Sarati agrees, saying that it'll make it easier to pursue Merida as well, as there are too many buildings within the city that she can use to hide, which is why they've lost her every time. Copium. Jiken says if that's the case, a wide field with a clear vision of the surroundings would be perfect, and there is an open field north of them that they should camp out at and wait for Merida. He tells everybody to get prepped and to move out by the end of the day. Later on, we see them all in the field, and he says he's sure everyone was surprised about the change in location. This is all in preparation for Merida, hoping they understand. He says that their plan is simple. They'll have Lefen and Froze within their ranks, and right at the ravine, they have a trap to stop Merida. Once the demonic sword appears, they'll use magic circles to erase their presence, and they'll use that advantage to lure her toward the trap. Their goal is to simply lure her and save the possessed little girl, avoiding harm to the girl directly while focusing on destroying the sword. A woman speaks up, saying that she's sorry to interrupt him, but wouldn't it be easier to defeat the host? Jiken says that he understands it's a difficult order since lives are on the line. However, they are the king's order, working under the name of the king himself, so they should do their very best to save every life they can. Sarati gets super happy, saying surely they feel a sense of duty growing on them, and she's so proud to be a human. Barros asks Karnak if he agrees with not harming the host, and he says yeah, as it would be bad if she turned into an undead. Sarati asks if that's really the only complaint he has. Jiken says that they'll wait here until she appears and go to their assigned areas, staying on guard. Poor Sarati is depressed. That night, everybody's on duty, and Lefen asks Karnak if he believes that Merida will appear soon. He says it shouldn't be much longer, as she's been attacking them every day. On cue, a dude yells, saying that they've spotted her as we see her flying through the field, laughing again like a maniac. Jiken tells everybody to prepare their combat positions, and they all fan out into position. Barros tells them all they're the first line of defense and not to let the demonic sword take their blood, and that they need to focus on defending and make the sword waste its energy. They all start running forward as Merida makes her way toward them as well. Again, she launches an attack only to distract them as she weaves in and out of their formation. Barros says they need to hold their positions but not push too hard and let her escape. They all start attacking her, and she floats up into the air, raising her sword, which Barros realizes is bad, telling them to get away. As she slams down, shattering the area, she sends out multiple aura strikes to the soldiers. Luckily, it doesn't seem as if anyone gets caught up in the attack, as Barros even saves some of them. He looks up, saying that fighting head-on is going to be dangerous now that the sun is gone. He tells them that Merida is going to be stronger now and to focus on her blind spots. They then leap off the ground, going for a surprise attack, but of course, it doesn't work, as she immediately swats them down, sending them flying away. They then begin to pursue her, trading blow for blow in the middle of the field. We see Merida looking around in the middle of the fight as she spots her target. She then launches a bit of her aura toward them, telegraphing her attack a bit, but they don't catch on as she explodes off, heading straight toward him. Now they realize that she's approaching the target and they have to stop her. Barros says that it's going as expected, and tells two of their troops, named Wester and Camilla, to make sure to pay her back. They say okay as they pull up behind her, charging a spell called Thunderbolt Strike. As we see it forming in the sky above Merida, it shoots down, but she raises her sword, blocking the attack. It actually seems as if it might have damaged her a little bit. They say it looks like they did their job, now they have to run in the opposite direction, and they start screaming for their lives while running. Of course, Merida is still focused on her target. Other members start to run in now that she's weakened from the attack, and we see her struggling to fight off their blows. As Barros finally makes his appearance, we see their fight is visible far from the ravine, and Treve says that he can't believe Barros is able to move like that. Lefen says that there's no one within the 7th Battalion who can rival Barros either, but he thought the 1st Battalion was known for their skills, asking if he's really impressed by him. Treve tells him to look for himself, as he's only attacking the opponent's weak spots without wasting a single movement. It's as if he knows how the opponent is going to move, and he's heard rumors, but he's more impressive than he thought. However, a swordsman this powerful struggling to use battle aura? He finds that pretty interesting. As we see her trying to escape from Barros, she makes her way further toward her target, and Barros puts himself right in front of him, saying they've managed to lure her to the right spot. She looks a little tired as her attacks seem sloppier than usual, asking if they should pass it on to the next line of defense. He tells everybody to stop, and they all turn happy as he raises his blade, telling them it's time to retreat. They all start to run away in different directions, leaving her completely confused. She looks around the battlefield, smiling after spotting her target, thinking she's got the best of them as she runs toward him. We see it's none other than Froze, and he screams, saying she's finally come. Harris and Sarati say it's their turn, and she says she'll go first as she runs in with her blade. She clashes with Merida in the air. Merida looks pissed, and they continue fighting. Harris says they're finally able to withstand her attacks, and it looks like they've managed to successfully weaken her. Sarati gets sent flying to the ground, saying this isn't the time to be standing in awe, and to hurry up and move according to the plan. Harris pushes Froze, telling him to head to the trap. He blocks an attack. As Froze is running away, Merida starts to chase after him, while both Sarati and Harris do their best to slow her down even more. Froze is running in between the battle, trying not to get caught up as there are explosions occurring everywhere around him. He finally makes it to a point where he can see the ravine, and Sarati tells him to head inside the magic circle as practiced, and he says okay as he starts running over toward it in the field. Merida sends an attack directly toward him, trying her best not to allow him to get any further. Froze locks in, actually managing to avoid it by sliding into the circle, and then vanishes, causing Merida to freeze up. Harris and Sarati realize she's lost and that she's reacting as planned, knowing there's only one step left now. As she's looking around, they glance toward the cave entrance, and Jiken tells Lefen it's his turn. As he steps out of the circle, Merida instantly locks on and smiles, flying directly toward the mouth of the cave. We see her enter while laughing, and they say she's already inside. Jiken tells Lefen to stand back, as Treve leaps in. They begin clashing aura with one another. Immediately this turns into blow for blow, as they are bouncing all around the cave, trading powerful attacks. Treve then backpedals, landing on the ground, as Merida starts to fly directly toward Lefen. Jiken raises up some lightning arrows, shooting them toward her side. Merida reacts, blocking them, only for a second volley of attacks to come through. This time he uses something called Fire Lance. Merida's aura is too thin to block it, so she has to escape to the side, which Treve was expecting as we see him thrust forward with his blade. She manages to dodge it, but only narrowly, as we see her get cut a little bit. She then launches out an attack in retaliation, sending Treve flying backward. He asks how the hell she's still this strong, and both Sarati and Harris arrive on cue as well. He says he's glad to see them. They then yell, telling Merida that this is the end, and we see her making that same annoyed face as before as she starts to run away. Jiken says he wasn't ready yet, as the spell is not complete, and they need to hold her off for longer. They then do their best to catch up with her, but for every one step she takes, they have to take 3. They both go for a cross attack, but she jumps over it. Treve takes this chance to leap up, saying he's going to finish this now. As Merida starts laughing, releasing even more aura, she does a big baseball bat type swing, hitting Treve, making him fly into the wall of the cave. She then starts running away toward the exit, while continuing to laugh. She then freezes up after hearing Karnak say, "Stop," and he walks out from around the corner stepping out of a magic circle hiding his presence, asking her where she thinks she's going, wanting to know what the hell she is. She then freezes up and starts screaming instead of laughing while running away. He says that she's going back as planned, while Jiken sighs, saying he knew it was a good idea to have Karnak hide ahead of time. Jiken then begins to call out the spell he was channeling. By saying, "Oh brilliance of the flowing crystal, become a prison that will capture my enemy," as the spell, Crystal Labyrinth, flies directly toward her. We see it land around her, forming pillars of light as they start to ascend toward the top of the ravine. She tries to escape but it blocks her off as she hits the top. She then starts flying around like a fly that is trying to escape your house but keeps hitting the window. He says that should be able to hold her down for the time being, telling Karnak the rest is up to him. He then starts to call upon the chains of power that tie and bind his enemies. He aims at the floor and uses an ability called Chain of Arcane Force as it flies up toward Merida. It wraps around the sword and some wrap around the feet of the little girl. As it starts to try to pull them apart, she screams, doing her best to resist. Jiken says the ground is too weak and the chains aren't stable enough. As she continues screaming, releasing even more aura, the chains get pulled out from the ground. Harris asks Karnak what he's going to do now. Karnak says he knew this would happen and then snaps his fingers, saying, "Awaken, Spirit of Earth," as his golem army arises around her. Treef says he can't believe he summoned multiple golems at once. Even Jiken says he heard there was a genius with the potential to become an archmage, but this is beyond his imagination. Karnak tells them to go forward and defeat her as they grab onto the chains. They begin holding her down, restraining her from moving. He then tells Sarati this is her chance as she runs in. She dashes off the ground up into the air. She grabs onto the back of Merida's arms as Harris comes in swinging at the sword, separating the two of them. Jiken says they now need to sever the connection as Tree flies in with his aura. Using an ability called Land Smash, he sends himself straight to the floor, shattering the connection between the sword and Merida. Jiken says that's perfect as he starts to activate another spell that hits the sword. It starts to shine brightly as the aura starts to dissipate even more and more. The little girl starts to calm down and Jiken asks how she is. Sarati says that she's not injured from what she can tell. Jiken says that's perfectly according to their plan. He then shoots up some kind of signal with his staff, saying that all they have to do now is wait for the priest to seal away the sword, and they'll be done. Harris says that something is odd about this. Jiken asks what he means, and Harris says the girl is not injured whatsoever. Treef says that's true, aside from being a little dirty, she's okay, asking if the demonic sword had an effect on her body. The girl's eyes then jolt open as she distances herself away from them. They're surprised she's awake, but Treef realizes something is off. The little girl screams, saying human, and they ask what she's talking about. She begins to release a purple aura, and they can't believe there's an aura user this young. More specifically, she is a purple knight, as there are only 2 in their entire kingdom. They don't even know what to say. As she stands there for a second, she vanishes right in front of their eyes, only to appear behind Treef, kicking him straight in the head. Bro falls to the floor, and before Harris can even react, she appears beside him, kneeing him in the face and knocking him out too. Sarati is surprised they were dealt with so easily, but Merida has already closed the gap. Jiken catches a stray hit. Merida calls Sarati a servant, which confuses her, telling her to kill them. Sarati wonders if she knows something. Sarati is the only one to actually manage to dodge Merida's kicks. She wonders why she's being focused on, and at the very least her movements are easy to predict. Karnak then shoots some bullets from the sky, causing Merida to backpedal. Karnak asks what's going on. Sarati says she's not very sure, as Merida starts to scream, calling out Karnak by his name. He's surprised that she knows him, and then she launches an attack directly toward him. He asks why she's attacking him and uses necromancy subconsciously to defend himself. It hits his barrier, which blocks the attack. Then we see lightning arrows fly in as they start to hit toward Merida. Barros tells him he's here. He then senses Karnak's necromancy, realizing this might be bad. Milia does as well, telling them to be careful of the necromancy, mistaking it for Merida. She sees that all of the dudes are knocked the hell out and it looks like the sword is completely separated, asking what's going on. Barros asks if he's okay. As Merida yells out, "Lord Barros," she comes in with a punch, which he avoids by jumping backward. She called him Lord, and he asks how she knows his title from before he regressed. The rest ask Barros if he's okay, and when Merida lands, she says she's going to save the humans. She pulls a Batman, running in, giving them all serious brain damage. They leap behind, trying to surprise attack her, but she blocks their blades with only her fingers. She redirects them forward, and then uppercuts both of them, knocking them out. They ask how the hell she's so strong, even with her bare hands, and Sarati starts to communicate telepathically, saying that she's different from when they were facing her earlier. She's holding back the aura in her strikes, and there's no killing intent in her attacks. She's just knocking them unconscious. Karnak asks how she knows about them from before the regression, wondering what is going on, saying she's still a monster even without a sword. Barros also says her skills are impressive, asking Karnak if there's anything he can think of. He says he's not sure, but he feels like he's seen her before. She then looks pissed, yelling out Karnak's name, hitting someone else in the face. She then takes the blade, and they see a blue aura around it, forming a shield with an orange aura. She's now manifesting 3 different types of aura, and they wonder what's going on, asking how a little girl can achieve something that even an Arenal can't do, saying she would need a silver aura to manage that. They tell everybody to stay alert, and they can't let her near Barros or Karnak, as she's sending out aura wave after aura wave, making her way through them. Sarati asks if that's actually that hard to do, since Barros did it when he took over her body. He says that's because he's just a genius, and normally you need to reach the 4th stage of aura mastery, which is a silver knight, to perform such a feat. Karnak says that would mean her aura manipulation is at the same level as Baros's, and there's something familiar about the soul wave in her aura, asking where he's felt this before. She then begins to imbue even more aura, yelling out at Karnak. She grits her teeth, calling him the cursed Death King. He starts to get an idea of who she is. He's surprised, saying that he remembers, and both he and Baros look horrified, while Sarati is confused. Everybody else wonders why she keeps calling him the Death King, thinking she must have lost her mind because of the demonic sword, and it's tragic for someone so young to endure this. Karnak tells them all to stay focused on defeating her. As he shoots out aura bullets, her shield blocks most of them, as does her purple aura, but it stops her from moving entirely. They say that this is perfect for them, but when they turn around, one of the men is confused, saying that Karnak, Sarati, and Baros all disappeared. They wonder where they went, sighing, saying they ran away again, and that they always avoid discussions. The guy who is not a part of their battalion asks if they are going to be okay, and they tell him that this is a normal thing in the 7th Battalion, and they will come back with a solution soon. For now, they just need to focus so the main characters can do their job. Bro is so aware. We see them hiding behind a rock, using a barrier to hide from the outside. Karnak says that now they shouldn't be able to see them, and Sarati asks who she is. He says her name is Rapigel, wondering why she is here. Sarati asks who Rapigel is, and he asks if she doesn't know, saying she is the 4th Martial King. She says there isn't anyone named that among the Martial Kings. Baros says she is the current King Veltia's disciple, and that in the future Rapigel becomes the Martial King. Karnak says that makes sense. Sarati asks if that means that Kid is going to be one in the future, and they say no shit. She is one of the 4 Martial Kings, the King of Cyprus, Rapigel Crodium. Since she didn't have any children, Veltia decided to give her family name to her, and she became the youngest Martial King in history and remained his rival until the end of his career as the Death King. Baros says that now that he thinks about it, Rapigel always had an unusually intense grudge against Karnak. Sarati asks what he did, and Baros says not to even ask, as he essentially took her master and mother, Veltia Crodium, and turned her into an undead to fight against him. He found it offensive that she kept resisting to the bitter end, so he split Rapigel's bones, soul, and body into 3 separate parts and turned each part into an undead, using them to guard the gates of Necropia. Sarati says that sounds terrifying, saying it makes complete sense she's doing all this, asking why she's after her then. Karnak says it's probably because she's a cheap human who sold her soul to him. Poor Sarati caught another stray. Karnak says for now, he wonders if Rapigel's soul wandered through space and time like them and ended up in her younger body. Baros says he would assume so, but asks how she found them in the first place. They decide they can figure that out later. Sarati asks why she's just knocking everyone out, if Rapigel wants to protect them. Karnak says it's probably because of her memories from before she regressed, and that it's the only way to stop people from being mind-controlled by him. Sarati says all of this was because of his past actions. He awkwardly clears his throat, and Baros says her battle IQ is nuts, asking how they're even meant to defeat her. Sarati says that he thought Baros was on the same level as her before he regressed. He says he was stronger, asking if that was a real question. She says that she just meant it's strange that both of their souls returned to the past, but only Rapigel can use aura like that. Now Baros caught a stray. Karnak says that her situation is a little different, and they should focus on the sword first. Then he gets an idea, and Baros asks what he thought about. He says he knows how she managed to regain her aura, and it's likely she didn't do it on her own. Considering her age, she wouldn't have had time to train, and yet she's retained her original aura even after regressing. Since power resides in the soul, there's only one answer. She used the power of the demonic sword, which provided her with dark battle aura, and she transformed that dark aura into her original one. Sarati asks if that's even possible, and Baros says yes, as she was a hella smart swordsman, she always managed to find a way to break through problems. Karnak says that since this power is regained from the demon sword, she shouldn't be able to use it once she's been drained of hers. Sarati says that just means they need to burn through all of her energy, and Karnak says that they also need Baros to use aura to stand a chance. Baros asks if he's really suggesting that he use the demonic sword Merida, and Karnak says yeah, as he'll cast a stealth spell to make things easier for him. We see her knock the last person unconscious, and she says that she saved all of the humans while looking happy. Baros starts tiptoeing, making his way through, saying that she took them all down and hopes that she doesn't spot him, but of course she's walking directly toward him on accident, asking Karnak where he is. He asks why she's heading toward Barros, and that she might catch him. He then snaps his fingers to wake up the golems as they start walking toward Rapijel. She widens her stance, leaping off the ground, and she easily starts cutting apart the golems as if they were made of Play-Doh. Karnak says that he can only buy so little time, and they need to keep her busy. He tells Sarati it's her turn. He orders her as his servant. As we see a red aura start to envelop her, it slowly starts to form armor all around her. He tells her that it's called the blood demonic armor, and with this, she might stand a chance against Rapijel. She says that it has the word demonic in it, asking if her soul will be okay. He doesn't answer her, saying that she should use this to buy time. He then breaks the stealth, waving, getting Rapijel's attention, as Sarati screams, telling him to wait. Rapijel starts to make her blade purple now, and she says that she's going to kill the Death King as she flies directly in. Karnak tells Sarati to go forward. She looks flustered but does so, meeting Rapijel's blade. Rapijel yells, calling her a servant of the Death King. Sarati says that the armor is uncomfortable but effective. They then distance themselves from one another as Rapijel sends a purple aura wave toward her. Sarati blocks it with her aura barrier, but not for long, as it starts to crack and then flies through, cutting her on her side and exploding where she is, sending her flying into the wall. She says the armor saved her, but it won't hold for long, and that Barros better return soon. As they continue fighting, Barros says it's a mess over there and he needs to hurry. He looks down at the sword, wondering if he just needs to grab onto it. As soon as he reaches his hand toward it, it starts to release its typical red aura, calling him a lowly human and telling him to accept the dark conquest. Barros then starts to scream as the aura pulsates around him. Karnak says this is a mess, every single one of them is knocked out, but this will make using necromancy easy. While Sarati and Rapijel are fighting at high speeds, he says it's time for him to get into action as he summons some wraiths, telling them to go buy some time. They fly directly toward Rapijel. As we see Sarati getting knocked back again, Rapijel raises her foot, stomping the ground, sending out these aura-like splinter attacks that hit multiple wraiths. She then starts slicing them apart, looking hella pissed. Sarati realizes this is bad and tells Karnak to dodge as an attack flies directly toward him. We see it hit him in the head, and Sarati screams out his name as it cuts his head off, but it's none other than an illusion. Karnak laughs, saying he almost died there, and it's a good thing he prepared for this. He tells her to wait patiently until Barros comes back. Sarati cuts another wraith in half, saying she's going to kill every one of them, and starts doing exactly that. Sarati looks around, saying she's lucky it was an illusion, but wonders where the real Karnak is. He waves behind a rock and tells her to be quiet, using telepathy, saying she needs to keep looking forward. She ends up coming behind him with a rock, and he's glad his illusions worked. She asks when Rapijel's power is going to run out since she's been fighting non-stop since sunset. He says what she is seeing is her weakened self, and she doesn't see as much aura around her anymore, so she'll probably collapse soon. Sarati asks if this is really the weakened form, and Karnak says that unfortunately, he's going to run out of mana soon too. He sighs, asking if they really have to wait, saying that he can just control everyone's souls around them. Sarati says nah. Rapijel then notices something as a bunch of aura blades start to descend from the sky. Sarati asks if that's dark projection. Barros asks if they're still alive, saying hopefully he's not too late. Karnak says he's way too damn late. Barros says he came as fast as he could. Rapijel looks a little worried, and they all regroup. Sarati asks if he's okay since that sword controls its users. He says it's fine, and he looks down at the blade as it starts screaming, trying to escape. He sighs, saying it's doing it yet again. He uses his aura to shove it back in, saying it shouldn't even think of escaping. He sighs, saying the dark spirit of the sword keep trying to run away ever since he picked it up. Sarati realizes now that he was the true demon all along. He says that dark projection is his specialty and to leave it to him, and that she should just focus on protecting Karnak. He tells Rapijel it's been a while, and she says it has, calling him the accursed dog of the Death King. She flies forward, and so does he, as they start trading blow for blow. We see it actually have an impact on both of them as they have to reset, distancing themselves. Rapijel doesn't miss a beat, sending in aura waves directly toward Barros. He starts fighting them off, one after the other, while holding his ground. He then readies his sword, taking a deep breath, raising it up, yelling projection. He slams down, using an ability called Shadow Crow as it starts to form directly above him. A demonic bird's image appears from his aura. Repigel swings her blade down, creating her own, just after seeing it once. The two birds start to swirl around one another, flying up out of the ravine, exploding, causing Repigel to leap back from the explosion. She regains her footing, and Karnak says that she is weakening hella quick. However, Baros's sword is also running out of power quickly too. He then looks at Repigel and realizes something, saying he completely forgot about that and now understands why she was doing odd things in the first place. Sarati asks what it is and if it's something she can help with. He says maybe, asking if she remembers the story of how Repigel's soul was split into 3 parts and used as guards for the doors of Necropia. She says yes, she's acting like a psycho. Karnak explains that each part of her soul received a different order, and when they recombined, those orders merged as well. She asks what the orders were, and he says although they were completely different, now that they're mixed together, so it should now be that humans close to the Death King are his closest allies, and the other is to kill other targets and make sure they are dead. That's not bad writing on my part, promise. Sarati asks how the hell that even happens and what kind of orders he gave originally. He sighs, saying that's not what's important. What is important is that he's paying the price for it. At the very least, he might have a solution now. If they heal each part of her split soul, it would be able to calm her down. He's not really confident in healing her, as it's not something he does often. He starts to use his necromancy power as a circle appears beneath him this time. While Baros and Repigel are still fighting, we see her getting more tired, but Baros senses the aura, asking Karnak what he's doing. Karnak says he's sealing her memories and healing her soul, so just hold on for a bit longer. Baros says that's fine but asks if he can hurry up. While he's distracted, Repigel comes in with an attack, which he has to sidestep, but she sends out aura blades, expecting that. He says they keep following him wherever he goes, asking if she really managed to regain all of her skills as the Martial King, saying if only he had awakened his aura. One of the attacks actually cut his shoulder, and when he looks down, he sees the blade shaking as the demonic spirit comes out screaming, running away. Baros screams no as it fades out, smiling now that it's gone. He says he can't believe he let his guard down. Sarati says this is bad since the demonic sword is gone, and Karnak says he needs more time. Repigel starts to smile and launches another attack, which sends the blade flying out of his hands. Of course, his grip is weaker because his shoulder hurts. She then flies in, telling him to die, and Sarati says she's on her way. She swings her blade directly toward Repigel, who blocks it, sending her back a little bit. Before she can retaliate, Repigel raises her leg, kicking Sarati straight in the stomach, sending her across the ravine again. Repigel yet again doesn't miss a beat as she immediately closes the gap, and they start fighting each other off. Baros says he knew she was a genius as she's perfectly wielding the dark aura on her own, and it's not like someone taught her that, asking how she even learned it. He then wonders why he didn't think of that, saying if he did. But then he freezes up, wondering what this is. Of course, we don't get to see it yet, but we do see Sarati getting beaten as if Repigel was playing whack-a-mole. Sarati asks how much longer Karnak needs, because she's at her limit. Then an attack comes in, hitting Repigel on her side, shattering the wall she gets sent into. But she's still ready and starts glaring at Baros, who's laughing, saying this is interesting and that this is what using aura feels like. Sarati's surprised, and Karnak asks if he finally awakened it. Baros then charges in, as does Repigel, and we see his aura is way more powerful than hers this time. Just from colliding, it almost knocks her over, and he says that her aura is definitely weaker than his now. He comes in with an immediate follow-up, which causes her to fall off balance. He then raises the sword overhead, and he tells her that it's time to lay back down. As he swings, she manages to block it, and Karnak says that now her aura has collapsed as it's completely gone. His necromancer aura starts to fly up from underneath him, wrapping around Repigel. It shoots up a beam into the air, and she starts grabbing her head while screaming in pain as she is having one hell of a headache. The aura then dissipates as she falls to her knees, unconscious on the floor. Baros sighs, saying that barely worked. Karnak then calls out to him, and when he turns over, they ask if he finally awakened his aura. He says that Repigel helped him awaken it, and Karnak asks what the hell he's talking about. Baros says it's just as he said last time. His soul is basically the same as that of a necromancer consumed by the power of darkness. And when he told him that before, and how the problem is not in his body but his soul. That's why he thought that if his aura is unable to awaken since the attribute of his soul has changed, he would need to find a different way. Since he knows how to use battle aura, he was thinking about how he should make and store battle aura within his body. Sarati says that makes sense, as he's not like the others. Barros says that's when a perfect example appeared. Karnak says he copied her using the powers of the demonic sword as her own. Barros says yeah, and since he stole other powers, he never thought he could change it to use as his own, but she did it instinctively. Once he understood the concept, he was able to do it immediately, though he still needs more training. He'll have to focus to reach Blue Knight level. She's surprised he could do it after seeing it once, and he says he may not look like it, but he used to be hella strong, as he was the Death Knight Lord. Karnak says that's great, and Barros says that he'll need to use this to grow out his aura reserves. Rapigel starts to wake up, and they ask what they should do. Karnak says it'll be fine as he sealed her memories so she won't remember them. They then smile warmly, asking if she remembers who they are. She stares at them for a minute, and they sweat nervously, wondering if maybe he screwed up. But she asks who they are. They all sigh in relief, saying that they thought they were done for. They tell Karnak not to blow their cover. Karnak then asks if she knows who she is, saying that she shouldn't know her name, but she immediately says her name, Rapigel. They all start to panic internally thinking that they are cooked. They ask if she remembers anything other than her name. As Sarati holds up the blade, asking if she remembers it or the people laying around, she says she's not sure, asking if she did this. She doesn't remember anything besides her name, asking who she is. They say it's a relief that she only remembers her name, but Karnak finds it weird. She then asks him if he knows her, and he starts to panic. She says that she thinks she knows him because when she looks at him, her heart beats, and it hurts. Barros says no wonder, and she says that he seems to be a very important person to her. Sarati says definitely important since they are mortal enemies, and she looks up, asking him if he is okay with her staying by his side. Barros says it's like watching a baby bird imprint on its mother. Karnak starts to feel an immense sense of guilt, and Sarati congratulates him, saying he's one step closer to understanding human emotions. He says they can't decide so easily, and she doesn't even understand the situation, and when things are cleaned up, they can talk again. She looks a bit sad and says all right. Barros asks what he wants to do with her, and he says they need to keep her with them for a while as they have to ensure the memory seal worked, and it'll be troublesome if she regained her memories. Then they have to use an excuse to keep her around, thinking about what they could possibly do. We see she's already sleepy, and Sarati tells her to take a nap. It jumps to the next day at camp. They're all relieved that it's over, saying they slept very well last night. They fainted after fighting so much, asking how they feel so comfortable, how they don't feel any pain. We hear Jiken asking if that's true, that the evil spirit of the demonic sword entered the girl, as they didn't sense anything like that. Mary says it appears to be true, as there's only a little corrupt energy, and the evil spirit is completely gone. Treve says that must be why she showed so much power, even after being freed from the control of the sword. Sarati says this explains why he left some corrupt energy behind. They tell Karnak that summoning golems was very quick-witted, and that he is a genius mage. Jiken then asks Milia how the kid is, and she says the evil presence is gone, so she's fine. Karnak says that's a relief, asking what will happen now. Jiken says the demonic sword must be sent to the Grand Temple for additional investigation. And since the child can't be identified, they will be sent to a nearby temple. They ask if that's really how it will end up. Karnak asks Sarati if she remembers what he ordered her to do. She says yes and asks if it would be alright if they took the child in. Milia is surprised, and she says the kid seems to have talent with the sword, so she wants to raise them as a squire. Karnak asks if that'll be okay, and Milia says she's all for it. That would be better for the child as well. Rapigel is really happy to hear it. Jiken says he felt unfortunate for the situation, and this is a great outcome. Treve says under Sarati's guidance, she's going to become an excellent knight. Rapigel is so happy she's windmilling her arm, saying she's going to try her hardest. Karnak then calls out to Jiken, saying he has something to ask him. Turns out he wants him to report that he took care of the demonic sword, leaving him out of it. Saying he doesn't need to give him the contributions, and he's not so petty that he'd be envious of his actions. Karnak tells him that's not it, and he was the one who took care of the sword after all, and they just finished it off. He says even then, they have to reward him, asking why he wants to stay out of it. Karnak says there's been some trouble at the king's order due to his rapid promotions, and he doesn't want to make things even more awkward. Jiken says he did receive a lot of envy for getting promoted so fast, but according to him, they need to admit the fact that the evil spirit made its way over to the kid, and he doesn't feel right manipulating the report. Karnak says they have to tell them the truth there, but asks if they really need to document the fact that the king's order fell for a cultish trap and let others know about that, and it'll only get in the way of their future ventures. Jiken says he's right, and he'll report it as him and Treve having taken care of it. Karnak says that's great, and now Repigel won't attract public attention, and the attack on the 7th Battalion will go uninvestigated. Jiken says he's really indebted to him, so if he ever needs anything, just to ask, and Karnak thanks him, saying it's nice to have someone to lean on in hard times. A few days later, at the headquarters of the King's Order, they start gossiping about how the demonic sword Merida has finally been stopped, and that it was the 1st and 7th Battalion that fought it, but the people who actually stopped it were just Treve and Jiken. They say as expected of the strongest squadron in the King's Order, and that the 7th Battalion must be down right now. Of course, we see someone, thought it was Harris, but Dano, congratulating Barros for finally being an aura user, and they thought it was strange he didn't have it until now. And he's happy, saying that he's glad to finally be one. The other dude says that there are 2 aura users, and the Lord himself is a 6th circle mage, and that the name of Jestard is growing brighter every day. Karnak tells her it's time to go. She asks if he finished his talk, and he says yeah, he got a small vacation out of it, and he has something to check with Repigel. Sarati says that's good, as she was nervous about leaving her alone in the inn. He says he guesses it's not safe to keep a kid there alone, and maybe they should get a house. He gets a temporary mansion at the southern part of the capital, and Sarati asks Repigel if she understands that fundamentals are the key to the sword and to train them diligently. As we see her swinging, Sarati tells her posture is good, while Karnak and Barros peer around a tree. Barros asks what he's doing, which startles Karnak. He asks why he's watching someone else train so diligently, and he says he was checking if her memory seal worked well. Barros asks why he's hiding then, and he says he feels guilty to even talk to her. Barros says he gets it now, and that they just need to verify how she traveled back in time after them. Karnak says there might be another person besides him who knows how to use time regression magic, so they came a few years before they arrived, which would explain why the world is so twisted. Barros says that doesn't make any sense, as that was something he only succeeded in after spending decades transforming his body into an Astra Schnauf. Even the 3 great mages wouldn't be able to get this far. And the 4 martial kings are aura users, so they're out of the question. And he wiped out the Dragon Emperor's mind when he turned him into a servant, so who else would be capable of something? Karnak asks if he remembers the altar of time regression when they used the magic to begin with. He says that might be the problem, as he didn't take care of it after casting the magic, and once they leave and the past is changed, he thought everything in the future would be erased. But what if he's wrong? Even after they came to this timeline, the future still exists like a parallel dimension, and the altar is still standing there, but not anyone can regress just because they have access to it. When he was the king, aside from Repigel, he left the intelligence of the martial kings and the 3 great mages intact to use them more efficiently. There was the Tower Master of Dawn, Diogres Colon, Jean Ren, overseeing Protector of the Fae, and Elazar, the Royal Mage of the Empire. And it's quite possible they studied the altar and figured out how to use time regression. Barros says if that's really the case, then it's all his fault yet again. Karnak says that's why he's trying to fix things, and if that's the case, they probably sent Repigel first as a test, which would make sense. But he doesn't know how to verify their theory. It jumps to Elazar's tower, and Huddle says he's found the individuals she marked as suspicious. She starts to look at the papers he gave her, and he explains the 2 denoted in the report are none other than Treve and Jiken. Huddle says they defeated the demonic sword without any witness, and additionally, no trace of corrupt energy or death energy was found where the demonic sword was destroyed. Elazar says this isn't exactly definitive proof, asking Huddle what his plans are. He says they are both quite renowned, and it's dangerous to make a move, so he'll keep digging on them. She then starts reading the report, asking if it's true the demonic sword killed hundreds of people in just a few days, and if this is all accurate. Huddle says yes, and the power was truly amazing. They gave it to an orphan girl, but she was able to spread the teachings of the proper God to hundreds of people. Elazar says that's weird. While they did bestow a powerful demonic sword, this far surpasses its capabilities, asking if there was something special about the spirit. She then tells Huddle to get the demonic sword for her, and he tells her that it's already become a regular sword losing its powers. He doesn't think they'd be able to figure anything out. She says to retrieve it. She has a bad feeling about this. Perhaps she did regress as well. If you've watched till the end, comment, table, to let me know. Subscribe for more videos like this, leave a like or a comment to help the channel out. Thanks for watching.